Chapter 51, Shelf Testimonials. Thank you for your company all the way, seeing friends here. Please stop and read this article quietly. It was 120,000 before I knew it. It's really fast. It was put into storage on the 6th. And it was the 19th in a blink of an eye. Thank you for your company in the past 13 days. Shelves are the life and death line that every author has to go through. Only by crossing this line of life and death can they evolve into a butterfly, and the hardships will come. Maybe it's because I have tasted too much bitterness, and I didn't know what sweetness is since I was born. First of all, let's talk about my original intention of writing the book. I wrote the book purely, not for dreams of lofty beliefs, but for the money. Very vulgar and very realistic. However, this is my simplest idea. I want to make money by writing books, and I want to make money to support my family. When I said this sentence on this old computer, I felt really so realistic and shameless. But the reality is too heavy. I was frail and sickly since I was a child. When I was in school, because my family was a rural school in the city, I was looked down upon by all sorts of people. No way. This was something that happened very often when I was in school. At that time, I was obsessed with reading novels, to escape myself in a fantasy world. But reality reminds me time and time again that I am just an ordinary person. There is no superpower, nor is it a talented genius. Just an ordinary person. At the age of 18, in order to reduce the burden on my family, I chose to drop out of school. It is commonplace for a fledgling young man to walk in the society alone, to be deceived and bullied by others. These are nothing. Why? I just usually walk on the road and get hit by a car driving under the influence at night. Why are you going to hit me? I have never figured this out. Later, the car owner lost the money, but it was only enough for the follow-up medical and maintenance expenses. But my leg suffered a permanent disability. I was already weak and sick, and it was even worse. In desperation, I can only go back to my hometown and come to the original home. I am physically weak and have inconvenient legs and feet. I can't find a job in my hometown where I work hard. But even so, father and sister still didn't say anything. My father is a construction worker, that is, the most ordinary migrant worker on the construction site. My younger sister dropped out of school early because she wanted to reduce the burden on her family. Now I work in a clothing factory in the city. I have a salary of 2,000 yuan a month. I send 1,000 yuan to my family every month, leaving me only 1,000 yuan. Sometimes when I was paid, I would be given 200. Every time I refused, she would smile and say on the phone, "When I make money from writing novels in the future, I will return it to her." Fortunately, I was on the phone. Otherwise, every time I heard this, I would cry out bitterly. I have been writing a novel for half a year, and I have earned a total of 2,000 yuan. I still have the novel with poor grades before I persevered. Such a life is really meaningless and can only cause trouble to countless people. To my father, to my sister, to myself. Countless times, I looked at the empty home alone, looked at myself in the mirror, and looked at the home squatting in the eyes of others. I am not enterprising, and I am hopeless. Countless speeches, like the sharpest needle, pierced into my heart. It's like this in your hometown. They don't know what it means to write novels, and they know that you are staying at home, not working, and gnawing at your old age. I really worked hard. Really worked hard. In the case of handicap, it was really painful to use the code words on the poorly equipped computer that my father bought me in 2012 when I was in junior high school. I carefully think about every plot, perfect every character, and set up a good world frame, just to make this book look more than just a novel, but to make you feel that this is a real world. Every comment that encourages me will make me happy for a long time. Everyone who speaks and writes badly, to be honest, I will be depressed for a long time. Then I thought about how to improve the plot, but unfortunately, I lost another reader. Before I opened the book, I didn't expect that the results would be like this, which gave me a glimmer of hope. The first time I have expectations for life, it is to write better, and then work hard to make you happy. Finally, I made money. You can buy new clothes for my sister, and buy all kinds of delicious things, so that she can be proud of my brother. Father can rest assured that his son has grown up and has the ability to make money. He will grow old in the future, so he won't have to worry about his livelihood afterwards. It's okay, really say to that girl, I like you. In fact, this book is my life in my imagination, my dream. Menkin, whose real name is Menkin. In reality, she is actually my real cousin, but she has no blood relationship. We grew up together, and then she became more and more beautiful and better. And I am getting more and more ordinary. Between me and her, in fact, is the true portrayal of Xifeng and Menkin 3 years ago. She became a good child in the eyes of others, beautiful, obedient, and excellent. And I don't even seem to look up at her back enough. Later, she was admitted to Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and I can only think of her accidentally. I imagine that if I will make money from writing novels in the future, I must stand up right in front of her and say, I like you. Even if it is, what if it fails in the end? At the very least, I tried it myself. Taking my poor boy now, I went to confess to her, maybe people wouldn't even read it, and could only add unnecessary troubles to them. After all, he is just a cripple with no future, not worthy of her at all. Every time I think about this, I try harder to think about plots and write novels. It's just that all these efforts are invisible to others. However, what if I can't see it? I firmly believe that as long as I work hard, I have been working hard. I believe there will be rewards. I believe that one day I will become a proud brother in the eyes of my sister. In the eyes of the father, the son who has grown up. Similarly, he can stand up straight, stand in front of her, and say the words loudly. So, if you see here, if you think my book is worth subscribing, then please subscribe to support it. If it is not worth it, then please forget to read this article. I am not praying, selling miserably, and morally kidnapping others to subscribe. I just told myself I want to stand up straight, and I want to win the recognition of others through my own efforts. I work hard to write a book, and you approve of my book, so subscribe. So please respect me, and please respect the poor boy who wrote this article now. This is his final dignity. In the end, 1,000 words were turned into a sentence, and it was put on the shelves at 12 o'clock, and 10 chapters broke out on the first day. As long as the results are good, keep a stable update every day in the future, update without any water. 52. Chapter 52. Chapter 51, it turns out that the passing of life is this feeling. Fenglin looked at his hands without much discomfort in his heart. While at Konoha camp, Fenglin had seen too many people who died in pain because of their injuries. Although Fenglin wanted to treat ... but he treated a lot of patients. In addition, both hands are not unlimited use, and Fenglin will feel tired physically and mentally after repeated use. Therefore ... he can only do his best to save the lives of Konoha ninjas. So for the clean killing of a sand-hidden ninja just now, there was not much fluctuation in his heart. Your kid was really going to scare people to death just now. I thought you couldn't react. Yuri Zenhong saw Fenglin walking back ... Although there was blame in her tone, it was more worrying. Worries you, Uncle Real Red? It's just the first time killing ... It's a bit uncomfortable. Fenglin showed a look that made Zyra Zenhong feel at ease, and this immediately silenced Zyra Zenhong. The moment just now, he forgot that Fenglin was just a 7-year-old child. I was only 7 years old. Blood was on my hands. It can be said that Fenglin's psychological endurance and quality are far beyond ordinary people. In other words, wherever the field hospital camp is, Fenglin, a medical ninja, has also seen many deaths. Therefore, it will not have a great reaction like ordinary people killing for the first time. Let's go. Your team has come to greet you. After observing Fenglin, Yuri Zhenhong found that there was nothing serious about the other party. He also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If there is any accident at this knot, it is really possible that it will become a laughingstock. And Fenglin followed the pace of Yuri Zhenhong and came to the three of them. We meet again. Fenglin smiled after seeing the three pig, deer and butterfly in front of him. I didn't want to fight. Feng-jun, you turned out to be our medical ninja. This is too fate. Yamanaka Keiichi showed a surprised expression when he saw that the person coming was Fenglin. Wow, Mr. Feng. I remember the rabbit you baked. It was very delicious. Kudao Dingzhao also sighed at this moment. But the direction was a little different. Compared to these two people, there was a flash of doubt in Nara Lukaiza's eyes. Why? The people in the medical unit will send a 7-year-old child to be a medical ninja. You must know that the tasks performed by the three of them on the battlefield are very dangerous, and Fenglin may be killed at any time. But Nara Lukisa naturally did not make any mocking sounds, because he knows that Fenglin is not easy. Not only in medical skills, but his strength is also unfathomable. This is no joke. Nara Lujiu once saw Fenglin lift up an injured adult with one hand. Although no one noticed it at that time. But Nara Shikaji could see clearly while he was recovering from his injuries. Since you know each other, I won't give too much introduction. Jun Feng will be your medical ninja in the future. I hope you get along well. Zhenhong Yuri was chatting with Shanzhong Hei and the others after seeing Bai Fenglin getting close to each other. After a hello, he turned and left. After all, he also has a lot of things to be busy, so naturally he can't stay long. As for how Fenglin met the three, it was because the pig, the deer and the butterfly were injured by the 3 generations of Fenying in the battle, and the person who happened to be in charge of them was Fenglin. At first they didn't believe in Fenglin's medical skills, and only after a few days they knew they could move freely did they begin to admire this much younger child. Mr. Bifeng. What is your speed? Our group's actions are a bit special, and sometimes we need to go to various battlefields for support. So sometimes the action is very rush, Naradia slowly said. After all, Fenglin didn't need to do the battle, his task was to heal the main force of Kudao Dingzhuo. All you need to do is to ensure that they can keep up with their speed when marching in a hurry. Brother Lujiu. I still have confidence in speed. At least it's nothing to keep up with you. Fenglin smiled faintly, his face full of confidence. Oh, it just happens to be. Feng-jun, we want the team to shift positions and go to the west to support the assault troops at any time. Look at your speed. Nara Lujiu was surprised by Fenglin's confidence. You must know that the speed of their journey is not very slow. And the expression on Fenglin's face can be seen that it is not a pretense, but with absolute self-confidence. Suddenly, even Kudao Dingzhuo and Shanzhong Hai became interested. They still don't know where Fenglin's strength is. Although it is only a medical ninja with the team, the strength of self-protection is definitely necessary. After all, it really fought. It's really possible that they won't take care of Fenglin. Diaresis, this is naturally no problem. Lead the way. Fenglin nodded and said, since Nara Shikaji wants to test himself. That's okay. Although it would be a bit overwhelming to say that this is the case, it is understandable. After all, the tasks performed by the pig deer butterfly team are extremely dangerous, so it is impossible to take care of Fenglin at a critical time. So confident, Mr. Bifeng. You have to keep up. Shanzhong Hai gave a big laugh, and then the figure swiftly swept to the west in an instant. And at this moment, Nara Lukisa and Akimi Mizuzu also quickly followed. Don't look at the obesity of Akito. In terms of speed, Kaku Izanara and Keiichi Yamanaka have not been pulled down at all. It can be said to be a flexible little fat man. This speed, even ordinary Zongrun can't keep up. This wave of trials is a bit persuasive. Good promise. But for me, it's still too easy. Fenglin's eyes condensed, and his body was suddenly filled with golden light. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The body swiftly swept out like the wind, and in just a few seconds, he caught up with Narashikahizu and the others. Without the blessing of the golden light curse, Pfenglin might still have some reluctance. But after opening the golden light curse, Pfenglin's various performances have been greatly improved. So it can easily keep up with the speed of the three. Sure enough, you deserve to beat Tsunade-sama's disciple. After seeing this scene, the three of them showed a look of surprise in their eyes. It seems that in the days to come, it will become very interesting. With the participation of Pfenglin. Their team doesn't have to worry too much about getting injured and going back to the camp. They had seen Pfenglin's medical skills, and for them it could be said to be even more powerful. It seems Konoha is going to make another incredible genius. Chapter 53. 52. Chapter 52. In just 3 days, the pig, the deer and the butterfly were shocked by Pfenglin's performance. The fruit is absolutely spicy, without the slightest sloppiness. In the face of the dying ninja Shahiden begging for mercy, Pfenglin didn't see any pity in his eyes. Just indifferent. Obviously, he knows very well that this is a battlefield. Will not allow any kindness to exist. The kindness to the enemy. Also the cruelty to oneself. Pfenglin knew this sentence very well, and had never shown his kindness to the enemy. Mr. Pfeng, sometimes I really think you are an adult, not a 7-year-old kid. Shan Zonghai looked at Pfenglin with a trace of shock in his eyes. You must know that during the battle, Pfenglin not only did not cause them any trouble, even defeated a few sandy ninjas who wanted to kill him. Maybe because I'm a genius. Pfenglin chuckled after thinking a little bit. Okay, let the stretcher team carry him down. I have done a rough treatment of the wound, so there won't be too much problem with rest assured, Pfenglin said lightly after treating a Konoha ninja who passed out of an injury. Ding seat. Narashikaji looked at Akimachiro, and then the other party also took the injured Konoha ninja on his back and ran back. A small-scale battle took place today, and the situation did not change until the pig, deer, butterfly and Pfenglin joined the battle behind. After Cheyenne retreated, it was naturally impossible to take away the body of her companion. Therefore, Konoha's side also began to clean the battlefield and rescued the injured Konoha ninja one by one. The 45th person, Pfengjun. In 3 days you have saved 45 Konoha ninjas from the battlefield. Yamanaka Kei looked at Pfenglin, who was sweating profusely, and continued to look at the pile of corpses, looking for the surviving Konoha ninja. Are there 45 people? I didn't pay much attention. Pfenglin was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then sat on rock beside him to rest. Sweat kept running down from his forehead. There was a sense of fatigue between the eyebrows. Current proficiency of both hands. Current proficiency of golden light curse. 42.7%. Pfenglin looked at the virtual panel in front of him with a smile of joy. This battlefield, it really didn't come in vain. Since joining Zuludi's team, Pfenglin's strength has been rapidly tense. And so is his proficiency with both full hands and golden light curse. I believe that soon, Pfenglin will be able to start the thunder magic and the next 8 wonders. Since Pfenglin has been on the battlefield, he has experienced what is called a rush to march. Except for the rest time. The rest of the time is basically to support all parties on the battlefield. Fortunately, Pfenglin's golden light curse lasted for a long time, and there was no big problem on the way. This is Konoha's ninja. Among the piles of corpses, a ninja who has not yet died suddenly showed a chill of killing intent after seeing the forehead guard on Pfenglin's head. And just at this moment, Pfenglin seemed to have eyes behind his back, and instantly turned around and stared at the sand-hidden ninja. Call out. The cold light suddenly appeared, and a shuriken quickly flew out of Pfenglin's hands. Ha! Exclamation mark. I saw blood bursting out of the neck of the sand-hidden ninja, and the hand that was originally in the air also fell down at this moment. You shouldn't be like that. As a doctor, I might save you life. But the moment you take up your weapon. We are the enemy. Pfenglin looked at the corpse of the sand-hidden ninja and muttered. Mr. Beifeng. The inspection has been roughly completed. The Konoha ninja who is no longer injured needs treatment. Not far away, Yamanaka Keiichi and Narashikahizu and others looked at the corpses on the battlefield in batches. When it was determined that no injured Konoha ninja survived, he shouted towards Pfenglin. "Okay, I got it." Pfenglin nodded slightly, then got up. "This is the war." The setting sun fell, shining on the entire battlefield. The corpses of many Sandy ninjas and Konoha ninjas are intertwined. A sorrow flashed in Pfenglin's eyes, and then disappeared. The war that had already stopped. But because of various coincidences, it broke out completely again. These ninjas were unlucky after all, because Chu's selfish desires would join the war again. At the same time, somewhere on the battlefield, Watergate. Your brother is famous in the ninja world this time. He became a field medical ninja at the age of 7 and saved many Konoha ninja lives in 3 days. Now this little guy's deeds. Have been completely spread on Konoha's side. And Seijun also knows that there is such a number one person. A member of the assault force smiled slowly at the Bofeng Watergate on the side. Pfeng. This child still refuses to listen to persuasion in the end. There was no joy on Bofeng Shuiman's face, but a bit of bitterness was revealed at the corner of his mouth. If Uzumaki Juxina knew what Pfenglin had done on the battlefield, he would probably be mad. Obviously, he had already warned that he was not allowed to lean on the front line, but Pfenglin still refused to listen. This caused Bofeng Shuiman to feel a headache for a moment. Alas, it's really uncomfortable to have such a younger brother. Shuiman. You don't have to worry too much about Mr. Pfeng. I know a little bit about his strength, and ordinary ninjas can't do anything with him. Therefore, as long as it is not performing a combat mission that is too dangerous, there will be basically no problem. At this moment, Tsukumo Hajiki heard a voice. Senior Shuimao. Bofeng Shuiman was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect the other party to pay such attention to Pfenglin. Well, anyway, the only thing I can do now is to trust him. He is smarter than anyone, and I believe there will be no accidents. Tsukumo Hagai said with a little safety. That's also. That kid is smarter than anyone else. Bofeng Shuiman was taken aback for a moment, and then he showed a helpless smile. He wants to make Pfenglin suffer. Except for Wuxi Xinai, he has never seen anyone who can make Pfenglin suffer. Well, this topic ends here. Now we have to talk about the raid route for tomorrow. According to the intelligence, there will be Shane's delivery troops on this road tomorrow. According to the combat requirements of Oshmaru and others, I hope we can carry out harassment and sabotage. Tsukumo Hagai pointed to a place on the map and said lightly, "This place. Is it a bit too deep?" After seeing the place Tsukumo Hajiki was referring to, Hofeng Mizuman frowned. He obviously knew this place. There is no one around, although there is a road. But it is also suitable for others to ambush them. I also know about this. But it is their combat order, so it can't be refused. In short, try to be careful, and if something goes wrong, evacuate quickly. Tsukumo Hagai said helplessly after pointing to the command's decision order on the secret scroll. This. Okay. After seeing this order, Bofeng Shuiman was also helpless. But there is always a bad premonition in his heart that will happen. 54. Chapter 54. Chapter 53 on the battlefield. There was another small-scale battle. Narashikahizu was the first to use shadow restraint to trap the enemy firmly in it. At this moment, Kudao Dingzuo also used the technique of doubling to make his arms as thick as branches. Grab the sandy ninjas who are bound by the shadows, one by one. Immediately, his body began to grow huge, and he stood straight in front of Narashikahizu and others. The secret technique of the Kudao clan can make the Kudao Dingzuo possess terror attack ability at the same time. It also has a super defensive ability. Shane's kunai and shurikens couldn't break through the defense of Kudao Dingzuo in front of him. And at this moment, the sand-hidden ninjas suddenly knew that the giant in front of them was not so easy to solve. So they began to perform their own Fenian ninjutsu. If it is to use ninjutsu, it must be able to break through the defense of Kudao Dingzuo. Only, at the moment when they wanted to release ninjutsu, Narashikahizu, who had been blocked behind him, began to seal quickly at this moment. You know, the secret technique of the Nara clan is one of the strongest confinement techniques in the ninja world. As long as you are under control, unless your own strength is several levels higher than that of the caster. Otherwise, you will not be able to break free to death. At this moment, Yamanaka also used the technique of turning his heart to control a ninja who wanted to sneak attack on Nara Shikahisa. Thanks a lot. Hi. Nara Shikamaru thanked him without answering. Immediately. A golden light flashed, and the sand-hidden ninja who attacked Nara Lukisa was kicked out. And this person, surprisingly, Fenglin, after the golden light curse was activated. It can be said that the four people's cooperation like clouds and flowing water formed an extremely beautiful picture on the battlefield. As expected of Tsunade-sama's disciple. It's amazing. Some Konoha ninjas showed surprise after seeing Fenglin's performance. At first they looked down on the 7-year-old Fenglin a little, and only after seeing the strength of Fenglin did they know how big the gap was. Genius. It really is an unattainable existence. You know, when they were 7 years old, they were still learning how to throw shuriken at the ninja school, and Fenglin had already strolled on the battlefield now. In this comparison, you can see how big the gap is. But Zuludi's 3 people cooperated very well, swept across this battlefield ragingly. I know why Konoha can win every time. The combat effectiveness of these middle-class families cannot be underestimated. When Fenglin saw this scene in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little bloody, although he also wanted to enter this battle. But he couldn't do it with his current strength. The final battle of this second ninja war. After all, it was not the stage that belonged to Fenglin. The stage of Fenglin is the Third Ninja World War. This battle can be said to be the end of the era of Konoha White Fang and Konoha Sannin, and a new chapter will begin next. The Third Ninja World War. I will never be like today. A trace of determination flashed in Fenglin's eyes. He knew that he was only here to improve his strength, not to fight. So there was no blow to him, but more motivation. Soon, the battle is over. Although the pig, the deer and the butterfly are the most important fighting power in this battle, don't forget that there is also the nanny Fenglin behind. As long as someone is injured, but Fenglin will directly use both hands to heal the other person. That is not fatal. In less than 5 minutes. A Konoha ninja was able to return to the battle intact. This was like a nightmare for Sane. We must know that in the middle of the Second Ninja War, they had faced the troops led by Tsunade. The scene was simply horrible. As long as Konoha's side is not injured, absolutely fatal, Tsunade's psychic beasts will be able to heal them completely in the first time. As a result, after Sanyan changed several batches of fighters, Konoha's side was still the original batch of fighters. Then with the increase in the number of Konoha reinforcements. Sanyan finally retreated. Therefore, every time Tsunade fought, Tsunade also became the one who must kill in the army of Sane. After all, as long as Tsunade is killed. Then this war will have a great chance of winning. At least it will be much fairer. Soon, proficiency will be 50 soon. Fenglin looked at the 43% double full hand panel in front of him, and his heart gradually became happy. In just half a month, his full hand speed has increased rapidly. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. But what makes Fenglin a pity is that the higher the hands are, the lower the proficiency will be. This means that Fenglin needs to treat more injured ninjas. Sometimes Fenglin finds it troublesome. Directly find some surviving sand ninjas to help them treat their injuries and kill them directly. In this way, both the proficiency of both hands can be used, and it can also destroy an enemy. Why not do it? The main reason is that both hands can only gain proficiency on one person once, otherwise Fenglin will not have to be so troublesome. Mr. Pfeng, behaved well. Narulujiu handed the kettle to Fenglin with a smile. Thanks. Fenglin started drinking after taking over Mito. He hasn't drunk water for a long time. 00 I don't know when this battle will end. I really feel a little tired. Shan Zonghai wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Yeah. Who would like war? Every day, it wanders between life and death, probably. There are about 2 months left. There is already a commotion on Shane's side, and the raid forces led by Master Shuamao are making various raids behind them. I believe there will be a decisive battle soon after, and that decisive battle should be to determine the outcome of this war. Narulukisa said with deep eyes. He can be said to be able to analyze the situation on the battlefield clearly. If it weren't for the pig, deer and butterfly combination, it would need to cooperate to be able to exert the greatest strength. He may have already made suggestions in the command room of Oshimaru. Yes, if nothing else, the third generation of Fennying is about to make a move. After all, Shane's defeat during this period and the number of victims do not allow him, the third generation of Fennying, to continue to wait. So, the next battle is a battle between shadow rank powerhouses. After Fenglin put the kettle in place, Narulukisa continued. Mr. Feng is right. Now it's just a small fight. If it really becomes heated, the battle between the shadow levels has begun. A look of admiration flashed in Nara's eyes. Obviously, Fenglin's remarks were exactly what he had in mind. Up. 55. Chapter 55. 54. Chapter 54. Mr. Feng's medical skills. Seems to be getting better and better. Ku Dao Dingzuo exclaimed at this time. Yes, I don't think there is any change. Fenglin smiled lightly. And there has been a significant increase in speed. It's really amazing. Yamanaka Keiichi also echoed the Tao at this time. After all, they must have been able to observe obvious changes in Fenglin after spending so many days together. When Fenglin first joined them, it took more than 10 minutes in terms of treatment. But with the passage of time, it seems that it has been reduced to about 5 or 6 minutes. This kind of obvious change is naturally in their eyes, and there is also an obvious increase in strength and speed. In the past, they needed to slow down and wait for Fenglin. Now they don't need it anymore. The golden light on Fenglin's body became stronger and stronger. As for the reason, they would definitely not ask. After all, who doesn't have some secret techniques yet? For example, the secret techniques mastered by the pig, deer and butterfly tribes are quite special. So it is not surprising that Fenglin's golden light curse. Okay. You guys don't ask anymore. I think becoming stronger is naturally good news for us. Nara Shikuji said at this moment, and this also made Fenglin feel more like Narulujai in his heart. It really is Konoha's think tank. Whether in terms of IQ or EQ, it is very high. And just when the four were resting, a Konoha communication ninja appeared in front of them at this moment. Luju. There was an accident with the assault troops. The assault force led by Master Shuamao sneaked into the enemy's hinterland and was ambushed by 3 generations of Fennying. Now in a state of encirclement, Lord Oshimaru ordered all the nearby ninja squads to rush to help. Konoha Communications Ninja said quickly at this moment. This news made the faces of everyone present gradually become serious. But the communication ninja didn't chat with them either, and quickly disappeared in place in a blink of an eye. Because he still has to inform the rest of the teams in this battlefield, so that they can quickly support Haki Shumo and others. Impossible. With Master Shuamo's mind, how could this kind of ambush be possible? Shan Zonghai said in confusion. You should know that Tsukumo Hajiki is a ninja who has experienced many battles, so how could he not be able to see this kind of tactics? If I guessed it right. It should be a misjudgment on the command side, which caused the raid troops to get into trouble. Fenglin said at this moment. Based on his knowledge of Tsukumo Hajiki and Mizian Onami, this kind of low-level mistake is absolutely impossible for them to make. Then only the command line of the command can make them fall into the predicament of Shane's encirclement. Feng is right. You don't have to think about it so much now. just assemble with a large force to support it. Narushiji nodded for a long time, and agreed with Pfenglin's point of view. But at this time their discussion is definitely of no avail, and they can only follow other teams to help the raid troops of Haji Sumao and others. Watergate. It seems that this time it was hit. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Haki Sakumo's mouth. Although I had this hunch, but I didn't expect it to come true. Bo Feng Shuiman also smiled helplessly. Even if they know it, they must execute the combat order. But fortunately, there were only a dozen personnel in the assault force, and the worst was only among the elite. Therefore, under Shane's siege, they only lost 2 people. Master Shuamao. What shall we do next? Is it to highlight the encirclement or? At this time, the rest of the assault force all looked at Hagai Shumao together. After all, the captain is Sakumo Hajiki, and he is usually very prestigious. So the backbone must be him. Although the previous rumors made Haki Sakumo's prestige suffered a great blow, his strength cannot be concealed. From the beginning of the war to the present, each of their actions was arranged by Sakumo Hagai, and they were all aimed at the enemy's lifeline. And finally they were able to retreat completely. Therefore their complaints against Sakumo Hagai disappeared without a trace. Sakumo Hagai didn't answer. Instead, he set his sights on the gate of Haifeng Shui. Watergate. If you are allowed to choose a breakout route, you will choose that side, Sakumo Hagai said slowly. And he suddenly threw the question, which also made Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes appear a little surprised. But when he saw Sakumo Hagai's serious eyes, he also knew what the other party meant. If it were me, I would not choose to break through. Since they surround us layer by layer, that means there are almost no defensive weaknesses. It's better we continue to carry out raids in all aspects. I believe that Lord Oshimaru already knows that we are surrounded by this time, and support will arrive within a day. At that time, we can bloom in the center, let the support troops make a gap, and finally break through. Bo Feng Shuiman calmly analyzed. His remarks first gave everyone a glimpse, and originally wanted to speak out to refute Bo Feng Shuiman's thoughts. After all, this approach is too dangerous. Once a mistake, it will all be wiped out. But when I think about it carefully, there seems to be a little truth. After all, Shane's encirclement is not so easy to break out. It is better to choose their weakest defensive camp to attack. Taking offense as defense, waiting for the arrival of support. Sakumo Hajiki nodded slowly after listening. Approval appeared in the eyes. The reason why he referred the problem to Bo Feng Shuiman was because he deliberately wanted to train Bo Feng Shuiman as his successor. The next Konoha commander. Yes, Prachanam, your proposal is very good. What do you think? Sakumo Hagai glanced at the other members and said slowly, we support the idea of Watergate. Everyone nodded slightly. After all, even Haki Sakumo thought it was correct, and it made sense. Who would be sick to oppose? Okay. Then the command of the operation this time will be fully delegated to Watergate, Sakumo Hagai said slowly after obtaining the consent of everyone. Senior Shuamao, Bo Feng Watergate was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect Sakumo Hagigi to make such a bold decision. Do not let me down. From now on I will follow your orders. Sakumo Hagai patted the shoulder of Feng Shuiman and said slowly, Prachanam, everyone believes in you. At this time, a member of the assault force also echoed the road. They also saw that Sakumo Hajiki wanted to cultivate the thoughts of Feng Shuiman. If this is the case, it would be better to be a good friend, and the performance of Bo Feng Shuiman is also in their eyes. Okay. I will live up to your expectations. A touch of perseverance and determination appeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face. At this moment, he really wanted to catch Pfenglin and thank him. Had it not been for Pfenglin to play chess with him since he was a child, he might not really understand these tactics. Chapter 56. 55. Chapter 55. It turns out there was nothing wrong with Bo Feng Shuiman's decision. Shane's many ninjas and upper-level combat power focused on the outer part. After all, People's first thoughts were to break through the encirclement, and the 3 generations of Fenning wanted to completely solve the trouble of the assault troops. The army has been gradually shrunk back. The purpose is to completely kill Haki Shumao. At the same time, this also means 1,000 generations. After all, Chio and Tsukumo Hagai have a deep hatred. Both the daughter-in-law and son died at the hands of Tsukumo Hagai. How could Chio not hate it? But the one thing they miscalculated was that they underestimated Tsukumo Hagagi, who could have thought that Konoha's assault troops didn't even think about breaking through, but were looking for lonely sandy ninjas everywhere to intercept and kill, sometimes even when sleeping soundly in the camp. He was raided by a team led by Bo Feng Shuiman. Others don't love war at all, and leave after a wave of destruction. If you are comfortable, you will kill a few people. When Shane's ninja fully reacted, he wanted to chase Haifeng Mizuman and others. But they had long since ran away. 27 Sand Hidden Base Camp. You guys explain to me. You promised before that once the encirclement is formed, you will be able to catch them immediately. Now that most of the day has passed, the person was not caught, but there were casualties on our side. Furthermore, Konoha's army is now completely forced to come up. You tell me what to do. 3 generations of Fenning's face was full of anger, and she cursed at the high-level Shane in front of her. How could he believe the stupid decision of these people? It's fine now. People didn't grab it. Konoha put the knife on his neck. Master Fenning. Chio spoke out at this time, but he was coldly scolded by Feng Ying of the 3rd generation. Enough. Chio. You all go out. Leave me alone. 3 generations of Fenning said slowly after being silent for a long time. Everyone looked at each other at this moment. They didn't dare to continue to speak out. In Chio's eyes, there was a sense of unwillingness, but he was forcibly taken away by Ilaozang. After all, this time to provoke the 3 generations of Fenning, who was in a rage. Even if Kyondai was a high-level Shayin, it would be unlucky. Besides, this time the strategy was proposed by Chio. 3 generations of Fenning didn't immediately punish Chio to save her face. If she makes any suggestions at this time. I am afraid it will really suffer. After all, this is the 3rd generation of Fenning, and he is no longer the young boy. Therefore, they naturally dare not rely on the old to sell the old. Konoha is still strong all the time. 3 generations of Fenning let out a sigh after the people in Shane left. This war, it can be said that Konoha has more top combat power, and this is why the 3 generations of Fenning did not dare to take action. Because he knew that once he made a move, it would definitely trigger the action of the 2 shadow-level powerhouses on Konoha's side. Tsunade. Oshimaru. And Tsukumo Hagai, who messed up behind him. If these 3 shadow-level powerhouses came to the frontal battlefield together, it would be a one-sided situation. Therefore. The 3 generations of Fenning only side like this, and today is the best opportunity to intercept Hagai Shumao, but the time is already past. Konoha's army has begun to approach, which means that Shane's forces can no longer form an encirclement. At that time, it was easy for the people like Tsukumo Hagai to jump out of the encirclement. Why can't I have so many talents in Shane? 3 generations of Fenning suddenly slapped the table in front of him, and the table shattered into 2 halves in the next second. At present, the younger generation that Shane can take is Lyosha, but she still needs to grow up. Look at Konoha's side. Sanin. White teeth. And the budding wave of Watergate. There is also a 7-year-old child. It seems to be called Bi Finglin. He was very proficient in medicine when he was only 7 years old. In this war, he has saved many Konoha ninjas. For a time, 3 generations of Fenning couldn't help but start to be jealous of Konoha. In the desert, Watergate. Your plan worked. Sergeant's encirclement has been dispersed. Now we can finally get out. A Konoha ninja who went to explore the situation ran up, with a joyful expression on his face. It seems that Dashimaru also knows what to do. Otherwise, Sane won't be able to untie the encirclement so easily. After hearing the news, Tsukumo Hagai showed a hint of joy on his face. If you know that Dashimaru doesn't know how to do this, I'm afraid they are really going to be gradually surrounded, although their agility is extremely strong. But it doesn't mean that Shane's people eat dry food. They were unable to capture Hamushuma and others for a while because of the desert problem. Once their encirclement was completely shrunk back, it would really be difficult to fly by then. Let's go. After so many days away from the camp, we should also go back and fix it, Tsukumo Hagai said to everyone. But there was already an extremely strong hunch in my heart. Because he saw many wounded when he attacked Shane camp, the increase in wounded means that the war has come to a white-hot stage. The 3 generations of Fennying must be reluctant to have more sand-hidden ninjas injured, so they can only take action personally. Until then, it's the real decisive battle. Everyone in the assault force was rushing towards the east one after another after receiving the order of Hakishumao. It didn't take long. The assault troops came to the edge of the desert, and as long as they passed this area, they returned to the Konoha camp. Survival in the desert these days. Many people feel bored. When they saw the scene outside the desert, the eyebrows were also stretched out. At this moment, a sound of 100 breaking through the sky sounded. Call out! Exclamation mark. An extremely small silver needle struck a Konoha assault ninja's body. Be careful. Bofeng Shuiman reacted between the electric light and flint, and instantly stood in front of his companion. Not good. In an ambush. In an instant, the faces of everyone became extremely serious, and there was no trace of panic. An encircling circle is formed to surround the Bofeng Watergate. Prajanam ... Prajanam ... Are you alright? Tsukumo immediately lifted the Bofeng Watergate to the bottom and quickly pulled out the silver needle from him. Not good. This needle is poisonous. Tsukumo's face suddenly changed. He could clearly see the right arm of Bofeng Shuiman turning purple. And this was the poison that he had previously poisoned. I'm fine. Senior Shuimao, be careful. Bofeng Shuiman resisted the pain in his arm and stood up. And just at this moment the figures appeared one after another. Look around. Dozens of sandy ninjas appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the only ones were a middle-aged old woman and a middle-aged man. White teeth. I finally didn't wait for nothing. I guessed that you would go back to Konoha camp from here. It seems God told me to kill you. After seeing Tsukumo Hagai, Chio had hatred and joy in his eyes. But the expression on his face gradually became distorted. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. For Tsukumo Hajiki. Chio is hated. The launch of this war. Chio can be said to do his utmost to promote and fully support the 3 generations of Fennying. The purpose is to kill Hakishuma and avenge his son and daughter-in-law. And Chio's anger goes far beyond that. Tsukumo Hagai not only caused her to lose her relatives, but also caused her poor grandson to lose his parents. From this we can see how much Chio hates Tsukumo. White teeth. I didn't expect you to have today too. Hyundai's words were filled with endless hatred, which immediately made Tsukumo's brows frowned. Looking at the Chio who was older than him, it seemed familiar from his face. Do you think of something? I am the mother of the couple you killed. Chio sneered when he saw a trace of memory on Haki's face. And this moment. Tsukumo Hagai finally knew why the old woman in front of him hated herself so much. When he was performing a task, he killed 2 of Shane's puppet masters. 1 man and 1 woman. Seems to be a couple. But Tsukumo Hajiki, who was performing the mission, would not have the slightest affection, and directly and ruthlessly killed the couple. Then he left. The reason why he felt a little familiar was that the couple's puppetry skills were extremely exquisite. Have left a deep impression on Shumo Hajiki. At first, Tsukumo Hagai was slightly injured, but he killed the couple more easily. But Tsukumo Hagai would naturally not have any confession or other expressions, but looked at Chio with an expressionless face. After all. Too many people died in the war, and he didn't know how many lives he had. That couple was just one of the dead souls under his sword. Seijin's Chio? I've heard the name for a long time. Tsukumo Hajiki slowly pulled out the short knife behind his back, showing the cold light. It was very frightening. You must know that the poison in the previous attack was developed by Chio. Since Chio came to seek revenge from him, then Tsukumo Hagai must also take revenge on his previous poisonous vengeance. The aura on his body began to condense gradually, and his icy eyes glanced around, forming a strong sense of oppression. The sand-hidden ninjas who were staring at Tsukumo Hagai couldn't help taking a step back at this moment. What a terrifying murderous spirit. How many people did this guy kill? For a moment everyone was shocked by Haki Tsukumo's terrifying murderous aura, and it was impossible to imagine how much blood was stained by the opponent's men. Attention! The other party is Konoha White Fang. Be careful, all me. Revenge is revenge. Chio still has a trace of fear and full vigilance towards Tsukumo Hagai. Even she couldn't guarantee that she would be close to each other, so she brought her brother Hilazang this time. The two top puppet masters of Shane are here, and I believe they can fight against Hagai Tsukumo. You try to take the water gate to break out, and I will hold them. Tsukumo Hagai slowly said to the people around him. Master White Fang. No. For a moment, the boss with staring pupils. They naturally wouldn't let Haki Shumao be their queen. Shut up. This is an order. Tsukumo Hagai scolded coldly. Now is not the time for anyone to be strong. To know that they now have the wounded Bofing Shuimon, they must be sent for treatment quickly. Others don't know how terrifying this poison is, but Tsukumo Hagai knows it very well. The most urgent task now is to find Fenglin or Tsunade. Only they can solve Chio's special poison. Want to go? Stop them for me. It is naturally impossible for Chio to let the rest of the raid force leave like this. And at this moment Sajin's ninja also moved. One after another, the ninjas from the other assault troops encircled and suppressed. Want to block the way? Get past me first. Tsukumo Hagai sneered. His eyes were slightly cold, and the short knife glowing white in his hand swung out at this moment. Bang! Exclamation mark. In an instant, a majestic sword gas swept out, instantly beheaded by the sand-hidden ninja who rushed forward. What a terrifying sword spirit. In an instant, the sandy ninja group quickly backed away. The pupils were filled with a trace of astonishment. The knife just now. If you are hit, you will definitely die. Bring water gate to find Fenglin or go directly to the camp to find Tsunade. Tsukumo Hagai said without turning his head. Master White Fang. At this moment, the Konoha ninja, who was carrying the unconscious Mizuno Gate on his back, has tears in his eyes. But under the cover of his companions, he could only leave quickly, because they knew that the most important thing at this time was to remove the poison from Bofeng Shuiman, otherwise there would be an irreversible situation. And can't waste the time that Tsukumo Hagai has been procrastinating for them. Dairis' white teeth. It's really touching. Although you are strong, but this desert is where you are buried. Chio sneered, as if he was about to get revenge. At this time, Haki Tsukumo's wings were also difficult to fly. Oh, kill me? You are not the first person to think this way. Nor will you be the last. Upon seeing this, Tsukumo Hagai sneered. Let me see how powerful Shane's top puppet technique is. Tsukumo Hajiki held the knife tightly, and his white hair was flying along with the yellow sand in the sky. There was coldness in his eyes. Come on. Chio sacrificed his puppet, jumped, pulling a long thread with both hands. Struck. Puppetry. Fuck at the blade. Chio's hands were pulling the chakra-derived silk thread, and with the wind, he threw the poison-coated kunai towards Hagoi Tsukumo too. Seeing this, Tsukumo Hagai, his eyes were lost, because he found that every kunai had thousands of chakra threads on it, worthy of being Shain's top puppet master. Sure enough, he has used the puppet technique to the extreme. Haki Tsukumo didn't dare to hit his head and jumped, staring coldly at the flying Kyuzu. Immediately after waving the short blade in his hand, He shot down the poison-coated Kuma one by one. While dodging, Hakisakuma was also observing Chio's puppetry attacks. He found that the puppet that Chio was manipulating was extremely fast. If he was not careful, he would be stuck by the chakra silk thread, and with his puppetry skills, he would surely be able to quickly defeat Tsukumo Hagai. Therefore Tsukumo Hagai must be very careful not to make any mistakes. After all, once he makes a mistake, he will fall into death. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, this battle can be said to be the grievance between Chio and Tsukumo Hagai. The rest of the sand-hidden ninjas did not dare to intervene without authorization. After all, this level of battle was no longer something they could enter. Sure enough, Konoha White Fang is not a vain name. After Chio saw his attack failed, his face gradually became serious. The swordsmanship of the Hagai family is unpredictable, and Hagigi Tsukumo in front of him relies on the short blade in his hand to shock the ninja world. The power is terrifying to the extreme. Chio's kunai was quickly shot down by Tsukumo Hagai. Then he turned around, using the extreme movement of the sand back and forth. The hands in his hands condense again. Then the puppet moved again, and Tsukumo Hajiki was at the time Chidai was casting the spell, and the chakra within his body swelled quickly, and quickly moved towards Chio. The cold light in his hand is like a sharp sword killing his life. It is frightening. Puppetry. Performing personally and personally. Chio was stunned when he manipulated chakrasi with both hands, and several puppets stood in front of him at this moment. Switching back and forth between attack and defense did not give Tsukumo Hagai a chance to succeed. Shadow clone technique. Hakisakuma suddenly sealed, and two shadow clones appeared beside them, each holding a short blade and rushing away quickly. And at this moment the 1,000 generations of puppets also broke free, each with a grimace. White Fang, your strength is really strong, but you must die here today. Chio's eyes were full of coldness, and his body was full of murderous aura. Secret skill middle and E-line slash. As Chio's voice rang, the two matching puppets raised their left and right hands respectively. A chain of chains are connected to each other. The moment of tension turned into a sharp soft knife and strangling towards Hakishumo. However, at this moment, a white lightning flashed out of Hakishumo's body. After turning around, he quickly avoided the attack. The speed is as fast as lightning. It is impossible to catch the trace with the naked eye. Asshole. Chio glared glaringly in his eyes. He did not expect that Tsukumo Hagai had hidden so much, and he still could not hurt him with many methods. Wrong. Something went wrong. Chio's face changed suddenly. The anger really dazzled his head. And at this moment, one of his most fatal weaknesses was exposed. Because her puppet was dragged tightly by Hakishumo's shadow clone, only one offensive puppet was left at this time. Puppet Heart middle. Organization Shield Seal. Chio used the puppet mechanism as a medium to turn his chakra into a defensive shield, and several puppets instantly returned to defense. Showing a powerful defensive posture. Bang! Tsukumo Hajiki, who turned into a flashing light, smashed a pair of puppets' important organs directly with a knife. But this didn't help much. This is just a pair of puppets. I don't know how many puppets are owned by top puppet masters like Chio. What a troublesome opponent. Hakisakuma's face gradually became serious. Not only is he going to fight Chio, but he is also always on guard for these snarling ninjas. White Fang, in order to kill you, I specially modified my puppet. You must die here today. Chio's eyes filled with crazy hatred. It can be seen. She hated Hakishumo to the bone. Master Hai. Should we help? At that time, if Konoha's reinforcements come, we still can't get Hagai Tsukumo. At this time, a sand-hidden ninja spoke out at this time. Help. If you are not afraid of death, go and help. If you think your strength has reached the half-step shadow level, go. Ilazang glanced at the sandy ninja next to him and said coldly, even if he was involved in this battle, he didn't care about it. After all, The battle between these two people would have no half-step shadow-level strength, may be killed by their attack in an instant. You must know that these two people are now deadly. There is no point left. On the other side of the battlefield, the Bifenglin Pig Deer Butterfly 4-person action team is galloping toward the direction where Hagaki Shuma and the others broke through. They can be said to be the fastest group of teams, because the speed of Bifenglin increased rapidly. Naralakuji and the three did not need to slow down and wait for Bifenglin. Brother, don't have trouble with you, Bifenglin prayed in his heart. Although it is impossible for Yibo Feng Shuiman to have an accident, but not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Who hasn't overturned the car? Moreover, the assault force is also the configuration of the galaxy battleship Hyuga, Yamanaka, Uakaiha, Hagaki Sakumo, Hafing Mizuman. This configuration can be said to be extremely luxurious. But the more the galaxy battleship, the easier it is to roll over. For some reason, Bifenglin's heart suddenly beat, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Attention! There are strong chakra fluctuations 500 meters away. And there is more than one kind of individual. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 Yamanaka Keiichi's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. Get ready for battle. Narakaji also stopped at this moment, looking at the front warily. Although I don't know if it was the person who broke out or Cheyenne, you are ready to defend yourself at any time? Narashikuji asked at this time. Okay, I got it. Kudao Dingzuo also agreed at this moment, and Bifenglin also closed the golden light curse, and then began to perceive the chakra fluctuations and breath in front of him. At this moment, Bifenglin felt an extremely familiar chakra fluctuation. It's from the assault force. I can sense my brother's chakra. Bifenglin instantly perceives this subtle chakra fluctuation, which is surprisingly attributable to Bofeng Shuiman. 00 This. Hurry. Keep up. Naruluji didn't know why Bifenglin was so sure, but he swiftly moved forward, counting it. It's been a long time since I saw my brother. A faint smile appeared on Bifenglin's face, but there was a strange feeling in my heart. Although this chakra wave is indeed a wave of wind and water. But why is it so weak? Could it be the injured? Thinking of this, Bifenglin's heart suddenly became uneasy. Immediately after turning on the golden light curse, speeding up and rushing forward swiftly, Bifeng, the pig, deer and butterfly who were left behind for a while were also surprised by Bifenglin's sudden acceleration. But at this time it was too late to ask what the reason was, and I could only speed up quickly to keep up. Whoosh whoosh! Exclamation mark. After seeing the group of people wearing Konoha's forehead guards, the four quickly landed. Luju, hey! At this time. Someone in the assault troops knew Narashikahizu and Yamanaka Keiichi, and there was ecstasy on their faces. Very good. You broke out. A touch of joy also appeared on Nara's face. At this moment, the tension of the members of the assault force suddenly relaxed. At this moment, the people who met Konoha, that means their reinforcements have arrived. Quick! Take me to find someone named Bifenglin. Watergate is poisoned and needs emergency treatment. At this moment, the Konoha ninja who was carrying Hafing Mizuno quickly roared. What? Exclamation mark. Bifenglin, who had landed on the ground looking for the figure of Bofeng Shuiman. The complexion froze at this moment. Up. Chapter 59. Chapter 58. What's wrong with my brother? After Bifenglin heard these words. The figure suddenly rushed to the shouting Konoha ninja. When he saw Bofeng Shuiman who had been unconscious, his face suddenly turned pale. Are you his brother? In order to help me block Chu's sneak attack, the arm was pierced by a poisonous needle. Now only the person named Bifenglin or Tsunade-sama can save him. Konoha ninja saw the look of Bifenglin, and immediately told the current situation of the Watergate. But when Bifenglin saw that the toxins on Bofeng Shuiman's arms had begun to spread, his complexion became unwell. But take a closer look. This poison seems to be exactly the same as the poison in the previous one by Tsukumo Hagai. And the reason why Haifeng Mizuman fainted ... may be because she wanted to play one-shot kill ... so the concentration of toxins was increased to the maximum. It turns out to be this kind of poison ... It's easier to handle this way. After Fenglin inspected it, he confirmed that the toxin was exactly the same as the one in the last time Hakoyama Shamu. And at this moment, the heart that was originally hanging is slowly loosening. What? Do you have a way to save Watergate? Kono and Ninja said in disbelief. You have to know that the Fenglin in front of you seems to be only about 7 or 8 years old. How could it be possible to solve the problem that Tsunade-sama could only solve? If there is no one with the same name and surname ... I am the Fenglin you are looking for, Fenglin said lightly. Then the chakra scalpel condensed out, and then the emergency treatment was launched just like the last time he treated Shamo Hagai. Relatively more cautious than last time, Fenglin can be said to be very relaxed this time. What? You ... You are Fenglin? Question mark. For a while, Konoha Ninja was shocked by Fenglin. Be quiet. Don't let me swear. Fenglin turned his head slightly, and the cold eyes directly caused the Konoha Ninja to shut up instantly. Even this Konoha Ninja didn't realize that he was shocked by Fenglin's eyes. No. Kid ... How could you possibly? For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Be quiet. Jun Feng's medical skills can be said to be among the best in the medical army. What's more, Bo Feng Shuiman is still his elder brother, and there will be no problems. Narashikahiza came over and patted him on the shoulder and said slowly, how could it be? A 7-year-old medical ninja? Exclamation mark. When Konoha Ninja heard what Nara Lukisa said, he was a little sluggish. The suspicion in his eyes instantly transformed into a sense of shock. It turns out that the rumors are not fake. A 7-year-old child did appear on the battlefield during this time. On the battlefield, I don't know how many Konoha ninjas' lives were saved from a near-death state. He doesn't believe this rumor at all. After all, this is too ridiculous. Let alone the harsh conditions of the medical ninja. A 7-year-old child surpasses most medical ninjas, even a disciple of Tsunade-sama. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. Fenglin's techniques are extremely exquisite, and the medical ninjutsu he uses has never been seen before. Finally, the toxins are dealt with. The next step is to heal the wound. Fenglin whispered. The main function room with both full hands can modify and repair the body. As for toxins, it cannot be dealt with. Therefore, Fenglin went to learn medical ninjutsu, both hands, palm fairy technique. Fenglin once again skillfully used both hands and palm immortality together, under the circumstances that others can't see. The wound of Bo Feng Shuiman began to heal at this moment. 10 minutes later, there was a trace of pain on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, but it quickly disappeared. Then I opened my eyes slowly. What came into my eyes was a familiar face. North Feng. Bo Feng Shuiman murmured weakly. Great. I finally woke up. Fenglin was relieved after seeing Bo Feng Shuiman wake up. Feng, why are you here? Bo Feng Shuiman looked at everything in front of him suspiciously, and when he woke up, the rest of the people also gathered at this moment. Great. Prajanam. You finally woke up. After seeing Bo Feng Shuiman waking up, everyone showed a burst of joy on their faces. Brother, this place has been far away from the sand-hidden area of influence. You are a person from the assault unit. After being poisoned, it happened that my team was very close to you, so we met. Fenglin said slowly after seeing the doubt in Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes. Is that so? It seems that Bi Feng, your medical ninjutsu during this period has been greatly improved. Bo Feng Shuiman chuckled and looked at Fenglin and said, it seems Fenglin is the right choice to come to the battlefield to act as a medical ninja. You should know that during the raid mission, I heard many sand-hidden ninjas talking about Konoha's medical genius. Gave me a lot of experience and improvement. Fenglin nodded and replied, after all, This is indeed the case. The speed of Fenglin's double hands and golden light curse can be said to be extremely fast, not knowing how much faster than when he was in Konoha Hospital. That's not right. Where's Senior Shuimao? Bo Feng Shuiman stood up, looked around and asked suspiciously, there is no figure of Tsukumo Hajiki here. Could it be that there was an accident? When Bo Feng Shuiman asked this question, everyone in the assault troops unconsciously lowered their heads, and a touch of shame appeared on their faces. Master White Fang, he retreated to cover us. He left alone the people who blocked Chio and Sane. The Konoha ninja who had previously carried Haifeng Mizuno said slowly at this moment. What? Bo Feng Shuiman's face changed drastically, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. You guys. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at the crowd in front of him, suddenly trembling with anger. Watergate. Actually, they are not to blame. After all, it was because you were injured and unconscious at the time, so Haki Shamo chose to stay alone. Nara Shikuji also spoke slowly at this moment, although he didn't want to be the peacemaker. But the situation before him really did not allow infighting. Brother, with Uncle Shuimao's strength, as long as Fenning didn't take the shot himself, he couldn't keep him. If you don't worry about it, we will follow the large group to find Uncle Shuimao. Fenglin knew the anger in Bo Feng Shuiman's heart, and Fenglin was also a little bit colder in the eyes of the assault troops at the moment. Although he knew that Yi Shen's strength would definitely not be able to retain Tsukumo Hagai. But their behavior of leaving their companions to escape was really shameful. Well, you make sense. Bo Feng Shuiman also calmed down at this moment. But the eyes he looked at the group of assault troops were no longer what they used to be, a bit more indifferent. And when everyone was deadlocked in silence. A figure quickly fell from midair. After seeing the white hair in front of them, joy suddenly appeared on everyone's faces. Master White Fang. Chapter 60. Chapter 59, the person in front of you is Haki Tsukumo. Senior White Fang. After Bo Feng Shuiman saw Haki Tsukumo, he immediately stepped forward to say hello. Watergate. That's great. It seems that your injury is not too serious. The worry on Haki Tsukumo's face also slowly faded at this moment. Already solved. It was Feng who cured me. Bo Feng Shui's goalkeeper turned his gaze to Fenglin, who was standing behind, with a light smile. Uncle Shuimao. Long time no see. Fenglin greeted Hamu Shuimao. Mr. Feng, it seems that this time your trip is worthwhile. Medical ninjutsu has improved a lot. When Haki Shuimao saw Bi Fenglin, the smile on his face became stronger. It seems that Sane poses no threat to you. There is not even the slightest injury on your body. Fenglin saw Hamu Shuimao come back intact, said with surprise, you know, according to the previous Nara Shikuji's previous conversation with the assault troops, Saiyin's force distribution and the ninja who surrounded them this time, it can be seen that the situation of Tsukumo Hajiki left alone is very dangerous. Not to mention that Chio and Ilozang, who have two top puppet masters, intercepted and killed Hagaki Tsukumo. If there is an injury, I'm afraid I won't be standing here. 1,000 generations of puppetry attack weapons are all covered with poison, once they are touched. 27. I'm afraid it is really going to die somewhere, Tsukumo Hagai said with lingering fears. In the previous battle with Chio. Tsukumo Hagai dare not make any mistakes, because he knows that if he makes a mistake, he will definitely become a dead soul under the sword of 1,000 generations. And I have to say that the puppet technique is really amazing. It's simply a natural skill. Sometimes he really couldn't imagine what kind of mind the second generation Fenning who developed the puppet technique had. Chose puppetry? Fenglin's heart was also shocked. He didn't expect Haki Tsukumo to show such a look, which shows how dangerous the battle scenes were at that time. I don't know how one of the 8 miraculous skills, Balian, compares with Shane's puppet technique. Fenglin thought in his heart. Among the 8 wonders, is one of the 8 wonders with the strongest puppet skills in the alien world. From this name, one can feel how powerful the divine machine Balian is. But Fenglin believes that the puppet technique has a big gap compared with the magic tricks. Divine mechanics is not a simple puppet technique, and it can be understood as 2 parts, divine machine and Balian, that is, creation and refining. Although there is a slight similarity with puppet art, it is very different. After all, puppetry requires human manipulation. The divine machine is a combination of the Mohist school and the public loser, as well as the wooden cow and horse riding principle of later generations. So even if the owner is not there, you can still fight. As for the mystery, Fenglin, he couldn't think of much for a while. After all, this is just his undecided understanding of the divine mechanism and practice, not a lot. If you want to truly understand the divine mechanism and practice, then you must brush the proficiency of both hands to 90%. The remaining 7 stunts will be drawn immediately. So the probability can be said to be very rare. Let's go, Feng-jun. We have to go back to the camp. Bo Feng Shuiman watched his brother sink into thinking, couldn't help but smiled. And then shouted. Bo Feng Shuiman has long been accustomed to this matter that Fenglin often thinks in a daze. Of course, it can only be carried out in this safe state. Fenglin was taken aback for a moment. Back to camp, brother. Don't your assault troops continue to fight? Fenglin asked curiously. It is important to know that the assault troops generally do not appear on the frontal battlefield before a decisive battle, and they rarely return to the camp. But now Tsukumo Hagai has ordered everyone to return to the camp. Is this a sign? The effect of the assault force has been achieved, and Shane is already very vigilant. It is difficult to have another chance to attack. Plus, the war has entered a white-hot stage. I am afraid that the decisive battle is about to come. At this moment, Tsukumo Hagai walked over and replied slowly. Just now, he received the order from Oshimaru to let the raid troops fix ... waiting for the next order instructions. Obviously ... Oshimaru also sensed the intention of the 3rd generation of Fenning. Either a decisive battle, or retreat, or just stand still for a while and wait for the opportunity. Is that so? At this moment, Fenglin also nodded suddenly. Let's go. Just take this opportunity to talk about your recent experience. After Bo Feng Shuiman recovered for a while, he stood up and greeted Fenglin. Then go back to the camp first. Fenglin also knew that there was no need to go to the front line at this time, so he obediently followed Bo Feng Shuiman back to the camp. Sand hidden. Chio. Is this what you call confidence? Break a dozen Zongren ... But let White Fang slip under your nose? 3 generations of Fenning looked at the 1,000 generations in front of him, and said, holding back the anger in his heart. At this time, he knew very well that he could not get angry at will, which would have a bad influence on the people below. But what Chio did really made him feel angry. Why are they reducing the encirclement? What is the purpose of mobilizing so many troops to encircle and suppress the rear? Isn't it to trap Konoha White Fang in their encirclement, so that Konoha loses an important combat power, so as to increase the victory of this war? The 3rd generation Fenning was very annoyed by the fact that he didn't kill Konoha White Fang. Now Chio was in ambush to Konoha Baito, but let the other party slip away from under his eyelids. This makes people feel angry. Master Fenning ... You also know the strength of Konoha White Fang. It's good that my sister and I can be equal to him ... It is difficult to defeat and kill him. Ila Zhang stood up and said at this time. After all, he was also involved in this action. And Chio was so blamed. He naturally wanted to come out and say a word. After hearing Ilo Zhang's words ... Sandai Fenning also calmed down a bit, thinking carefully. He was right. Konoha White Fang's strength is indeed amazing, otherwise it would not be famous in the ninja world. And the reputation even surpassed the Konoha 100 Sannin who was famous in the ninja world with him. I am afraid I am stronger than myself. And at this moment ... Chio didn't speak, just lowered his head quietly, but if you can see her face, you can see her face full of unwillingness. Her eyes are full of resentment and anger. Nothing. That's it. This war may not have happened. 3 generations of Fenning sighed deeply. He looked more than 30 years old, as if he was 10 years old. No, never let go like this. After hearing these words, Chio suddenly raised his head and shouted at Sandai Fenning. And now, the atmosphere has changed. No one thought that Chio dared to stand up against Sandai Fenning. Master Fenning. The decisive battle. As long as the final battle. From then on, I retreated behind the scenes, and handed over the 10 guards of the puppet technique, no longer interfering in the affairs of the high-level Shayin. Chio said coldly. Her remarks caused the complexion of everyone present to change suddenly, and even Ila Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. 3 generations of Fenning's body trembled suddenly, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What you said is true. Real. The next second, the scene became silent again, and no one dared to speak. The other top executives looked at each other at this moment. They didn't expect Chio to have such courage. It seems that I want revenge and want to be crazy. Okay. I promise you. After weighing the pros and cons of the 3 generations, Fenning said decisively. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. Really? 3 generations. Fenning was tempted by the conditions that Chio made. You must know that the power that Chio holds is the Jiangge puppet division. In other words, if Chio abdicated, it would be the command power of the 2 puppet divisions being completely handed over. And Chio also handed over the 10-person guard puppet technique he had improved and developed. These 2 points are enough for the 3 generations of Fenning to agree to the 1,000 generations who were dazzled by hatred. As long as he has these, then those in the village who rely on the old and sell the old will be completely settled down. And he can also perform a big blood exchange on Shayin. After all, those worms left by the 2nd generation of Fenning are always gnawing on Shayin. Therefore, the 3 generations of Fenning must clean up all these worms to make Shayin stronger. All this is just as Dashimaru expected. Shayin has begun to shrink his forces and concentrate, and this also means 2 kinds of signals. One is that Shayin wants to withdraw his troops and intends to make peace with Konoha. One is to concentrate all forces on a decisive battle with Konoha. These 2. The first one is of course not to even think about it. After all, Shayin still has the main battle faction, so discussing this point is tantamount to idiotic dreams. What's more, the 3 generations of Fenning have accepted the conditions of the 1,000 generations, and this war is about to enter a white-hot stage. 1 month passed quickly. The war has also reached its most intense stage. However, Shiyuki obviously had a disadvantage, and some of those who were beaten by Konoha had no power to resist. There are also not a few collisions between shadow-level powerhouses. During the period 3 generations of Fukage and Chio, the 2 made a joint effort to try to make Konoha more casualties. And Konoha's cage class of Snake Maru and Hagai Sakuma were naturally not vegetarian, and soon took part in the war. But with the passage of time, Shayin has begun to fall into a disadvantage. No way. 3 generations of Fenning's opponent this time. Not just Oshimaru alone, and there is also the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Ninja War Konoha unit. In this aspect of war command, I don't know how much better it is than the 3 generations of Fenning. Therefore, under the conspiracy of 2 military strategists, Tsukumo Hajiki and Dashimaru, the 3 generations of Fenning suffered a big loss. And today, it was the final battle between Konoha and Sane. This battle also meant that the final curtain of the 2nd Ninja World War came to an end. But in this war there is a bit more color. A Konoha kid in a white coat wandered around on the battlefield to heal the injured Konoha ninja. Although he didn't participate in the battle but his name already resounded throughout the battlefield. In one day, the kid brought back 45 dying Konoha ninjas from the Ghost Gate. And all the combat ninjas in Konoha also knew the identity of this special medical ninja. The disciple of Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas they admire. Fenglin's name. This time it can be said to be famous in the ninja world. And his impression on Shane's side was not as good as Konoha's side, because someone once witnessed Fenglin mercilessly killing a sand-hidden ninja. Even if the other party begged him, there was only indifference and ruthlessness in his eyes. He didn't see life and death in his eyes at all. In the eyes of Shane's people, Fenglin is like a monster. Soon, this war is also the victory of Konoha's side. After all, with Tsunade's existence, Konoha's side seemed to be a perpetual motion machine. The ninjas were constantly engaged in battle. Teacher. The slug's healing effect is even stronger than that of the living regeneration technique. Fenglin looked at the slugs attached to the injured ninjas in surprise and exclaimed, to know that such a large-scale medical ninjutsu can be said to be an absolute bug. No wonder the name of Tsunade's ninja sacred hand in the Second Ninja World War was so loud, and the slug's healing ability was also powerful enough. Aren't you nonsense? This is an immortal technique. And these slugs are clones of the great immortal slug in the wet bone forest. Naturally, the healing power is stronger than that released by humans. Why? Do you want to learn? I can teach you after returning to the village. Tsunade hugged his hands in front of him, and a triumphant expression appeared on his face. Obviously, Fenglin's expression made her teacher very satisfied. Forget it, no need. Slimy. You better teach it to mute. A touch of disgust flashed in Fenglin's eyes and said, you brat, dare to speak so badly. Tsunade was immediately irritated by Fenglin. She didn't expect this kid to say that, which made Tsunade a little breathless. I'll go and see if there are any ninjas who have survived on the battlefield. Fenglin knew he had angered Tsunade. And then drew away and left. This kid is really confusing. Tsunade looked at the other persons leaving back, and couldn't help showing a bitter smile. We must know that if ordinary people hear that they can learn the magic of the Three Holy Land. But the kid Fenglin was strange, and he even showed a look of disgust. We must know that the medical skills of the Wetbone Forest and the Fairy Chakra are the dreams of countless medical ninjas. But Fenglin simply rejected it. It's so peculiar. The reason why Fenglin would simply refuse to drop Tsunade was because he didn't need the fairy magic chakra of the Wetbone Forest at all. Because both Full Hands and Golden Light Curse and the newly obtained Thunder Method are enough for him to use. And he didn't have so much thought to cultivate other things. These have been enough for Fenglin to work for a while. Proficiency of both hands: %. Enter the room. Golden Light Curse proficiency, 67.6%. Entered the room. Leaf proficiency, 2.4%. Begin. Fenglin looked at the system panel in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. As for why the proficiency of both hands only increased so much in a month, it is because the more you go up, the lower your proficiency will be. In other words, Fenglin needs to treat more talents, and a person can only gain proficiency once. Diaresis War. It is really love and hate. Fenglin looked at the battlefield in front of him. The whole battlefield was filled with dead bodies. There are Konoha. There are sandy clouds, which are beyond count. Fenglin knew that these people had families, wives and children, and parents at home waiting for them to return. But they can never go back. Their age is permanently fixed here, and their souls have also soared into the pure land of bliss. But Fenglin didn't have any feelings in his heart. It must be fake. The scene in front of me makes me feel sad. Although his mind is a 6-year-old adult. But this scene really shocked his world. But I can only sigh slightly, lamenting these dead people. Even the enemy. War. Fight. Death. These will never stop, because this is human nature. Where there are people, there are fight tiles. Fenglin sighed, then turned and left. I hope they will not live in this world in the next life. This scene. Fenglin couldn't help but ring a word recorded in the books of the previous life. Above the sticks, the sound of dead souls. Flowers on this shore, sadness on the other shore. May you all go well. Chapter 62. Chapter 61. The news of Sandian's defeat quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Many people were surprised that Saiyan would fail. But when they saw Konoha's power allocation, they probably knew why Saiyan had lost. Commander-in-Chief Oshimaru, the medical unit is led by Tsunade, and the assault unit is led by Hajisi Shamo. This war. There is already a clear gap in their high-level combat effectiveness. Two Sannin came, and the famous Konoha White Fang went to the battlefield in person. It can be said that what they lost in this war was indeed unjust. What surprised everyone more was this kid named Fenglin, who was Tsunade's apprentice. He went to the battlefield at the age of 7. And saved a lot of Konoha ninjas. So. Many people are very surprised by this. But all with a slight skepticism. That Konoha had deliberately created fake news. After all, the 7-year-old medical ninja. This is a bit too ridiculous. So many people look at it with skepticism. As for whether this news is true. That remains to be seen. And Konoha won the battle, and the gloom on the faces of all the combat ninjas was wiped out at this moment. The complexion gradually became clearer. Yeah, the war is finally over. The Second Ninja World War. The final battle ended with San's defeat. The end of the war also means the arrival of peace, and it is impossible for war to happen again in a short period of time. And Konoha's current ninjas are experienced ninjas who have experienced many battles, and naturally have a very disgusting heart for war. So the coming of peace made them smile. The Second Ninja World War. I didn't expect this war to end. Maybe because of the effect of my little butterfly. Fenglin smiled helplessly after seeing that the expressions of the ninjas were no longer as gloomy as they were in the camp. But Fenglin's eyebrows also showed signs of exhaustion. After all, it took 2 months to go out. He also felt very tired when he returned to Konoha village. So now I just want to go home and take a hot bath to sleep. Okay. You kid, hurry up and go back to Prajanam. There is no need to listen to the old man's nagging, Tsunade said helplessly at Fenglin, who was yawning on the side. She could also see how exhausted Fenglin was. Not only did she become a battlefield medical ninja, her research on cracking the Chio poison before then was so fast with the help of Fenglin. So let him go. Not to be hypnotized by the old man. Okay. Then he'll go first. After Fenglin got Tsunade's words, a touch of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he galloped towards home quickly, and just as he walked with his front foot. A petite and weak figure appeared in Tsunade's line of sight. Dad! The little girl yelled to Yuimeki, who was beside Tsunade. Red, after seeing his daughter, Yuri Zenhong, she was excited, and then hurried forward. I haven't seen my daughter for 2 months. Xur is so red the tears are welling in my eyes. If it weren't for too many people here, he was really a little excited and wanted to cry. Is this Zairayong? It's pretty. But I was fascinated by that kid. Tsunade couldn't help but muttered in his heart when he saw that Yuihong was a beauty at a young age. And at this moment, another petite figure also entered Tsunade's line of sight. Mute. Here. Seeing Silent looking around looking for herself, Tsunade waved and shouted softly, Teacher. After seeing Tsunade, Silent's face was full of excitement, and then quickly ran over. Hey, Dad, where is Mr. Feng? Why isn't he here? After Xurong glanced around, she found that she hadn't seen Fenglin. So curiously asked Yuri Zenhong. And at this moment, Yuri's red face suddenly became a bit unpleasant. He didn't expect that after seeing him, his daughter was not asking for warmth, but asking about the traces of Fenglin. How can it be repaired? Exclamation mark, this brat! Exclamation mark, I abducted Lao Tzu's daughter! Exclamation mark. Monumental anger rose in Yuri Zenhong's heart at this moment. But because my daughter is in front of my eyes, I dare not show it indiscriminately. I don't know where the kid went. I guess he should have gone home first to find his sister. After all, Uzumaki Juxino is his enchantment. So the first time he comes back, he naturally wants to tell her. Yuri Zenhong made a methodical analysis. Then father, let's go home quickly. I am a little worried about Mr. Feng. After all, the battlefield is. A hint of worry suddenly appeared on Uriong's face. And this moment, the silent heartbreak sound rang in Yuri Zenhong's heart. Yuri Zenhong just wanted to refuse, but when she saw her daughter's pitiful eyes, she softened her heart. Okay. Let's go home now. Yuri Zenhong smiled a bit far-fetched, but she had already figured out 100 ways to torture Fenglin in her heart. Then Zairi Zenhong could only quietly leave with Zairi Hong. After all, it will be Hokage talking later. If you want to leave then, you really can't leave. Mute obviously heard the conversation between Yuri Zenhong and his daughter, and there was a touch of complexity and worry on his face. That kid Feng is okay. He can jump on the battlefield better than anyone else. It's still intact and even famous. After seeing the silent expression, Tsunade sighed helplessly in his heart. So he said slowly. And after hearing Tsunade's news about Fenglin, Silent's originally tense heart relaxed. Fortunately, Mr. Feng is fine. The little hand unconsciously patted his little heart to ease his emotions. Tsunade saw this scene. With a helpless wry smile in his heart. She can see it. This kid Fenglin is a passionate species. How long has it been? Mute, this girl is so enamored with him. If this continues to be cultivated like this. It is estimated that Fenglin will show off and say that he wants to marry both. There should be no problem. What? Do you like that kid? Look at your worried look. Why don't you worry about your teacher and me? Tsunade said jokingly. Teacher. No. I am worried about you too. Silent face turned a little rosy at this moment, obviously embarrassed. It seems that Tsunade's remarks really made Silent feel ashamed. After all, speaking so directly, it broke the girl's mind. Teacher has to tell you. If you like it, you have to hurry up. You saw the little girl's eye Ryong just now. If you can't catch it, then you can only watch it forever. Tsunade said slowly to Silent in a meaningful way. Mute was taken aback for a moment. Then his pupils trembled slightly, as if he understood something. Chapter 63. Chapter 62. After 2 months, Fenglin stood in front of the door. Wandering around. Looking at this familiar home, Fenglin didn't even dare to enter for a while. The reason why he didn't dare to go in was because he had a guilty conscience. You must know that when following the large forces to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, Fenglin promised like Uzumaki 9 Xinai, no matter what happens, he will not lean on the front line. But now, Fenglin's deeds can be said to be well known to everyone, and it is impossible for Uzumaki Kushina to not know this. As for Bofing Watergate, and the raid troops have returned to Konoha in advance. This can be regarded as a preferential treatment for the assault troops. After all, they can be said to be in the most dangerous state in this war, lurking in the enemy's hinterland. Forget it. You have to die sooner or later. It's better to face it happily. Fenglin's face showed a resolute look. At this moment. There is quite a feeling of wind and water, and the strong men are gone. Those who didn't know thought that Fenglin was going to fight a battle of life and death. Fenglin took a deep breath, and then slowly approached the house. Click. Fenglin opened the door. A scent of food spread over the surface, and the hunger in Fenglin's belly suddenly rose. It smells good. Fenglin smelled this smell. A touch of excitement appeared on his face, and there was even a sign of tears in his eyes. You must know that all you eat on the battlefield are the food used in wars, such as liang pill, and you can only fill your stomach without any taste at all. It can be said that Fenglin is already numb after eating. Occasionally, when you are lucky, you can open meat. But since the war entered the white-hot stage, there was no more free time to hunt for barbecue. Now I can smell the scent of the food when I go home. How can Fenglin not be moved in his heart? Who? There was a voice from the kitchen. And at this moment, the figure of Uzumaki Juxina appeared in front of Fenglin. The two of them looked at each other. They were all stunned in the same place. Xiaolin. A faint mist appeared in Uzumaki Juxina's eyes, and his excited words were full of incredible sister. "I'm back." Fenglin showed a gentle smile. "I'm not dreaming." Uzumaki Jukusenai suddenly ignored the apron he was wearing, and rushed up to hug Fenglin into his arms. "It's not a dream. The war is over. I'm back." Fenglin patted Uzumaki Jukusenai's back softly and comforted. "Yogada ... You are finally back ... Sister ... Sister miss you so much." There was a hint of crying in Uzumaki Kushina's voice. But this is not tears of sadness, but tears of excitement. After all, for so many years, Fenglin has never been away from her for so long. "And the first time I left home was to go to a place that was as dangerous as the war ... Uzumaki Kushina can be said that there is not a day to sleep well in these 2 months. The Bofing Watergate is gone. Fenglin is gone. And there is only one person left in this family." Although it was said that the future younger sister-in-law of Zirion came to chat with her to relieve her boredom, but Uzumaki Kushina still felt that her family was in vain. There is no need to chat with her on weekdays and make her laugh, without Fenglin coming back from the ninja school every day to share the conversation of one day's experience. Uzumaki Kushina had never felt such loneliness and emptiness. "Don't cry. I'm not back here. If you cry again, you will get old ... Sister." Seeing Uzumaki Jukusenai holding herself closer and closer, Fenglin couldn't help but said jokingly, "Rolled, sister, I will always be 18 years old." When it comes to age, Uzumaki Jukusenai looks like ignited gunpowder barrel, looking at Fenglin with enthusiasm. "Brother bastard ... As soon as he comes back, he makes me angry. Are you very happy?" Uzumaki Jukusenai suddenly reached out and grabbed Fenglin's cheek. His words were full of anger. "Cough cough cough ... It's not a long time since I have seen you. The mouth is getting faster for a while." Fenglin coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. "But it's good to be able to come back safely." Uzumaki Jukusenai put her hands on Fenglin's shoulders. Her eyes filled with tenderness and care. "Sister ... Aren't you angry?" Seeing Uzumaki Jukusenai's mood so good, Fenglin even suspected that the other party didn't know what he was doing on the battlefield. "What's the use of being angry ... It's good if you can come back safely." Uzumaki Kushina shook his head with a chuckle. At first, after she heard Fenglin's deeds on the battlefield, she was a little angry. "But the anger in my heart turned into worry. If it weren't for her special status ... She might really go to the front to bring Fenglin back." And after receiving the news from Bofing Shuiman, the stone in Uzumaki Kushina's heart instantly fell to the ground. "Sorry, sister. Forgive my waywardness." Fenglin lowered his head to apologize, and there was a little more guilt in his words. From Uzumaki Jukusenai's eyes, it can be seen how much she worries about herself and Bofeng Shuiman these days. And he also did such a risky thing ... because he was naturally extremely guilty in his heart. Humphrey. Middle ... 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 ask for flowers. Middle ... 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 apologize. Capital crimes are exempt from living crimes. You just stay at home and stay with me honestly these days. Don't even think about going to Konoha Hospital. Uzumaki Jukusenai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Ah ... I see." Fenglin was taken aback for a moment, and then he showed a bitter smile. It seems that these days, Uzumaki Jukusenai is going to give him a severe lesson. "Okay, Kushina, don't let Kobayashi stand outside." "And why were you not so excited when I came back?" After hearing the movement in the hallway, Bofeng Shuiman slowly walked out of the kitchen. There was a little bit of resentment in his little eyes, and he looked at Fenglin as if he was eating his brother's jealousy. "What's going on? How old are you, Prajanam? You even eat your brother's jealousy." Xiaolin, hurry up and wash your hands. Your brother and I have already prepared dinner. Uzumaki Jukusenai slowly stood up and patted Fenglin on the back with a chuckle. But after the Watergate of the Wind ridiculed the Uzumaki Jukusenai, his face was bitter. "Kushina, well, don't put on this pitiful appearance. You were too careless. If Kobayashi were not present, your hand would probably be destroyed. Uzumaki Jukusenai immediately poked Bo Feng Shuiman's chest and reproached. Although it is a reproach ... but the words are full of care and distress. Well, the battlefield is like this. It changes rapidly, and you never know what will happen in the next second. Sorry, Kushina, there won't be another time. Bo Feng Shui showed apology on his face, and slowly embraced Uzumaki Kushina in his arms. You two bastards. I owed you all my life. I was scared to death by your two enemies. Uzumaki Jukushina looked at Bo Feng Shuiman with a bitter expression in his eyes. For a time, even Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't bear such a look. Okay, stop sprinkling dog food. Hurry up and eat. After Fenglin came out of the bathroom, he saw Bofeng Watergate and Whirlpool 9 Kusinai, and said suddenly, "Hey, Kobayashi, if you can't bear it, go and kidnap Hong." Maelstrom Jukushina looked at Fenglin ambiguously, which also stunned Fenglin. Friendship. I've only said it so many times. It's a good female friend. Fenglin's complexion turned red, and he denied it somewhat far-fetched. Yeah? Shy. Suddenly, the original heavy atmosphere became cheerful. That harmonious and warm family ... has come back again. Up. Chapter 64. Chapter 63. The benefits of Konoha's victory in this war are also extremely high. Shane naturally wanted to compensate Konoha. After all, if you don't lose money, Sarutobi Hizaki might actually order to continue to press down. Therefore, Sane also sent an envoy to discuss peace with Konoha, and Sarutobi Risen naturally smiled, and a fox smiled and signed a peace alliance agreement with Shane. It can be said that the victory of this war boosted the morale of Konoha and also gave Konoha, who had been dull because of the Hagisakumo incident, renewed. Konoha Ninja School. After Fenglin returned to the ninja school, the status can be said to have undergone an earth-shaking change. There was a touch of awe and respect in everyone's eyes looking at Fenglin, because they all knew Fenglin, who was about the same age as them, had already been on the battlefield. And it was also praised by the 3 generations of Naruto, one of the 3 ninjas, Osamaru and Tsunade. Big brother ... You are so amazing. When will I become as strong as you? Uchiha's eyes were filled with worship. He never thought that during the time when his eldest brother disappeared, he actually went to participate in the war. Moreover, it has been praised by so many people, and it has reached the point of admiration. Bring soil. Fenglin suddenly looked serious and placed his hand on Uchiha's shoulder. Yes, big brother ... In listening, Uchiha's expression on the soil suddenly became agitated, as if he felt that Kita Fenglin wanted to teach him how to become stronger. Actually ... You have everything in your dreams, or you can sleep better now. Fenglin's expression was extremely serious. Serious nonsense. At this moment, Uchiha was stunned with the soil. Tasted carefully. He seems to understand what Fenglin is talking about. No ... Big brother B, I think ... Teach me quickly. I want to become stronger too. Uchiha took the soil and hugged Fenglin immediately, and his tears were about to show up. It's not that I don't want to teach you ... I learned medical ninjutsu. Take soil. Are you sure you can learn it? That thing needs to be controlled to the extreme of Ki chakra, and if you can finish reading these books, I might consider teaching you. Fenglin pointed to the 2 medical books on his desk that he watched in his spare time. Want to read a book? Uchiha Daito suddenly looked bitter. What he hates most is that he has read and studied. If he did that, he might as well just kill him. I am a medical ninja, and I didn't play in battle. It's just making up a knife for treating injured people on the battlefield. I will be appreciated because I am special. Kita Fenglin saw Uchiha's thoughts with soil. Think carefully about this. How could it be full of him? Presumably, she wanted to become stronger, and then showed her great side in front of Rin Nohara. This is a common problem for all men, no matter who it is. There is no exception. Okay. I understand. Yukiha lay dejectedly on the table and whispered helplessly. Bring soil. Bring soil. If you know how strong you are in the future, I'm afraid you won't think so. Fenglin looked at Yukiha's soil, shook his head slightly and sighed. The future Uchiha belt soil will be very strong. But that is after the blackened situation. Mr. Beifing. Can you tell me about your experience during this time? I'm curious. Zai Ryong blinked, and Ruby's eyes seemed to shone brightly. You can let Uncle Real Red live it to you, he has experienced more than me. Fenglin hesitated. The answer was extremely straight. Don't. People just want to listen to you, Dad. What he said is really boring, even half of you, Mr. Pfeng. Zai Ryong suddenly muttered and groaned. Obviously, without Fenglin's company for these 2 months, Zai Ryong is really boring. There must be a chance. Let Fenglin accompany her every day. Well, I'll just say something casually. Fenglin also smiled in favor. Facing Zai Ryong's Edgio, he really didn't have much resistance. Afterwards, Fenglin talked with Zai Ryong. The two talked and laughed, and occasionally played around, making everyone look at it. Because since Fenglin left the ninja school, they never saw Zai Ryong's smile again. But now he is smiling like a yellow aureole, and the crisp laughter is extremely pleasing. It doesn't sound noisy, on the contrary. There is a sense of comfort. Damn. Why didn't this bastard die on the battlefield? Why did he come back? Asma looked at Zai Ryong and Fenglin talking and laughing. A flame of jealousy burned in her heart, although it looks nothing on the surface. If you see Asma's clenched fist, you know how angry the other person is. You must know that in these 2 months, Asma is pleased with Zai Ryong like a licking dog. But Zai Ryong simply ignored him, and didn't even want to say a word to him. Every time he wanted to invite Zai Ryong to play with him after school, Zai Ryong would directly refuse, and would go to Fenglin's home to chat with Uzumaki Juxinu every day to relieve his boredom. And everyone in that block joked that Zai Ryong was about to become the little daughter-in-law of Feng's family. Haven't closed yet. First care about the eldest sister. But Yurong didn't mean any irritation at these words, but her face was blushing. She seemed to enjoy such jokes. And the return of Fenglin. Asma's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. He knew that he would never beat Fenglin's opponent. The gap between him and Fenglin was too big. Become stronger. I must be stronger. What I lost, I want to get it all back. An unknown fighting spirit burned in Asma's heart. Obviously, the fact that Fenglin became famous on the battlefield made Asma breathless. He didn't even know what he was going to compare with Beifing Lin. Take him as the son of Hokage, not to mention that he will be laughed out of his teeth. I am afraid he will beat him first. The last time Sarutobi Hizen beat Asma. Asma still remembers clearly. At the same time, Kakashi also set his sights on Fenglin. Fenglin, how strong are you? Kakashi's eyes were full of unwillingness. After learning about Fenglin's deeds, Kakashi was also in shock. But what made him even more unacceptable was that just yesterday he asked his father, between himself and Fenglin. Who is stronger in the end? And Shumao Hagai didn't hesitate. It was Beifing Lin who blurted out, because Haki Shumao has seen Fenglin's strength on the battlefield. Although his own son is a genius. But he is not as good as Fenglin. Therefore. This is also burning Kakashi's eagerness to compete. He must find an opportunity to prove to his father he is stronger than Fenglin. At this moment, Fenglin also noticed the gazes of Asma and Kakashi. I just smiled softly in my heart, not paying too much attention to it. After all, the gap between him and these two men is not so big. Then continue to chat with Zai Ryong. Just at this moment, another bold idea arose in Fenglin's heart. Chapter 65, Chapter 64. Above the classroom, Fenglin fiddled with the pen in his hand boringly. Although it didn't affect other people. But he was too leisurely. Today is the knowledge test at the ninja school. Those who fail will be punished, and Fenglin only took about 10 minutes to fill in all the answers to these questions. If nothing unexpected happens, Fenglin must pass with full marks. When other people saw Fenglin's rapid movements, they couldn't help but sink in their hearts. They can be said to have been hit without complete skin and no contrast at all. Ninja school. It seems that there is no need to stay. Fenglin lay on the table and whispered in his heart. He is already considering whether to apply for early graduation from the ninja school. It would be too high profile to do so. But then I think about it. He can be said to be famous now, and it doesn't matter if he is high profile. But Zai Ryong, this girl. Will it be unacceptable? Fenglin glanced at Zai Ryong, who was working hard on the question, and fell into a brief entanglement in his heart. Mr. Beifing, there is a small pillow here. You can use it. Zai Ryong quietly took out a small pillow from the drawer and handed it to Fenglin. Fogweed. You also prepared this. Fenglin cautiously 27 received a softly surprised voice. The table is hard, and you like to lie on the table, so I will sew one for you. Zai Ryong's complexion turned slightly red. Said with a little shame. Thanks a lot. Fenglin also did not refuse, put the small pillow on the tabletop and began to sleep. There is a delicate fragrance like a rose in the small pillow. And the smell is very light, it smells very comfortable. This is exactly what Xerong made, and the effect is naturally to make Beifinglin's sleep quality good enough. This is also what Yurong discussed with Uzumaki Kushina during these months. If Fenglin sleeps with the fragrance to accompany it to sleep, the quality of sleep will be improved a lot. Therefore. Zai Ryong also went to Fenglin's room to smell his pillow. Sure enough, there is indeed a delicate fragrance. Therefore, Zai Ryong began to sew this small pillow, waiting for the return of Fenglin. This guy. Guiding Zongren saw this scene. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This is too much. Even if you speak quietly during the exam, you actually picked up the pillow and slept here. This is not paying attention to him as a teacher. But the guidance of Shinobu didn't happen either. He also chose to ignore the scene in front of him. No idea who made Fenglin a genius and a disciple of Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas. Not to mention Xirong, the eldest lady of Xyrus family. These two people. None of them is something he can afford. So don't go too far. If you don't see, your heart is quiet. What's the meaning? Teacher. This Fenglin is so presumptuous. You actually pretended not to see it. After seeing this scene, Asmo was very shocked. But. He dared not say it, because he deeply knew that it was an extremely wrong choice to provoke Fenglin now. No matter how stupid Asme was, she wouldn't provoke the opponent when she was weaker than Fenglin. Isn't that just a beating? Big brother deserves to be big brother. The teacher didn't even scold him. Uekai Hidaido cast envy and admiration at this moment. He envied the presence of Zai Ryong around Fenglin, asking for warmth to Fenglin, and caring about Fenglin all the time. On the other hand, at present, Lin Nohara and Lin are just ordinary friends. After such a long time, there was no progress between them. And Uekai Hidaido seems to be able to feel that Rin Nohara doesn't have a liking for herself. But soon he put this idea out of his mind. Although I don't like it now. But that doesn't mean I won't like myself in the future. When will I be able to do this to Big Brother? Uekai gave a long sigh in his heart, and then continued to immerse himself in the question. He must pass the exam this time. Otherwise he has to be re-examined. Moreover, Lin would definitely look down on herself. Therefore. This exam Uekai takes the soil very seriously. After the test, the instructor Zongren announced that it would be possible to end school early today. After all, the guidance of Zongren needs to correct the test papers, so naturally he will not continue to class today. Leisure. Another day. Fenglin stretched out slowly, his face full of satisfaction. Obviously, I slept very comfortably this time. This is the best time he has ever slept in class. Thank you for the little pillow, Red. Fenglin handed the pillow back to Zai Ryong with a light smile. No thanks. If you like Mr. Feng. Zai Ryong showed the little girl's shyness, and then put the pillows away. Let's go. Go eat meatballs together. I haven't eaten the meatballs in 2 months. I kind of forgot the taste. A hint of aftertaste appeared on Fenglin's face. Okay. It's been a long time since I went to the meatball shop with you, Mr. Feng. Zai Ryong showed joy on her face, and then she arranged her desktop and left the classroom with Fenglin. I'm finally back. But Feng Jun I want. It can be said that Zai Ryong felt very happy in her heart. She likes staying with Fenglin very much, and her heart is full of joy and happiness every moment. And just when the two turned left at the gate of the ninja school, the silver-white hair appeared extremely dazzlingly in their sight. Kakashi's figure slowly walked over from the dark. Fenglin watched Kakashi come. Seems to know what the other party was thinking. Red. It seems that today's meatball shop will be pushed to tomorrow. Fenglin smiled helplessly at Zai Ryong beside him. No, it's okay. It will be the same tomorrow. Anyway, Mr. Feng, you don't have to go to the battlefield. Zai Ryong smiled faintly, showing that she understood it very much. But this smile looks far-fetched. Red. Fenglin's heart was suddenly softened by Zai Ryong's forced smile. Arsehole Kakashi. Do you want to pick this time? Fenglin's eyes instantly became indifferent, and his momentum gathered at this moment. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to realize something was wrong. But at this time he had already reached Fenglin's eyes. Fenglin, I want to have something to do with you. Can you come with me? Kakashi looked at Fenglin in front of him and asked. At this time, he seemed to understand that he seemed to have disturbed Fenglin's date with Zai Ryong. But the arrow had to be sent on the string, and I could only bite the bullet and ask, do you think it is convenient for me now? Fenglin suddenly sneered and said to Kakashi, Mr. Beifeng, don't do this. Kakashi is our classmate, and his attitude is a little better. Zai Ryong also spoke out to discourage him at this time. She didn't want Fenglin to offend people because of herself, which was very bad for Fenglin. Waiting for me on the 14th training ground. As for when it will arrive, you see when you have been waiting. After Fenglin left this sentence, holding Zai Ryong's hand, he turned and walked towards the meatball shop. He didn't care what Kakashi was like. Sorry. Kakashi classmate. I'll talk to Mr. Feng. You go to the training ground on the 13th and wait for him. Soon. Yurong turned her head to apologize to Kakashi. And Kakashi's emotional intelligence is naturally not low, and he knows that he has disturbed others. So it doesn't matter if he is treated like this, but he is looking forward to the battle with Fenglin. Then he walked towards the training ground on the 14th. 66. Chapter 66. Chapter 65. Red. You shouldn't have promised for me. Fenglin fed a ball to Zai Ryong's mouth, and said in a slightly helpless tone, after all, Kakashi was indeed too irrelevant just now. Almost disappointed him. Don't say that. Kakashi is our classmate, and you are very familiar with Lord Bayer. So it's better to agree to it. Zai Ryong said helplessly. Fenglin's personality is very easygoing, but at the same time also very casual. Therefore, in the class, there are a lot of people who hate Fenglin. After all, who makes him an enviable genius? So Zai Ryong naturally didn't want to see Fenglin and Kakashi clash. After all, geniuses return to geniuses. You must also have some reliable friends by your side. Zai Ryong thought this way, so he promised Fenglin that Kakashi would go to the training ground on the 13th to find him. Well, you have said so, then if I don't go, I will betray this kindness. Fenglin felt warm in his heart and rubbed Zai Ryong's head. He probably knew what Zai Ryong was thinking, but he didn't want to see him beside her. And there was no friend. Sorry. I wanted to practice with you today. Fenglin's words were full of guilt and apology. After all, He hadn't been with Zai for 2 months. The other party must be very lonely. As for why Fenglin was so clear, it was because Uzumaki Juxina told him that Zai came to speak with her almost every day after he went to the battlefield, and Zai sometimes looks at her door in a daze. Seems to miss herself, just to accompany the whirlpool Juxinai. Fenglin's heart is very grateful for the red sunset. After all, he and Bo Feng Shuiman had both left, and Uzumaki Kushina would definitely be lonely in this home. Okay, how come I apologize? We have no shortage of time for this day. Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Isn't it all the same? Zai shook her head slightly and smiled. Red. Who will marry such a considerate girl like you in the future? It is simply a blessing from the past life. Fenglin was about to be moved by Zai sensibility and was about to cry. Such a cute and considerate treasure girl. It makes people cry. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Don't make Kakashi classmate wait in a hurry. Zai complexion suddenly turned blushing, and she pushed Fenglin's body to let the other party leave quickly. Because of Fenglin's remarks. Xirong's cheeks are already red like a steam engine. Like an apple, which makes one can't help but think of thanks. I'm leaving. Fenglin turned around. But then turned around again, gently clicked on Zai cheek, and then the figure disappeared in place. Where was kissed? Mr. Feng kissed me? Zai was stunned. The slender jade hand gently stroked his cheek. Suddenly, blush appeared on his face. It seems it's really a kiss. Good or bad? Mr. Feng. While others are not paying attention. Sure enough, the taste is good. Are the girls all made of sugar? How it feels a little sweet. Fenglin recalled what he had just felt. Take a closer look. It seems to be really sweet. Maybe it's because Yurong got sugar on her cheeks when she ate the balls. After Fenglin murmured, he walked to the 13th training ground. Since Kakashi wants to be beaten, then he doesn't mind beating Kakashi for Tsukumo Hagai to let this guy know the sinister and beatings of society. Fenglin's speed is very fast. After a while, he arrived at the training ground number 13, and the figure of Kakashi came into his eyes. Kakashi classmate. Speak up. What can I do? Fenglin walked towards Kakashi slowly and said, although he had roughly guessed Kakashi's idea of looking for him to fight, he still confirmed it. After all, if it's other things, it would be a little embarrassing. Fenglin, come and fight. Kakashi showed a sharp kunai in his hand, and looked at Fenglin with sharp eyes and said coldly, it seems that Uncle Shuamao said something that irritated you. Otherwise you wouldn't want to come and fight to prove yourself. Fenglin looked at Kakashi and said with a clear look, you guy. Kakashi's gaze suddenly sank. He didn't expect Fenglin to be able to guess his inner thoughts so easily. So what? I just want to prove that my father, I am the most gifted person in his heart. Kakashi's eyes were full of stubbornness, unwillingness, and a trace of jealousy. You must know that he has always been the pride in his father's eyes, and he has been dubbed the name of genius by his father. And Kakashi did not live up to Haki Tsukumo's expectations, and has been practicing hard. In the entrance examination, he easily won the first place with full marks. But now Kakashi heard from his father that Fenglin might be better than himself, which made Kakashi very unconvinced in his heart. That's why he wanted to come to Fenglin for a duel. Well, in that case, then I have to show you the gap between us. Fenglin looked at the Kakashi who was ready for battle and smiled indifferently. In an instant, Fenglin's body was covered with a layer of golden light, and his aura also condensed at this instant. For a while, Kakashi felt a sense of persecution that he had never felt before, and this is exactly the impression that Fenglin gave him. So strong, Kakashi's face suddenly became serious, and he couldn't help saying these two words in his heart. Call out. In an instant, Fenglin turned into a golden streamer and struck towards Kakashi. The speed far surpassed Kakashi's imagination. Too fast. Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank, shocked in his eyes. He had never thought that Pfenglin's speed would be so fast. Bang! Exclamation mark! Pfenglin's punch suddenly hit Kakashi's abdomen. But in the next second, with a muffled sound, Kakashi instantly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in place. Dialysis stand-in surgery? Pfenglin was stunned for a moment. Shoo! In the next second, the shuriken burst through the air and struck towards Pfenglin's back. But Pfenglin did not dodge, but stood in place. At this moment, something that surprised Kakashi happened. The golden light surrounding Pfenglin's body completely resisted Kakashi's shuriken. Fire escape middle. Dragon fire art. Kakashi did not hesitate to Jian, and released a cleaver fire escape ninjutsu. His chest bulged high, and a flame spewed out of his mouth, forming a small fire dragon biting towards Pfenglin. Crank ninjutsu. Could it be that Tsukumo Hajiki could directly graduate from the ninja school and enter the ANB after his death? The strength is really extraordinary. Pfenglin murmured in surprise at first, but soon felt that it was taken for granted. After all, it is Kakashi. It is not surprising that this age can release cleaver ninjutsu. Pfenglin's figure flickered again, and a golden streamer appeared in Kakashi's eyes to avoid it. The next second, Pfenglin, who was about to retreat to the back, suddenly appeared in front of Kashi. What? Kakashi's face changed drastically, and he lifted the Zauhugot kunai to stab Pfenglin. Useless. Pfenglin's eyes were cold, letting Kakashi's Kyuwu cut to fall on him. Then, Pfenglin slapped Kakashi's abdomen with a palm. Bang! Exclamation mark. Kakashi was knocked out in an instant and hit the tree behind. How is it possible? Why? Is it so fast? Kakashi looked at Pfenglin in disbelief, unable to believe that this was the speed that Pfenglin could possess. It's not that I am too fast. But your reaction is too slow. Kakashi. Want to challenge me? You are too far behind. If it were the enemy, you would have died just now. Go back and practice more. Pfenglin looked at Kakashi with a shocked face and said lightly. Then he didn't care about the opponent. After all, he just repelled Kakashi and didn't kill him, so it wouldn't be a big problem. And Kakashi's complexion suddenly became extremely dull. He lost. He lost terribly. From the very beginning, Pfenglin could easily get rid of him. This battle, Pfenglin easily defeated Kakashi with a crushing strength. Chapter 67, 66. Chapter 66. Since Kakashi was defeated by Pfenglin, he never came to Pfenglin again. But it can be seen from Kakashi's unwillingness to fight. Obviously, although Pfenglin defeated him that day, Kakashi was still unconvinced. After returning, Haki Shumao also knew that his son was going to challenge Pfenglin. But Tsukumo Hagai was very happy, precisely because of the existence of Pfenglin. Let Kakashi know that the world is not just a genius like him. At this time, Kakashi also began to enter the frenzied practice. Tsukumo Hagai was also instructing. The purpose is to defeat Pfenglin and prove himself. Pfenglin naturally didn't care about Kakashi, but wondered whether to graduate early. After all, the ninja school can teach him anything. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to practice by yourself, or to improve the proficiency of both hands. I still have to graduate early. Pfenglin settled on his mind, so he hurried home. After all, the application for early graduation must be notified by his guardian, and Pfenglin naturally wants to go home to discuss with Uzumaki Jukes 9 at Bofing Shuiman. As for the two of them, Pfenglin believed they would agree. After all, he can even pass the willful request of going to the battlefield, let alone graduated from the ninja school early. After graduating ahead of schedule, Pfenglin was also thinking about where to go, so I learned the proficiency of both hands here at Konoe Hospital. And Pfenglin can also free up more time to practice the newly acquired thunder magic. Pfeng's home. What? You want to graduate early? Uzumaki Juxina frowned upon hearing Pfenglin's thoughts. There is nothing left to teach me in the ninja school. Instead of wasting time wherever I am, it better go and concentrate on medical ninjutsu with Tsunade-sensei. Fenglin replied in a flat tone. Kushina ... I think Kobayashi's words make sense. We should not restrict his development. Bofeng Shuiman chose to stand on the side of Fenglin this time. Since returning from the battlefield, Bofeng Mizuno knew that it was impossible for his genius brother to stay in the ninja school. As for why it took a few days to come up with the idea of graduating early ... it is probably because of the need to accompany his cute little girlfriend, Smelly Boy ... It would please girls. Bofeng Shuiman smiled and cursed in his heart. In that case, I have no objection. With your current strength, you should be able to pass the ninja school graduation assessment. Uzumaki Juxina nodded slightly at this moment in agreement. Since Fenglin had his own opinions, they should not be stopped as the elder brother and sister. Soon, news of Fenglin's expression of graduating early spread to the ninja school. But many people are not surprised many times. After all, Fenglin's reputation on the battlefield was already loud enough, and it was no surprise that when returning to the ninja, he would choose to graduate early. And the other party is specialized in medical ninjutsu. Leaving the ninja school early and studying with Tsunade-sama may be the right choice. The guidance Zongren showed a trace of excitement after receiving Fenglin's application for early graduation. Going out in the future can really brag with others. He once taught a genius. The genius among the geniuses. And behind that person became a student of Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. As everyone knows, many years later, this instructor Zongren recalled that in the class he was teaching, there was a student who changed the pattern of the world of shinobi. Fenglin's early graduation. Let Uchiha bring the soil to hold Fenglin's thigh in tears. Big brother. Why did you leave? Say yes, help me. Why are you leaving? Obviously. Uchiha belt soil is obviously unacceptable to a class without Kitukt. You must know that the lack of this project to chat with Fenglin every day is like losing hope in life. Stop. I'm not dead again. Just like crying in mourning. Fenglin's face suddenly turned dark, and he hurriedly threw away Uchiha's soil. Mr. Beifeng, I will work hard. I strive to graduate early next year, and then go to form a team with you. Yurong is not as pessimistic as Uchiha's belt soil, as if she was inspired by Kita Fenglin. His face was full of fighting spirit. After all, Fenglin had told her about graduating early. Although there is a great sense of loss in my heart, but I also know that I should not hinder the development of Fenglin. The only thing she can do now is to quickly become stronger, and then meet Fenglin again. Come on. Tread. I'll wait for you. A gentle smile appeared on Fenglin's face, rubbing Zai-Ryong's head lightly. The news of Fenglin's application for early graduation, Asma naturally knew. It can be said that he was ecstatic about this news. Because of this. No one in the class is unobtrusive anymore, and no one prevents him from pursuing the evening red. Thinking of this, Asma's heart couldn't help getting excited. His brain quickly made up for the scene where Yu Ryong had promised him. A deep flash of Kakashi's eyes on the side. Determination appeared in his eyes at this moment. Graduate early? Can't be left behind by this guy. Kakashi clenched his fists, and the idea of applying for early graduation rose in his heart. He can't be thrown away so much by Fenglin, otherwise he won't be able to surpass the opponent in the future. I confirmed this idea in my mind, and talked with my father about graduating early after returning home. With his strength, it is extremely easy to face the graduation assessment, so don't worry too much about failing to pass. As long as Tsukumo Hagai agrees. Kakashi should be able to graduate early. Naruto building. Naruto office. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the document on the table and took a suffocating smoke. There was a data card and a file of documents in front of him. The person recorded on the data card is surprisingly Fenglin, and the document next to it is an application for early graduation. After all, the important thing of graduating early is naturally to be approved by Sarutobi Risen, who is a third-generation Naruto. North Fenglin, genius. No, it's not so much a genius. It's a monster. He has such an achievement at a young age. If he is allowed to study with Tsunade for a few years, I am afraid that Huking will be better than Blue. A gleam of light appeared in Sarutobi Rizen's muddy and old eyes and murmured, he can be said to be very concerned about Pfenglin, and the other side's deeds on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hisaki are also clear. The other party is a shocking genius in medical treatment, and even Tsunade once said that as long as Pfenglin is given enough time, the future achievements will certainly not be below her. Therefore Sarutobi Rizen is very concerned about Pfenglin. As Tsunade said, then Konoha must have another medical master in the future. But my old man should be tempted. A person with such a terrifying talent, how could he give up? At 516,294,329 it's a pity. Old man. He is Tsunade's disciple, you can touch him. Sarutobi Hizen thought of Shimura Danzo talking about Pfenglin with him 2 days ago, and he also knew that Shimura Danzo was obviously moved. But Sarutobi Hisaki didn't agree but chose to be perfunctory, because he didn't dare to disturb Tsunade's disciples. With that girl's temper, if the Hokage building caused a disturbance, she might have demolished it. As for Danzo, you can let him try to move Pfenglin. Tsunade didn't demolish his roots before there were ghosts. This is the end of my thoughts. Sarutobi Richie slowly lifted the pen and began to write. Permit Pfenglin to graduate early, and now become a ninja. 68. Chapter 68. Chapter 67. The next day, the news of Pfenglin's graduation spread among Konoha. Many ninjas who have seen Pfenglin medical ninjutsu are not surprised. After all, Pfenglin's medical ninjutsu was so exquisite, not to mention his own strength. And if he continues to stay in the ninja school it would be a waste of his talent. The civilians were naturally shocked, although they had heard the rumors about Pfenglin. But they did not expect that the other party was a genius like a rumor. And this time, Konoha deliberately made the halo of North Maple Forest even more dazzling. Sarutobi Hizen made Pfenglin graduate early and became an official ninja in the name of 3 generations of Naruto. The amount of protection was personally issued by the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, which can be described as a lot of weight. This can be said to be exciting news. The war has just ended. Konoha has another resounding genius. Sure enough. North Maple. You won't stay in a place like ninja school for long. Oh no. Shimura looked at the direction of the ninja school. There was an intriguing look in his eyes. Obviously, he had long expected that Pfenglin would definitely leave the ninja school after the war. If the opponent's medical ninjutsu wants to advance further, he must follow Tsunade to learn it all the time. Therefore, a place like ninja school is a waste of time. Pfenglin is absolutely impossible to stay for a long time. Pfenglin didn't react much to the outside world. Instead, he came to Konoha Hospital to study with Tsunade. Plus, after graduating early, Tsunade was not too surprised by the arrival of Pfenglin. After all, Konoha Hospital and its own medical knowledge are what Pfenglin needs. So it also gives Pfenglin a great privilege. No way. Who made Tsunade the director of Konoha Hospital now? Konoha is like her back garden. You kid made a sensation. You have to know that the students who graduated so many years early. But you are the only one. Tsunade blinked playfully. His handsome face was full of smiles. For his genius disciple. Tsunade can be said that the more he looks at it, the more pleasing to the eye. Gentle personality, knows how to care for people. The most important thing is, looks very handsome. Hey, if I were the same age as you, I'm afraid I would be as obsessed with you as Mutant Ryong, that little girl. Tsunade sighed faintly. Don't make trouble. I will go home first today. Pfenglin helplessly put aside Tsunade's hand holding the corner of his clothes. Humphrey. Tsunade hummed softly, showing the little woman's arrogant posture. But Pfenglin could only leave Tsunade's office with a wry smile. If you let outsiders see Tsunade's posture, I'm afraid the eyeballs will fall off. Is this still a medical sacred hand they know? Is this still Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas? Acting like a baby to a child. It's incredible. As everyone knows, this is a symbol of a good relationship between the teacher and the apprentice. If the relationship is not good, Tsunade may have a cold look directly on him. Konoha Underground Root Organization. Is there only so much information about Pfenglin? Shimura Danzo looked at the armor in front of him and said slowly, only these are collected. But it is certain that Pfenglin's medical technology surpasses many ordinary medical ninjas. It should be determined to be at the level of elite medical ninjas. It can be confirmed from the fact that he used the technique of extracting minor problems to treat the arms for Heijiaki Tsukumo and Heifeng Shuiman. Raised his head and reported all the details to Shimura Danzo. Looking at this situation, Shimura Danzo seems to be soliciting Pfenglin. Such a talent. Not at the root. It's a pity. Perhaps he can study the cells of the first generation of adults. A gleam of light flashed through Shimura Danzo's deep pupils. The medical genius with such a terrifying talent. It is indeed a pity that he cannot be used by him. But he dared not act rashly. After all, Pfenglin is Tsunade's disciple. He cannot care about Nami, Feng Shuiman and Uzumaki Kushina. But he has to pay attention to Tsunade, because in terms of identity, Tsunade is more noble than him, Konoha's veteran. And just after the war, Tsunade's reputation is extremely high in Konoha. If it is this time to anger the other party, I am afraid that a big problem will arise. Damn Tsunade. Shimura Danzo was unwilling, but he was helpless. It is necessary to find ways to get Pfenglin to join the roots, and then cultivate the other side to grow. And then began to study the cells of the first generation of Hokage. The Oshmaruga, I can't count on it anymore. He seems to have discovered some other experiment, and hasn't been to the roots for a while. So Shimura Danzo had to find another way. And the appearance of Pfenglin allowed Shimura Danzo to find a suitable candidate. Young P has such a terrifying talent. If coupled with the cultivation of the roots, it will definitely become a usable talent. Ask for flowers. Of course, it's not Konoha's usable talent, but the usable talent of his roots. In the future, he can also use Pfenglin to suppress Tsunade, letting Tsunade know that she is not the only medical sacred hand in Konoha village. This Pfenglin is extremely important to me. Find a way to find an opportunity to get in touch with him, Shimura Danzo said to Jia. But I have to ask about Bofing Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina too. It seems that Pfenglin listens to them very much. Shimura Danzo looked at Pfenglin's information and muttered, maybe I can really find a chance to try. But not now. After all, Pfenglin is in full swing now, and it will take a while. Pfenglin did not choose to go home after leaving Tsunade's office. Instead, he came to the training ground and started practicing Thunder Method. As Fulfar, it was activated after Pfenglin had brushed the Golden Light Curse's proficiency over 50% on the battlefield. Open the panel. Proficiency of both hands. 74.2% Golden Light Curse proficiency, 87.4% Leaf proficiency, 7.4% Unopened Fantastic Gate of the Windback, Daluo Cave Temple, Ryuku Immortal Thief, Tongtian Urn, Divine Machine and hundreds of refining, Origin of Chi Body, willing to send generals. Pfenglin looked at the remaining 7 wonders. A flash of heat flashed in his eyes. Especially when I saw the origin of Chi Body. Pfenglin was very excited. The source of Chi Body has an extremely resounding name. The End of Surgery. Although Pfenglin didn't know how strong the origin of the Chi Body was. But it could be known from the rumors. Therefore, Pfenglin has a very high yearning for the origin of Chi Body. Well, wait until the proficiency of both hands reaches 90. After all, the more you go up, the proficiency of both hands increases less and less. Pfenglin looked at the panel with both hands and smiled bitterly in his heart. You must know that the proficiency he has recently increased with both full hands is no longer what it was before. It is an increase of 0.4% in the latter. It can be seen that the more you go up, the more difficult it is to increase your proficiency. When will it reach 90%? Fenglin sighed quietly, then closed the virtual panel. And at this moment, Fenglin sensed a breath around him. But it quickly disappeared. This made Fenglin's brows wrinkle slightly. This breath. So strange. Who is it? Chapter 69. 68. Chapter 68 Konoha, North Feng's house. Have a safe journey. Uzumaki Juxina was sending Fenglin out, and only slowly closed the door after watching for a certain distance. Call. I don't know if it's right for us to let Xiaolan graduate early. Doing this seems a bit too public. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Bofeng Mizuno, who was watching the Daily Ninja Daily on the sofa, and whispered. At first, she was thinking of letting Fenglin follow the trajectory that must be in her life like everyone else. Grow up with other children, so that you can have friends. After all, it would be extremely happy to meet close friends in life. Therefore, Uzumaki Juxina didn't want Fenglin to graduate early, which would cause him to be different from other children. But soon she felt that her idea was wrong. Fenglin is a genius. And he is also a rare genius. Even Tsunade-sama is amazed by Fenglin's medical talent. Genius, destined to be different from ordinary people. So after thinking of this, Uzumaki Juxina agreed with Fenglin's idea. Don't worry, Kobayashi is well measured. Moreover, he is mature in mind and has the protection of Tsunade-sama. Even if he advertises it, it will not have any effect. It's just that there may be some troubles he needs to face. Bofeng Shuiman groaned. Bofeng Shuiman had a foreboding about this matter, and did not oppose Fenglin. But chose to support the other party. All we can do is to give this child a warm home. After all, our childhood is not complete. So only this can be done. When he is tired, he can go home and rest. After Bofeng Mizuno closed the newspaper and gently hugged Kushina Uzumaki, both he and his wife were orphans. Their parents died as a result of the war when they were young. Therefore, they would think of giving Fenglin a family, a warm family. It turns out they did it, and they had accepted Fenglin in their hearts, and treated him as if they were their relatives. You are right, Pratyanam. I shouldn't be so persistent about arranging his life. After all, the eagle is going to spread its wings and fly high. Uzumaki Kushina also understood the meaning of Bofeng Mizuman's words. She has taken too much care of Fenglin. But why not love this younger brother so much, thinking that he can live a better life? But Fenglin's deeds and his current achievements do not need Uzumaki Juxina's protection. The eagles of the past have also begun to stretch their wings and are about to soar. And Uzumaki Juxina realized that she should let go. Yeah? As long as you understand. I'm afraid you will suddenly lose your mind and be depressed all day long. Bofeng Shuiman chuckled lightly. Please, how can I be as unbearable as you said? It is rare for Uzumaki Juxina to not be angry with Bofeng Shuiman's ridicule, because she felt that what Bofeng Shuiman said was indeed possible. Who made her like this younger brother so much? When the two were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. The sound of the door stopped the conversation between Bofeng Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina. I'll open the door, you can sit down. As soon as Bofeng Watergate thought of getting up to open the door, he was stopped by Uzumaki Kushina's words. Then turned around and came to the door. Click. Uzumaki Kushina opened the door. But looking around, there was no one outside. Why is there no one? Uzumaki Juxina's face became confused, and he looked around and found that there were people coming and going on the street. It seems that no one has been here. Then I walked to the streets and took a look. I couldn't find anyone knocking on the door. Strange. That kid's prank. Uzumaki Juxina muttered in his heart. Just when she was about to close the door, found that there was a glued letter on the door. Uzumaki Kushina took down the letter curiously, and after seeing the words engraved on the back of the letter, her complexion suddenly changed. There was a big letter written on it impressively. Root. Immediately after, Uzumaki Kushina's face appeared astonished, and he raised his head and looked around. I found that it was the same as before. It is impossible to know who sent this letter, but now is not the time to be shocked. Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly closed the door. Then he hurriedly took the letter and walked to the living room. Wanxinai, what's wrong with you? Who can make you so flustered? Bofeng Watergate could not help asking when he saw Uzumaki Juxinai's seriousness and a trace of panic. Look by yourself. Uzumaki Kushina was not angry as usual, but seriously handed the envelope to Bofeng Shuiman. Wave Wind Watergate result envelope. When he saw the big character written on the envelope, his face suddenly changed and became as serious as Uzumaki Kushina. You know, even when facing the sandy encirclement, Bofeng Shuiman can still talk and laugh, playing with the enemy in the palm of his hand. But this root character changed his expression drastically. The roots ... What does he want us to do? Bofeng Shuiman looked at the letter in his hand and said in doubt. Even the Uzumaki Kushina at the side is confused about this. Is it because of the 9 tails in her body? Kyuubi's seal is about to expire? But it's impossible for the roots to inform you. The 3 generations of Naruto masters will definitely come in the first time. Uzumaki Juxina said in confusion. Impossible. This seal was set by Matosama himself. It is unlikely that there will be problems in 20 years. Bofeng Shuiman shook his head and said. After he and Uzumaki Kushina became a couple, they also learned about many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, including Uzumaki Kushina's tail beast seal. So naturally he has an extremely deep understanding of the tail beast seal. For the roots, Uzumaki Kushina and Bofeng Shuiman knew a little bit, but didn't have a deep understanding. After all, the roots belonged to Konoha's secret organization, which was more secretive than ANB. The two of them only knew that the root was Konoha's darkest organization, and they were doing some dark things for Konoha that even the dark part could not bear. Therefore, being found by the roots, basically it is impossible to do anything good. That's why the two of them showed such serious expressions. Just open it and take a look, Uzumaki Juxina said slowly. The letter in front of me is the purpose of the roots. But at this moment, Bofeng Shuiman's heart sank slightly. He has heard 3 generations of Hokage mentioned. The roots like to recruit children, especially those around 6 or 7 or 8. Such children are easy to cultivate. And the roots only accept geniuses, never mediocre ones. In addition, Bofeng Shuiman has heard of the kind of mechanical training at the roots that cultivates children into assassins with no emotions. Now, Root sent this letter, most likely it was for B.I. Fenglin. After all, Fenglin's deeds on the battlefield some time ago are well known to everyone, and it is impossible not to know the roots. Today's letter. I'm afraid it is here to ask for someone from him and Uzumaki Kushina. With a trace of anxiety. Bofeng Shuiman opened the letter and looked at it. 10 seconds later. Bofeng Shuiman's face turned gloomy at this moment, and the sunlight in the past had long since disappeared. What happened? Watergate. What happened? Uzumaki Juxina's voice trembled, and at this moment, she was a little panicked. You know, Bofeng Shuiman never showed such an expression. Look at it for yourself. Bofeng Watergate seemed to be pressing the anger in his heart, and handed this letter to Uzumaki Kushina. After dozens of seconds, Uzumaki Kushina's face also changed, become the same as Bofeng Shuiman. Gloomy and scary. Chapter 70, Chapter 69. Bofeng Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina can be said to be gentle in their daily lives. It is basically impossible for them to show such a face. If there is anything worthy of their anger, I'm afraid, there is only Fenglin. Fenglin can be said to be the only inverse scale of the couple. Shimura Danzo. He actually wants Kobayashi to join the roots. Uzumaki Juxina said coldly. Over the years, she has never been as angry as she is today. Now for Fenglin, Uzumaki Juxina can be said to be angry. If it weren't for various restrictions. With her violent temperament, She directly hit the roots and asked Shimura Danzo what he meant. Where is the root? Although Uzumaki Kuzina didn't know much about the roots, he knew that the children who entered the roots could be said to be denied by the 6 relatives. She knows this. The training received after entering the roots is no longer the previous point of view. Everything is dictated by Tashimura Danzo. How could Uzumaki Kushina allow his younger brother to become that appearance? Kushina ... He'll take care of this matter. After all, there are 3 generations of Hokage's support behind Danzo ... Can't rush into chaos. Bo Feng Shuiman said solemnly. He was also very angry about this, although he had this hunch before opening the envelope. But he didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would ask them for someone. It seems that all of this is taken for granted. It means, when he is so good to be bullied. At this moment, there is a cold chill in the eyes of Bofeng Shuiman, where the sun shines. He was very gentle on weekdays, but this time he was really angry. And when Uzumaki Juxina heard the 3rd generation of Hokage, his face was slightly relaxed. After all, she knew the relationship between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hisaki. Therefore, it is most appropriate for this matter to be handled by the Bofeng Watergate. After all, Uzumaki Kushina is really not suitable, although she is Konoha's key protection object. At the same time, it is also the most restricted object. Her every move will be recorded, so you can't leave any handle to others as an excuse to deal with her in the future. Go to Pratyanam. I'll wait for you at home. Uzumaki Kushina took a deep breath and said calmly. She decides the small things, and the big things are decided by Bo Feng Shuiman. Uzumaki Juxina only needs silent support behind him. Don't worry, even if we agree, Tsunade-sama will definitely not let Shimura Danzo succeed. Know that Kobayashi is a direct disciple of Tsunade-sama, and he was trained as a successor. Bo Feng Mizuman gently stroked Uzumaki Kushina's back, soothing the other party's mood. Don't forget, Fenglin's teacher is Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas. How could the opponent let Shimura Danzo succeed so easily? Since Danzo wants me to discuss ... then I will meet him. Just wait at home. After Bo Feng Mizuno put on his coat, he instructed Uzumaki Kushina on the side. Have a safe journey. What Uzumaki Juxina can do now is to wait. After all, this matter is most appropriate to deal with the situation. Otherwise, with Uzumaki Juxina's violent temper, he might start to fight with others without saying a few words. And she herself is easily irritated, so she can only wait at home. After Bo Feng Mizuno went out, he did not go directly to the root base to talk to Shimura Danzo. Instead, he chose to come to the Hokage office to look for Sarutobi Hisaki. Fenglin was signed by Sarutobi Risen himself to agree to graduate early, so there is a slight relationship. And he wanted Sarutobi Risen to show his attitude. And he didn't support Shimura Danzo in this matter. Otherwise, if Shimura Danzo asks Hokage for an order, that wave of Feng Shuiman will really regret it. He is very aware of how close the relationship between the 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo is. According to rumors, the 2 were life and death brothers in the first ninja battle, and they were able to entrust their backs to each other's existence. Later, 3 generations of Hokage took over the position of Hokage, and Shimura Danzo became the root of Konoha. It was light and dark. And then there was Konoha today. So, Bo Feng Shuiman had to guard against this move. Naruto office. While Sarutobi Hisaki was dealing with documents with a suffocating smoke, the door was suddenly opened. Originally Sarutobi Hisen's brows frowned ... when he wanted to teach someone a lesson, after seeing that the incoming person was Bo Feng Shuiman. The unhappiness in my heart also disappeared. After all, Bo Feng Shuiman is his own disciple and grandson. It can be said that he is a member of the Hokage family through and through. It is also a genius who has grown up by looking at him, so naturally he won't give a bad face. Ah, Watergate. How come you have time to come to me today? Sarutobi Risen chuckled after putting the folder away. But when he saw that there was something wrong with Bo Feng Shuiman's face, He immediately put away his smile. Having been a Hokage for so many years, Sarutobi Hizaki is naturally very experienced in observing words and behaviors. At a glance, he could see the deep coldness in Bo Feng Shui men's eyes. At the moment, Sarutobi Risen was also very surprised by this. You know, Bo Feng Shuiman is a gentle and brilliant person like the sun on weekdays. Now there will be such a look unexpectedly. What was going on to make him do this? Master Naruto, I think you should read this letter. Heifeng Skull handed the letter from the root of his arms to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's brows suddenly raised at this moment because he saw the word root on this letter. Danzo, you really can't stand your temper. You want to do something to Fenglin so soon? Sarutobi slashed his heart secretly. He probably knew why Bo Feng Shuiman showed such an expression, and why he came to him in such a rush. In this world, I'm afraid that only Fenglin and Uzumaki Juxina can make Bo Feng Shuiman show this look. These are the two most important people in his life. And soon, Sarutobi Risen read the contents of the letter. Shimura Danzo this time is indeed a bit too much. With the tone of command, Bo Feng Shuiman and Uzumaki Juxina sent Bai Fenglin to the roots. Isn't this despising people? You must know that his Shimura Danzo is not facing an ordinary family, nor is it an ordinary person. It was the Watergate of the Wave and the nine-tailed Manzuli Uzumaki Kushina. One is a disciple of Jiraiya, and the leader of the younger generation. Needless to say, Uzumaki Kushina, without the first and second generations of Hokage, can he really control Kyuubi? After weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hizaki also made his own decision. Can't let Fenglin fall into Shimura Danzo's hands, since he can't get the dark part, let alone the root part. And such talents shouldn't get into the roots. Pratyanam. I know why you came this time. Although Danzo is my old friend ... but I won't indulge him in this kind of thing. So, you can just do it without worrying about my feelings. Sarutobi Hizen said intently. He would definitely watch this matter from the sidelines, so as not to catch the fire. After Heifeng Mizuman got the answer from Sarutobi Hizaki ... the eyebrows were filled with joy. Then, write more about Lord Three Generations. With this answer from Sarutobi Risen, the confidence of Heifeng Shuiman at the moment has become full. Since your Shimura Danzo wants to rob people ... it depends on whether you have that ability. There was a chill in Bo Feng Shui men's eyes. This was the first time he was so angry in these years. After all, Fenglin and Uzumaki Juxina are his biggest inverse scales. No one can touch it. Chapter 71, Chapter 70. And after getting the answer from Sarutobi Hizen, Heifeng Mizuman didn't plan to stay more. After all, he still has to talk with Shimura Danzo. Watergate ... Wait. Just when Bo Feng Shui was about to open the door and leave, Sarutobi Hitoshi suddenly stopped him. You take this with you. If Danzo dares to do something with you, give this pen to Danzo. Sarutobi Hizen handed the pen he had with him to Heifeng Mizuno, and there was a word engraved on it. Fire. This pen is the pen used by Hokage, if Shimura Danzo can see. It is also clear about Sarutobi's attitude. Thank you very much, Lord Three Dame. Bo Feng Mizuman accepted the pen in Sarutobi Risen's hand, with gratitude in his eyes. He knew what the pen meant. At the same time, he was very grateful to Sarutobi Hizaki for his help. Originally, he thought that the other party would just not intervene in this matter, but he didn't expect to help himself to deal with his old friends in this way. This moved Bo Feng Shuiman's heart for a while. Go ahead. Sarutobi Hizen showed a kind smile on his face, and signaled that Heifeng Mizuman could leave. The Bo Feng Shui gate left. The door was also slowly closing at this moment, and Sarutobi Risen's originally kind smile gradually faded away, and he changed into a serious face. Danzo, I told you a long time ago that this kid Fenglin couldn't move. Sarutobi Risen sighed, and sat on the sofa beside him to smoke. For Bifenglin, Sarutobiusen also had to help. Let's not talk about the relationship between him and Haefing-Shuiman. But since Bifenglin is Tsunade's disciple, he must help. Strictly speaking, Bifenglin belongs to the Hokage series of his Sarutobiusen, and is considered his grandson. Plus if he doesn't help, God knows what Tsunade girl will do. At that time, Duty, his Hokage, watched his disciple enter the roots, and Sarutobi's face was going to be lost by then. And the most important point is, Sarutobi Hisaki can roughly guess Shimura Danzo's purpose in attracting North Maple Forest to enter the roots. It's not just his outstanding talent. The most important thing is Bifenglin's medical talent. It can be said that even Tsunade had never had such a terrifying talent back then. If it can be cultivated ... it can be used by the roots, then which experiment can be restarted. Although Sarutobi Hisaki ordered the termination of those tragic experiments, according to his investigation ... Shimura Danzo seems to have restarted it intentionally. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi Hisaki to let Shimura Danzo succeed so easily. At least the talents he can't get in the dark part ... Don't even think about getting it at the root. Danzo, I want to see what you want to do this time. After Bofeng-Shuiman left the Hokage office, he quickly came to the entrance where the roots were. As for the reason why Bofeng-Shuiman knows the entrance of the root, it is because the location is written on the envelope. Usual routes at this moment. There are already 2 people waiting for the arrival of Bofeng-Shuiman at the door of the route. Please follow us. At this time, the root ninja slowly said. Naturally, Bofeng-Shuiman didn't say anything, and followed these 2 people to the bottom of the roots. Soon, to the place. The base of the roots can be said to have a little imagination with the ant training base, almost carved out of a mold. Seeing the sun, the dim flames of a bonfire on the wall swayed slightly with the passing of the figure. The whole exudes a humid and uncomfortable breath. This also caused Bofeng-Shuiman's brows to frown, but it was quickly suppressed. Please come in. The front is the office of Lord Danzang. The root ninja signaled that it was Shimura Danzo's office ahead, and they also took the road to. No need to go forward again. Is the water gate coming? Coming. While Haefing-Shuiman was in a daze, Shimura Danzo's voice came from the office. The voice is very flat. Can't hear the slightest emotional fluctuation. Let me see what tricks I can play. Bofeng-Shuiman shook his head slightly in his heart, raised a vigilant heart, and pushed the door in. Click. The door was pushed open. Shimura Danzo's office appeared in the eyes of Haefing-Shuiman. The layout of the office is very depressing, the same as his own personality. Mainly black decorations. There is no sunlight. Only a few lamps glow faintly. Shimura Danzo sitting in the center of the eye came into view. As usual, the bandage covered the right half of his body. There were scars on his face and traces of time. And Shimura Danzo himself exudes a unique depressive atmosphere, as if he was born with it. Watergate. Long time no see. Shimura Danzo was the first to say hello. Yeah, it's been a long time. The last time I saw Master Danzo was in Anb. Bofeng-Shuiman said with a faint smile. Since the other party didn't openly say with oneself ... then there is no need to talk directly. Since you are here, then I don't have to make so many bends. I believe I have said clearly on the envelope. Your brother Bifenglin ... I hope he can join the roots and serve Konoha. Shimura Danzo's muddy eyes stared at Haefing-Shuiman, trying to see through Haefing-Shuiman's heart. Diaresis Master Danzang ... Your roots are genius like clouds, why bother to be attached to Bifenglin? And he studied under Tsunade-san ... It would be inappropriate to join the roots. The smile on Bofeng-Shuiman's face faded away at this moment, replaced by a serious look. Obviously, on this issue of Bifenglin ... Bofeng-Shuiman will not make any concessions. This is the attitude he showed to Shimura Danzo. And this moment, Shimura Danzo raised his brow. Using Tsunade's little girl to press me down? Ah, Shimura Danzo suddenly sneered in his heart. Bifenglin is bound to win. Even Tsunade can't stop him. It's okay. I believe Tsunade will sell my elders a lot of face. Now, as long as you nod and agree with Mizuman, it's fine. As for Fenglin himself I believe he will be happy to join the Roots to serve Konoha. Shimura Danzo's tone is full of domineering and arrogant. It seems that he is not negotiating with Bofeng Shuiman but is ordering the other party. And this suddenly caused Bofeng Mizuman's mood to sink. He didn't expect Shimura Danzo to be so direct. It seems that Bi Fenglin's 10 well-obtained fu is a great temptation for Shimura Danzo. But Bofeng Shuiman knows, once Fenglin enters the Roots, it will become like those root ninjas that the 6 relatives don't recognize it. Only to take orders from his Shimura Danzo. This point is very clear. You must know that the root ninja never obeys Naruto, but only obeys the root leader Shimura Danzo. For this, the 3rd generation of Hokage was very angry at first, but there was no alternative. In this case, that wave of Feng Shui men didn't have any scruples at noon. Since the other party didn't intend to have a good talk with him, but in an orderly tone, then naturally there is no need to be polite with the other party. Master Danzo, I won't let Mr. Feng join the Roots. At least, I will let him live like a normal person, instead of being a cold machine that only listens to commands. Excuse me for rejecting. Bofeng Shuiman's tone is full of determination, full of unquestionable determination. For my beloved brother, how about being an enemy of the Roots? Chapter 72, Chapter 71. Shimura Danzo was stunned. A trace of anger appeared between the eyebrows. A trace of blue veins appeared on the arm holding the cane at this moment, and his face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect Bofeng Shuiman's attitude to be so determined, and his words didn't give him the slightest face. This made Shimura Danzo feel that his face was lost for a while. Watergate. What do you mean by that? When Fenglin entered my Roots, it became the cold machine in your mouth. Or you look down on my Roots. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly became cold. How many years? No one dared to refuse him like this, and no one dared to speak to him like this. Now a junior in Bofeng Shuiman dare to do this. These words even come from his master. I dare not say that. I'm just talking about things. Besides, North Maple Forest is not suitable for the Roots. I hope Master Danzan can dispel this idea. After all, he is my only brother. That is, Juxinai's brother, and our most cherished family. Bofeng Shuiman's tone is still so determined, without the slightest concession. It can be said that it doesn't matter if Shimura Danzo puts his eyes on him, but he can't put his eyes on Fenglin, because Fenglin is his most important family member. He does not allow anyone to touch this bottom line. Then what if I want to force him into the Roots? Shimura Danzo's tone is still so plain, but he can hear a hint of coldness when he listens carefully. Obviously, Shimura Danzo already has a trace of anger in his heart. Being rejected with such a firm attitude by a junior like Haifeng Mizuman, even if no one else is watching. Shimura Danzo feels a bit embarrassed. When has he been so angry? When was someone talked about in this tone? And at this moment, Shimura Danzo's aura began to gradually condense, and then pressed the Bofeng Shuiman. But how could Bofeng Shuiman feel pressured by this degree of oppression? It can be resisted easily. Then, I can only fight against you, Danzo-sama. Bofeng Shuiman's deep eyes are still not surprised, and his face is full of calmness. In an instant, Shimura Danzo's aura burst out at this moment. The same is true of Bofeng Shuiman's momentum, released to resist Shimura Danzo's oppression. Watergate. Do you know the consequences of what you just said? Shimura Danzo's face became extremely cold at this moment, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. He never expected that Bofeng Shui men would say these words so boldly. Even Sannin plus White Fang didn't have the confidence to say this in front of him, a junior of Bofeng Shuiman. But he said it. This is undoubtedly a provocation to the majesty of his village Danzo, a kind of footsteps! Exclamation mark. If you don't punish a wave of Feng Shui gate today ... everyone will be able to step on his Shimura Danzo's head in the future. Shimura Danzo has never suffered any provocation since the roots were established for so long. Now ... Bo Feng Shuiman has been seated. I know ... but I know better that what I am guarding is my family. Bo Feng Shuiman said, neither humble nor arrogant. He knows that Shimura Danzo does not have much power on the surface, but secretly it can be described as powerful. It can be said that Konoha is second only to Hokage, one light, one dark. But there was no fear in his heart, because Bo Feng Shuiman knows very well that if he shows a trace of withdrawal, then Fenglin will be brought into the roots ... and will be trained as a murderous machine without emotions. This is a situation that Bo Feng Shuiman absolutely cannot tolerate. That's why ... he chose to resign Shimura Danzo. After all, what he guards is one of the most important people in his heart. Boom! A strong wind swept across Bo Feng Shuiman's cheek. It didn't hurt him, but the light behind him shattered directly. The room was slightly dimmed at this moment. Master Danzang, it seems that you are determined to let Fenglin join the roots. Haifeng Mizuman didn't feel any panic because of Shimura Danzo's sudden shot just now. Instead, he looked at Shimura Danzo indifferently, without paying attention to the moment just now. This kid. Shimura Danzo's heart suddenly sank. He underestimated the mood of Bo Feng Shuiman. Unexpectedly, the other party would be so calm, worthy of being a disciple taught by Jai Lai. And the most important thing is that he can't directly manipulate Bo Feng Shuiman. The opponent has the technique of Flying Thunder God, and he can leave the root base in an instant. Once Shimura Danzo does it, it will be as he wished. You must know that the strictest rule that Sarutobi Hizen enforces is the people in the village who act on the companions, once found, will directly become a traitor. At that time, everything that Shimura Danzo has now is very likely to be lost. What about it? Bo Feng Watergate. Don't forget that I have the permission of 3 generations of Hokage at my root, and I can select the personnel, Shimura Danzo said with a sneer. At this moment, he took out his whole cards. You don't execute your own order. Well. Okay. But if you don't execute the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi's order ... that's against the will of Hokage. By that time, it would be easier for Shimura Dan to hide when he wanted to get down. Therefore, he moved Sarutobi Hitoki out to suppress Haifeng Mizuno. After all, Shimura Danzo is very aware of how close the relationship between Haifeng Mizuman and Sarutobi Hisaki is, and Sarutobi Hisaki seems to have deliberately cultivated Haifeng Shuiman as a future successor. Otherwise, how could he open the Book of Seals to him? Oh, Master Danzo ... You do have this privilege. But there is a slight exception in everything. There was a lot of joy in the eyebrows of Bo Feng Shuiman. He knew that Shimura Danzo would definitely move Lord 3 to deal with him. Fortunately, he was already prepared. What's the meaning? Shimura Danzo's complexion was somewhat frozen at this moment, because he saw a smile on Bo Feng Shuiman's face. This is the smile that he holds. This is what 3 generations of Hokage asked me to give you ... I think you will understand the meaning of this, Master Danzo. With a faint smile on Haifeng Mizuman's face, he took out the pen given by Sarutobi Hizen from his pocket. The moment Shimura Danzo saw this pen, his face was completely frozen. The old and deep eyes flashed with astonishment, and immediately replaced by a trace of anger. The fire engraved on the pen pressed Shimura Danzo like Mount Tai. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see Sarutobi Hizen in the Hokage royal robe standing in front of him. Those words were like the sky falling down on his body, making him afraid to make any more movements. Danzo, don't forget, I am Naruto. This sentence echoed in Shimura Danzo's mind for a long time. Seeing Shimura Danzo's look, Bo Feng Mizuno also realized that this matter had begun to come to an end. It seems that he went to look for the help of Lord 3 before coming It was an extremely correct choice, Watergate. It's a good calculation. It seems that you have planned everything a long time ago. No trace of happiness, anger, sorrow, or sorrow could be heard in Shimura Danzo's words. But you can see from the coldness on his face. His heart is suppressing anger at this moment. Don't dare to be. Now that things have reached this point, Master Danzo, I think you know it too. I won't stay more. There are still people waiting for me at home. Bofeng Mizuman knew that Shimura Danzo was forced to give up by the meaning of this pen. So, there is no need to stay here. And the moment he arrived at the door and was about to leave. Shimura Danzo's voice came from the back faintly. Watergate. You can protect him for a while. You can't protect him for the rest of your life. Bofeng Shui Men. His figure was slightly startled, then turned around. This. I don't have to worry about Master Lao Tuanzang. After leaving this sentence, Bofeng Shuiman's figure disappeared in the same place. After a while, Shimura Danzo's aura suddenly exploded. Boom! Exclamation mark. The table in front of me was suddenly burst into pieces. Arrow spread throughout the root base. Sun cut. Chapter 73. Chapter 72. After Hofeng Mizuman went home, he told Uzumaki Kushina what happened. Watergate. Is it wrong to do this? Uzumaki Jukusina's face showed a hint of worry. You know, Bofeng Mizuman completely hides Shimura Dan in doing so and offends him to death. Although this will not have much impact on the Watergate of the Wave and the Vortex Jukusina. But it may have an impact on the future of the North Maple Forest. Will not. Since Lord 3 has chosen to help me, then naturally I won't let Shimura Danzo succeed. I believe this time Kobayashi's situation is very safe. Bofeng Shuiman pondered for a while and said slowly, there is no way. After all, the roots are simply a giant to them, and they can't compete with it. But fortunately, with the help of 3 generations of Hokage. Otherwise it would be really hard to tell this time. Oh well. After all, things have reached this point. And it can only be one step at a time. Uzumaki Jukusina nodded and said, the most important thing for a family is trust and support. Now that Bofeng Shuiman has done things, then Uzumaki Jukusina can only support him silently. This matter, don't tell Kobayashi. As for Tsunade-sama, I will say hello, and let Tsunade-sama beware of Shimura Danzo. After a moment of deep thought, Bofeng Mizuno said to Uzumaki Kushina, indeed. After all, there is no need to tell Bofenglin about this kind of thing and make him annoyed. Shuiman, let Xiaolin tell me about this. Let Kobayashi know the existence of the roots. Maybe things will be better. After all, we can't follow Kobayashi all the time. People who don't keep the roots will come to confuse him. Uzumaki Jukusina shook his head and vetoed. Saying or not, both have benefits. But Uzumaki Jukusina thought it was better to tell Bofenglin. At least it could play a preventive role. And Bofenglin doesn't know how mature his mind is than his peers. Even if he knows it, there won't be much negative reaction. Therefore, Uzumaki Jukusina thought that telling Bofenglin would be better than not telling him. Plus the family. There shouldn't be any secrets. And this matter is about Bofenglin's major event. Therefore, there is no need to conceal him. You are right. I am not thoughtful enough. Bofeng Shuiman thought it over and nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Kushina's remarks were the main point, which was not considered by the Bofeng Shuiman. In that case, hold a family meeting tonight and tell Kobayashi the matter. At this moment, Bofeng Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina reached a unified opinion. A dark corner somewhere in Konoha, Osamari learned of the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Hofeng Mizuman through her snake. The corner of her mouth was curved. Danzo, Bofenglin, this little guy, it's really difficult for you to start. Unexpectedly, even the old man would come forward this time. Oshimari whispered to himself. The conversation between Hofeng Mizuman and Shimura Danzo surprised him. He didn't expect that Bofeng Mizuman would dare to talk to Shimura Danzo like this. There was no fear in his words. But thinking about it carefully, This matter is also extremely normal. After all, there are 3 generations of Hokage standing behind Hafeng Watergate. Naturally, there is no fear for Shimura Danzo. But the golden light on Fenglin's body gave me a very strange feeling. Deeply dug back, remembering the scene when Fenglin killed the 2 sand-hidden spies one day. That is to say, Daishiwan concluded that Fenglin was a rare wizard. Let me ask, who was able to possess the strength of the elites at the age of 7? It's just that. It's a pity. It's a pity that Tsunade started it first. Otherwise, such a talented disciple. It would be great if I taught him. Furthermore, Fenglin's research on me can also be of great help. Daishiwan sighed faintly in his heart. He is the only one in this laboratory now, and he doesn't have as much medical knowledge as Tsunade and Fenglin. Therefore he is in short supply for an assistant. Fenglin can be said to be the perfect candidate in his heart, followed by another disciple of Tsunade. Silence. But the 2 children Dashwin didn't dare to move, because they are Tsunade's disciples. Oh no, Shimura knew exactly what Tsunade would look like when he became angry. Jiraiya also provoked Tsunade's rage back then. 4 ribs were broken and he was almost beaten to death. So Dashwin will never ask for trouble. What we need to do now is to wait for the moment. Wait for a moment when Fenglin can be drawn in. What is different from Shimura Danzo is Oshimura knows how much behind Fenglin is protecting him. Therefore, I dare not rashly do it. Shimura Danzo has always been in a high position, and his roots have always been so domineering. So Shimura Danzo suffered a big loss this time and was ashamed to say that all of this is used to 3 generations of Hokage. Ask for flowers. If he hadn't given Shimura Danzo so much power back then. How could there be such a situation as it is today? But Daishimaru probably knew what his teacher meant. Just use this incident to beat Shimura Danzo. To let him constrain a bit. Don't be too reckless. In the previous White Fang incident, Sarutobi Hitoshi knew that Shimura Danzo further expanded the rumors. Not only did he not kill Haki Sakumo, but instead let Haki Sakumo make atonement on the battlefield. Maybe it was because Sakumo Hajiki was also a thorn in Sarutobi's eyes. So he didn't pay much attention to it. But the incident in Bifenglin was different this time. Different from Hagaki Shumao. There are many people behind Bifenglin: Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Nami Feng Shui Gate, and Jiraiya who travels abroad, and he also has the identity of Sarutobi Hiji Swordsman. The most important thing is, Fenglin has a certain reputation. If such a person disappeared suddenly, it would have a morale impact on Konoha. And how could Sarutobi Hizaki be willing to send such a super genius to the roots? Mr. Bifeng, you are really enviable. Now even Hokage is protecting you. This time Danzo is asking for trouble. Daishimaru smiled in a low voice, and then continued to tinker with his experiment. These things have nothing to do with him. He just needs to wait now. Waiting for a good time. At this time, a tall figure appeared outside Konoha village, with conspicuous long white hair falling sharply on his waist like a hedgehog. Konoha. In back. The man looked at the sign at the entrance of the village, then looked at the Hokage rock at the highest point and murmured, "I don't know how that kid in Pratunam has been doing recently, him coming back this time. But to see if that little guy named Fenglin is the son of prophecy." There is a hint of excitement in the man's speech. Originally, he thought Konoha was just an amazing genius, but he quickly hurried back after he knew that this man was Po Feng Shuiman's younger brother, because according to the prophecy of the Big-Toed Immortal, the son of prophecy is very likely Po Feng Shuiman and a child beside him. And this kid, isn't it the Bifenglin who is now famous in the world of ninja? Hurry up, chong chong chong. Call out. In an instant, the man disappeared at the entrance of Konoha village. At the Konoha hospital, Fenglin sneezed several times. Strange. How do you feel that someone has been talking about me today? Chapter 74. Chapter 73. Fenglin didn't know anything about today's battle. After all, he has plunged into Konoha Hospital to study since he graduated early. So how can I care about Shimura Danzo? It always feels like something is staring at me. Fenglin sorted out the information on the desktop. With a hint of discomfort in his heart. He has a keen sense for others to spy on himself, so he is very sensitive to this aspect. No. You have to find it out. Fenglin frowned and murmured. He doesn't like this feeling. And he doesn't like being watched. Then, Fenglin closed his eyes slightly. The majestic perception spread at this moment, covering the entire office. For a moment, Fenglin suddenly opened his eyes. Found it. Zzz! Exclamation mark. I saw Fenglin's fingertips pulsing with thunder and lightning, and then burst out in a certain direction. Zzz! A sound of electric current contacting an object sounded, followed by a scent slowly drifting. Fenglin slowly walked forward and took a look. It's a little snake. Okimaru. Seeing this little snake, Fenglin instantly thought of the fellow -1. After all, the snake-playing person in Konoha village. There is only Oshimaru. The snake in front of him had been scorched by fire, and lost its vitality. The surface became extremely black. What does this guy mean? Watch me. Fenglin threw the electro-focused snake out of the window casually, not anxiously surprised. Isn't Oshimaru still willing to give up? Want to pull himself into the group? After much deliberation, I am afraid there is only this reason. If Fenglin didn't guess wrong, -1 really needed a medical genius. Otherwise, when he was in the warehouse, he would not solicit Fenglin out loud, but he didn't expect to be rejected. After all, this was an invitation from Oshimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Who would have thought that Fenglin would refuse it? Oshimaru, this guy. It will be a curse to keep it sooner or later. Fenglin muttered to himself. Oshimaru will carry out tragic experiments in the future, and many people will be sacrificed at that time. Fenglin wondered whether he should get rid of this scourge directly. But just thinking about it, the current Fenglin wants to do it is simply whimsical. After all, Oshimaru is Konoha's pillar and a great hero. As long as his laboratory is not exposed, it is still the Lord Oshimaru in people's eyes. Forget it. You still have to pay attention to things in the future. Since Oshimaru is eyeing me, then Shimura Danzo will definitely not be far away. After all, the roots will never let go of seeing a genius. Fenglin frowned and closed the window. After tidying up, he left. As for White Tsunade's office needs Fenglin to clean up. It's because Tsunade left in the afternoon and said he was going to meet a friend. Fenglin didn't think it was strange, so he agreed to help her clean up the office. Soon, Fenglin returned home. Brother, sister, I'm back. Fenglin changed shoes at the hallway and shouted towards the kitchen. But when he walked to the living room, found that Uzumaki Kushina and Bo Feng Shuiman were not busy in the kitchen today. On the other hand, there are already prepared meals on the table. Neither of the couple moved their chopsticks, but looked at Fenglin together. You guys, what's wrong? Fenglin was a little guilty of being seen by Bo Feng Shuimen and Wuxin Nei. He doesn't seem to be doing anything today. How does the atmosphere at home feel? A little dignified. Xiaolin, first go to wash your hands. Brother and sister have something to tell you. Bo Feng Shuiman showed a gentle smile in the past, which made Fenglin's original worry also let go a little. What to look at? Don't hurry up. Do you still want my sister to teach you? When Uzumaki Juxina saw Fenglin looking at him cautiously, he couldn't help but cursed with a smile. Did she give Fenglin too much psychological shadow? Ha ha ha. Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't help but laughed out at this moment. Also laugh. If you didn't indulge him too much, how could I be so harsh? Uzumaki Juxinai immediately glared at Bo Feng Shuiman, and the other party also shut up wisely at this moment. And at this moment, Fenglin also returned from washing his hands. Is there anything important today? Fenglin looked at the Bo Feng Shuiman and the Vortex Juxinai. and suddenly realized that there was something wrong with it today. This scene ... this atmosphere ... that's right ... family meeting. In other words, something big happened at home. The family meeting today is to tell you one thing. Bofeng Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina glanced at each other and said slowly, "You two are going to have a wedding?" Fenglin asked abruptly. "Don't interrupt, be serious." Uzumaki Juxinai's face turned red, and he immediately knocked Fenglin on the head. "Oh," Fenglin replied aggrievedly. Seeing Fenglin shut up obediently ... Bofeng Shuiman also started what he was going to say today. He told Fenglin the words he had negotiated with Uzumaki Juxina. As for the scenes of the confrontation with Shimura Danzo, of course, I would not say it. The most important thing in this conversation is to make Fenglin be careful about the people at the root. The roots really stared at me. Fenglin's heart suddenly sank. He knew that he had been targeted by Shikun Danzang, but he didn't expect that Shimura Danzang would go to Wave Feng Shui first. Xiaolin promised my sister, no matter what kind of conditions the other party offers ... don't agree to it. If you enter then you really leave my sister forever. Uzumaki Juxinai's tone was serious, and Fenglin nodded solemnly, although he didn't know the details of this matter. But he could roughly guess that the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Heifeng Mizuman was absolutely so simple. For a moment, Fenglin felt warm in his heart. Brother and Gigi have been doing their best to protect ... caring for his growth. Such brothers and sisters can be said to make up for the sense of lack of family in Fenglin's heart. After all, he was also an orphan in his previous life. He grew up in an orphanage, and later he became a doctor through hard work. Until after crossing, Fenglin originally thought he was helpless. But at that moment, Bofeng Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina found themselves. Uzumaki Juxinai's eyes Fenglin will never forget. It was a look of hope and redemption, until later turned into a meticulous affection. "I see, sister. Don't worry, I will never join that route," Fenglin assured them in a firm tone. And after getting Fenglin's guarantee, the tension between the eyebrows of Bofeng Shui Men and Wu Xinai also relaxed at this moment. Then ... the family ate dinner happily as usual. Chapter 75. Chapter 74, Konoha Hospital and Tsunade Office. Sure enough, the old guy Danzang really looked at me. But it's nothing strange. If you didn't catch it, it would be really weird, Fenglin murmured to himself while resting his chin. Yesterday's family meeting also allowed Fenglin to roughly guess how much effort Bofeng Shuiman and Uzumaki Juxina had made behind their backs. At least Fenglin was able to be sure that Bofeng Shuiman could withstand Shimura Danzo's forcible dignitaries. It should have used a lot of effort, although there is no one on the surface. But Fenglin observed the fatigue between his eyebrows very carefully. "It seems everything I have is even better than other orphans." A smile appeared at the corner of Fenglin's mouth, and he continued to read medical books. After all, at this point in Konoha Hospital, there was no injured person who needed Fenglin to go for treatment, so he could only ponder medical knowledge. Then in the afternoon, Fenglin can go to practice Thunder Method again. After all, Ulfar is much stronger than Golden Light Curse, and the proficiency of both hands is not anxious. After all, there are still 5 or 6 years before the Third Ninja World War. Therefore, Fenglin can first cultivate the Thunder Method to 50% and it can also deal with the current situation. And just 27 moments when Fenglin was thinking, the door was suddenly opened. "The owner of this office is naturally the one who came into your eyes. Tsunade. Be ifing. It's okay. Even the old fellow Danzang is eyeing you." After Tsunade walked in, he immediately teased Fenglin. "Don't make trouble. This is not a good thing. If I were forcibly taken to the roots. Sister Tsunade, you would lose a precious apprentice." Fenglin rolled his eyes and said in an angry tone, his apprentices were all involved in this kind of thing. and Tsunade actually had a leisurely mind to tease him. Dare he? Might Tsunade guy dare to move ... I have to tear down his roots. Tsunade's gaze became extremely cold at this moment, and faint flashes of cold light flashed in his eyes. You must know that Pfenglin's medical talent is completely above her. If it can be cultivated, it must surpass herself in the medical field. Such a precious apprentice. If Shimura Danzo dares to do it, then she doesn't mind using what she has to crush the old fellow Shimura Danzo. After all, he was too quiet under Konoha's ground. It's nice to have fun occasionally. Don't worry too much. There is an old man protecting you this time. ... No matter how arrogant the old fellow Tuanzang is, he dare not press the old man on his body. Tsunade thought that Pfenglin was worried about his own safety, so he told him the situation of Sarutobi Hisaki's intervention. Sarutobi Risen is also involved. And protect me? For a time, Pfenglin's mind was plunged into thinking. He probably knew why Sarutobi Hisaki would help himself. Haefeng Mizuman asked for help. Plus he didn't want to see the roots continue to grow. It can be said that Sarutobi Hisaki indirectly disgusted Shimura Danzo this time, and it was also counted as a beating. Well, now that someone has already solved this matter, then it doesn't seem to be necessary to think about other things. Let's practice with peace of mind. Pfenglin knew that his current strength was not enough to despise everything, so he still had to cultivate to become stronger. But you guys have to be careful. Although Danzo doesn't dare to force you into the roots. But you can use conditions to lure you. You can get my attention. Tsunade saw Pfenglin sinking into thought, and then interrupted the opponent's thoughts. She didn't want to see Pfenglin agree to the conditions set by Zaikundanzang, and thus enter the roots. If things really get to that point. It really means there is nowhere to cry. Do not worry. You still don't believe. What conditions Danzo can offer to lure me? Pfenglin was a little speechless when asked by Tsunade, but thinking about it carefully, it is quite normal for her to tell herself this way. Forcing a person to fail. Can't you still use the benefits to hit Pfenglin's heart? If you change to someone else, I'm afraid it might really be tempting, but Pfenglin won't. He knows very well that once he enters the roots, it means abandoning everything. At that time, he only obeyed his Shimura Danzo's orders. This kind of brainwashing training, Pfenglin is not arrogant enough to hold it. And there is no need to die. That's good. Just pay attention to it yourself. Tsunade nodded slightly. She can be said to be very relieved of Pfenglin. After all, the other person's mind is very mature, and sometimes Tsunade thinks that he is talking with an adult. It's not right. It's a sly fox. There shouldn't be much help today, right? Pfenglin asked Tsunade. No. If you want to go to the training ground to train, go there. These days have been relatively idle. Tsunade thought for a while. Pfenglin's daily schedule is also known, and Konoha Hospital will go to the training ground for training if nothing happens. Regarding this, Tsunade didn't think there was any problem. After all, what she taught was medical knowledge, and cultivated Pfenglin to become a top medical ninja. In terms of combat, it seems that I don't need my own help. And ... she is carrying a mute now, so she doesn't have much time to manage Tsunade. Since one day Silent saw the appearance of Pfenglin and Zai Ryong so close, he decided to become stronger in his heart, become able to catch up with the pace of Pfenglin. As for Pfenglin's strength, Tsunade was not very clear, but Tsunade could keenly notice that Pfenglin's aura gradually became stronger. Alas, people are more angry than people. Geniuses are geniuses. Tsunade thought jealously. Originally, Pfenglin was abnormal enough in medical treatment. Who knew that it was also so strong in combat? According to Tsunade's inference, Pfenglin's current strength is at least Zongren. I don't know in detail. After all, she has never seen Pfenglin's state during the battle. 117. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Pfenglin came to the 14th training ground. Open the panel. Proficiency of both hands. Percent Golden Light Curse proficiency. 87.4% Li proficiency, 8.7%. Feng looked at the poor proficiency of his Ilfa and felt very helpless in his heart. No way, after all, Ilfa can be said to be an advanced technique of golden light curse. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivation is naturally much higher than that of the golden light curse. But Fenglin didn't think anything. It was just a matter of time for him. Ziz. In an instant, Fenglin's right hand jumped with bright blue electric light, full of masculine and ferocious aura. Yang Wul. Palm thunder. Bang. The lightning slammed away in the direction pointed out by Fenglin, and instantly knocked the wooden stake out of a small hole. Black smoke slowly filled the sky. Sure enough. Is this only the power? Fenglin murmured helplessly in his heart. It seems that if you want to practice Ilfa thoroughly, you still have to work harder. And at this moment, a tyrannical aura broke into Fenglin's range of perception. In an instant, Fenglin's heart alarm bells loudly, and his brows suddenly frowned. This breath made him feel very gloomy. Gloomy to the extreme. It is definitely not something ordinary people can radiate. That's why Fenglin was so vigilant. Chapter 76. Chapter 75. Ta. A middle-aged person who made Fenglin strange and familiar slowly appeared in front of Fenglin. Middle-aged people are different from others. His right half was covered with bandages. With a cane in his hand, he slightly squinted to look at Fenglin. The scar on his face added a fierce vibe to him. Then, a sense of irresistible majesty immediately spread. The whole body exudes a feeling of being stronger than Renduan. That is, Master. Tsk. It's really flattering. Danzang actually came in person. It seems that my medical talent obviously makes him extremely excited. Although vigilance appeared on the surface of Beifeng Forest, there was a smile in his heart. For the appearance of Shimura Danzo, Fenglin can be said to be very surprised. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would come to him himself, which can be said to be unexpected by Fenglin. To know the arrogance of Yizi village Danzo. It is impossible to come to Beifenglin in person, but send root members to please Beifenglin to be a guest at the root. But since he was warned by Sarutobi Hitoshi, Shimura Danzo did not dare to act rashly towards Fenglin. Shimura Danzo knows the bottom line of his old friend. Once he touches it, he will really suffer. Therefore Shimura Danzo just wandered above the bottom line of Sarutobi Hisaki. Who are you? Fenglin's face was full of vigilance, although he knew the Shimura Danzo in front of him. But he still had to do enough superficial work. I am Konoha's elder, the root leader. Shimura Danzo. I believe you, Mr. Pfeng, should know the news about me. Shimura Danzo looked at Fenglin, who was vigilant in front of him, and said in a flat tone, Fenglin's vigilant appearance. I believe that Bofeng Shuiman has already informed the other party about something. But it doesn't matter. Shimura Danzo believes that Fenglin will join the roots under his temptation. He came today. But with the determination to win. He wanted to use the conditions he offered to lure Fenglin back. Sarutobi hasn't just said that he can't come hard, but that doesn't mean he can't come soft. It turned out to be Lord Danzang. Disrespectful. The vigilance on Fenglin's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a smile. I don't know what is the matter with Master Danzo who came to see me. Shinobu. Fenglin looked at Shimura Danzo knowingly. Mr. Beifeng. You are a smart man. I think we can talk. If you are afraid that I will harm you, you can talk about it here. Don't worry. If I want to harm you, I won't come personally. Shimura Danzo's words are as amiable as possible, with unquestionable confidence in his tone. Obviously, this time he came with the confidence of winning. That's not necessary. Master Danzo is the right-hand man of Hokage-sama, and there is nothing I am afraid of in Konoha. Fenglin spread his hands, indicating that he had nothing to fear. Since Shimura Danzo has come in person, it means that the other party is short of his own medical genius. If Fenglin is not wrong, Shimura Danzo wants to join the roots by himself. It must be for his right arm. He wanted Fenglin to study the cells of the first generation of Hokage, so as to achieve the purpose he wanted. This mind does not lose the name of this genius." Shimura Danzo was slightly surprised, and his slightly squinted eyes opened a little at this moment. He didn't expect that Pfenglin was not afraid of him at all, and could even talk to him with a smile. This made Shimura Danzo feel a little surprised. It can be said that Pfenglin had this mind and state of mind when he was only 7 years old, and Shimura Danzo wanted to get this talent even more. "If you have anything, don't hesitate to talk about it, Danzo-sama." Pfenglin still had a faint smile on his face. He knew that Shimura Danzo's kind appearance was pretended. After all, this was Konoha's number 2 character, the darkness under the sun. Basically, Konoha's dark events are all with Shimura Danzo. "Mr. Beifing, join the Roots. Tsunade can't teach you too much, and Konoha Hospital will only limit your development. The Roots can have things you can't imagine ... and also have the most advanced medical knowledge books in the ninja world." Shimura Danzo directly solicited Pfenglin without concealment. "The strong ones will definitely not work ... Then you can only come to the soft ones. For such top medical geniuses as Pfenglin, I believe he will be shaken by the conditions he prescribes." Why did Master Danzo look for me? I'm just a person with outstanding medical talents. The Roots don't seem to need medical ninjas, right? Pfenglin did not immediately agree, but instead asked. A gleam of light flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, and his expression softened. Pfenglin's inquiries like this ... that is to say, the other party already has a touch of heart at this moment. In this case, then I can say it's okay. "Mr. Beifing, your talent is more than that. I want to train you to become the strongest person in the Roots, and be able to take over my position in the future. If you can be nurtured by me, then in the future, even if it is Sunan and Konoha White Fang, their achievements can only be under yours." Shimura Danzo has extreme confidence in his tone, which sounds very passionate. Diaresis puff. Pfenglin suddenly laughed in his heart. He didn't expect Shimura Danzo to solicit himself ... It can be said that he was blowing everything up. Not surprisingly, once it enters the Roots, it will be as expected by Pfenglin. The machine that will be brainwashed into Roots by Shimura Danzo, and then began to expand medical knowledge. Then he began to study into columnar cells. And will Shimura Danzo really cultivate himself as a successor? What an international joke. Anyone with a bit of a brain would not think so. You must know that the root is Shimura Danzo's life's hard work. It is also his most critical tool for fighting for the position of Naruto. How could it be possible to hand over people? These thoughts of Shimura Danzo, Pfenglin could not be said to be clearer. At this moment, Shimura Danzo saw the smile on Pfenglin's face, and thought that the other party was moved by his conditions. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's still a definitely Zhao kid. In the face of fatal temptation of interest, it is impossible to stick to one's heart. If you know such a condition, even an adult can't refuse it. How about Pfengjun? Whether such conditions can satisfy you? Shimura Danzo looked at Pfenglin in front of him and slowly asked. At this time, he could already see the scene of Pfenglin obediently following him back to the roots. Danzo-sama, your offer is really exciting. Pfenglin sighed with emotion. This also made Shimura Danzo's heart very satisfied. In this case, then followed the old man. Shimura Danzo already showed a triumphant smile at this time. Don't worry, Master Danzo, I haven't spoken yet. Pfenglin's eyes rolled, and the smile on his face became more intense. Although Danzo-sama, your offer is very attractive, but I don't want to join the roots. Chapter 77, Chapter 76. Shimura Danzo was stunned by Pfenglin's playful words. Seeing that Pfenglin still had this faint smile, he suddenly realized that ... he was being tricked. His gaze suddenly sank, and the right hand holding the cane tightened at this moment. If you look closely, you can see that Shimura Danzo's body trembled slightly before. Breathing has also changed from uniform to rapid. He actually was tricked. For so many years, No one dared to play with him. Now he was actually played with by a 7-year-old kid! In an instant, Shimura Danzo's eyes showed icy killing intent condensed on Fenglin's body. The majestic momentum is moving toward Fenglin's oppression. You are playing an old man. Shimura Danzo's gloomy voice was full of anger. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Fenglin in front of him directly. No one has dared to play him like this for many years. The scorching shame has been nailed to his face. Don't be angry, Master Danzo. How can this be said to be a joke? I just sighed, Mr. Danzang. The conditions you offered are really good. But I didn't say I want to join. Fenglin put away his smile and said to Shimura Danzo with an innocent expression. He never said that he would join Shimura Danzo's roots. It's just that Shimura Danzo had too much drama in his heart that he misunderstood Fenglin's previous attitude. But Fenglin is indeed playing Shimura Danzo. I'm just fooling you. What can you do? Come hit me. Of course, Fenglin is not so cheap. This Shimura Danzo will get angry later. It will be a bit difficult, although it is said that the other party will definitely not be able to kill himself. But the feeling of being chased by someone is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Asshole. Kid. Shimura Danzo never thought that he would be pissed off by a 7-year-old child today. Oh, I'm in a hurry. I broke the defense. Master Danzo, you have to calm down. Master Naruto can see it clearly through investigating the crystal. Fenglin pretended to be scared and took a step back, then pointed to the sky and said. But Fenglin's remarks poured on Shimura Danzo's head like a basin of cold water. In an instant, he calmed down his original angry mood. Yes, at this moment, his old friend is staring at him, just waiting for him to make a mistake. At that time, you can justly suppress the roots to weaken yourself. Fenglin. Very good. You are good. Shimura Danzo took a deep look at Fenglin and praised it twice in succession. He admitted he underestimated the seemingly harmless Fenglin in front of him. The reason why a genius is not only in terms of strength, but also in other aspects. Today, Shimura Danzo can be said to understand the greatness of B.I. Fenglin. The reason why the other party was in a state of confidence. It turned out that he didn't dare to act hastily even if he had been approved a long time ago. So even if it's playing around with him, it won't be a problem. After all, his old friend is staring at him all the time. Waiting for the opportunity. Hey, thank you, Master Tuanzang, for your compliments. I can get your compliment? Then it is more comfortable than the praise of Naruto-sama. Fenglin smiled with a gentle smile. And at this moment, this sunny smile looked like a mockery in Shimura Danzo's eyes. I remember. Fenglin, you are indeed a genius. But there is no genius who has grown up. It's easy to die. A ruthless word. Fenglin's heart aroused a sense of alertness. Shimura Danzo knew that he had been tricked but couldn't get back with revenge. He was naturally suffocated in his heart. It's better to go back to the roots than to humiliate yourself here. After the words fell, Shimura Danzang's figure disappeared into the spot in an instant. Tusk. I just played him a bit, and my mood seemed to improve. Fenglin muttered to himself as he watched the disappearance of Shimura Danzo. For Shimura Danzo's solicitation and temptation, Fenglin really has a little heart. After all, being able to study the cells between the pillars and the dark things in the roots is quite good for Fenglin. But it's a pity. In the face of family and ambitions and interests, Fenglin chose the former. If he is an orphan, maybe he might really join the roots. But the situation is different now. Fenglin has family members who love and care about him, as well as friends and seniors who care about him. Therefore he definitely cannot enter the roots. But this time I really have to thank the 3 generations of old men. Fenglin looked up at the sky, showing a bright smile. But after today's incident, the old thief Danzo should be completely concerned about me. Well, it doesn't matter. Sarutobi just wants to press him anyway. Fenglin knew that Sarutobi wanted to suppress the roots, and if that was the case, he would act as a decoy. As for what Sarutobi would do, It had nothing to do with Fenglin. Then he turned and left Konoha Middle Hokage office. The moment Sarutobi Risen saw Fenglin's brilliant smile through the crystal ball in front of him, his face was also quite surprised. Then he showed a helpless smile. This little guy is really a rare genius. If Teacher Fajian was alive. I'm afraid I would be amazed. Sarutobi Risen took a breath and smiled. Sure enough, this child is as Bo Feng Shuiman said. Both in terms of mentality and IQ, they far surpass their peers. That's not right. Even some adults can't reach the point of Bi Fenglin. Want to know that the root leader of the show, Shimura Danzo, can ordinary people be so courageous? Even if Sarutobi Risen did this, he still had to weigh a bit, but the difference was Fenglin dared to do it. This wave is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. How about Jiraiya? I said that this kid is so talented that he is even more terrifying than Watergate back then. Sarutobi Risen looked at Jiraiya in front of him and laughed. After all, ordinary people can't do this. Xylai also secretly squeezed a cold sweat. He saw the scene of Fenglin playing with Zaikantu Anzang just now, being able to have the guts. This is really not an ordinary genius who can do it. But it seems that it fits the person I am looking for. By the way, old man, do you remember that I told you the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal? Watergate is most likely the son of prophecy. Xylai said with a serious face. I remember. Sarutobi Hizaki's face also became serious at this moment. For the Big Toad Immortal of Miyomu Mountain, Sarutobi Risen also had a little understanding. Back then, Xylai also strayed into Miyomu Mountain, and then returned from learning to participate in the Ninja World War. Thus became famous in the ninja world. Therefore, Sarutobi Hizaki also went to investigate the information left by Kaien's Hoshu, and there is a record of Miyomu Mountain in it. The purpose of my return to the village this time is because of the guidance of the Big Toad Immortal. He told me, there is a child next to Watergate. He is most likely the true prophet, a person who can completely change the pattern of the ninja world. Xylai also narrated the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal to Sarutobi Risen. In an instant, Sarutobi Risen's hand holding the pipe shook. The expression changed from seriousness to stunned. The old eyes trembled at this moment. Xylai. Are you kidding me? 78. Chapter 78. Chapter 77. Sarutobi Hizaki's eyes widened, and he looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. You know, the prediction of the Big Toad Immortal in Miyomu Mountain is very efficacious. Even the records left by his teacher Kaien Zujian have recorded the accuracy of the predictions. And since the Second Ninja World War, Xylai stayed in Uin village, said that he found the person he was looking for. In the following years, I have been traveling the ninja world, returning to the village only once in so many years. Now that he brought such a heavy news. It made Sarutobi Risen a little bit shocked to react. If it is an ordinary prophecy, forget it. Now that it was actually said that it could change the pattern of the future ninja world. Suddenly Sarutobi Risen was shocked. If the Big Toad Immortal didn't tease me, then this prediction should be true. Moreover, the child next to Watergate is the Fenglin who has become a genius. Xylai also thought for a while and said slowly, because only Fenglin was the one who met the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. Plus. Look at who can have such a terrifying talent at the age of 7. Looking at the entire ninja world's many years of history, I am afraid there is only Fenglin alone. Xylai, you came back this time, but you brought an amazing news. Sarutobi Risen glanced at Jiraiya, then looked at the image of Bi Fenglin in the crystal ball, and let out a sigh. Who could have imagined that the 7-year-old child in front of him would be the one among the Big Toad Immortal population who could change the pattern of the ninja world in the future? So I didn't believe it very much at first. But since I heard about Fenglin's talent in medical ninjutsu from Tsune. I have to believe it. And I also asked One Guy. Fenglin's strength is stronger than the average Zongren. In other words, the current strength of this child has completely reached the level of Zongnin, or even higher. Jai Lai also told the news he knew. The news that he came back told Hafing Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina, but went to look for Tsunade and Oshimaru to ask about the situation of Bifenglin. After understanding, Jai Lai can also be said to be taken aback. There really is such a genius in this world. And this has also become more and more certain that Bifenglin is very likely to be the prophetic son of the big-toed mortal population. Old man ... You can protect him. If you really let Danzo take him away, Konoha would have lost a genius with immense potential. Jai Lai also looked at the shocked and complex expression of Sarutobi Hizen and said slowly, after all, in the village of Konoha, only Sarutobi Hizaki can deal with Shimura Danzo. The words of others are really not enough for Shimura Danzo to break his wrists. I know what you mean. In this case ... I have to beat Danzo too. A sharp look and cold light flashed in Sarutobi's eyes. He would not allow Konoha's future pillar to be harmed, let alone Bifenglin as his grandson. The people who belong to his own Hokage family ... Sarutobi Hiji is unreasonable and does not help, because he knew very well that once Bifenglin could grow up, the benefits to him would be endless. Besides, he is Tsunade's disciple, and Uzumaki Kushina and Hafing Mizuman's younger brothers ... Naturally, there is no need to worry about other things happening. As a senior powerhouse, Sarutobi Hizen analyzed the pros and cons in an instant. There are almost no disadvantages, and some only have advantages. Old man, you can understand that naturally is the best. If you are not going to help ... I will also look for opportunities to let Danzo know what to move ... what not to move. Jai Lai nodded slightly in satisfaction, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He knows that Shimura Danzo likes to take talents into the roots. But Jiraiya also knew very well what those people would be like after entering the roots. The 6 relatives do not recognize. They will no longer talk to people they know, and are completely obedient to the orders of the leader Shimura Danzo. This kind of brainwashing training also made Zillai quite contemptuous. But he has no choice. After all, the old man has always been reluctant to get rid of his own old friend. It seems that he still feels guilty about the battle for the position of Hokage. Otherwise, how can Shimura Danzo dare to jump like this? Konoha underground, root base, asshole, a little bastard. Middle ... 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 ask for flowers. Middle ... 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 dare to play with me? Boom! Exclamation mark. Bang! Exclamation mark. In the root base, the roaring smashing sound and the roaring sound crazily intertwined resounded throughout the base. And Shimura Danzo's office was in a mess at this moment. The tabletop is shattered. The vases placed there are also smashed and scattered all over the place. He has never received such an insult. Today, it was Bifenglin who was teased and insulted. At this moment, the rest of the root members did not dare to approach Shimura Danzo's office, and could only hide far away. Even Shimura Danzo's most trusted at this moment did not dare to approach the other party's office hastily. After all, no one has ever seen Shimura Danzo showing such a gaffe. It's unbelievable. And at the moment when Shimura Danzo was furious, he didn't know that his current ugly state was caught in the eyes of a black snake hiding in the corner, under Konoha in the distance. Through the eyes of the black snake, Osamaru completely controlled all the actions of Shimura Danzo in his hands. TSK Tusk. Danzo, I warned you not to provoke that kid in Bifenglin. It's not just 3 generations of old men who are helping him now. Even the fellow Jiraiya is back. It can be seen. Jai Lai also seems to be very interested in Bifenglin. After Oshimaru cancelled the spiritism ... with a soft smile. Previously, Jai Lai also came to find out about Bifenglin's information ... that made Oshimaru very surprised. You must know that it is impossible for Jai Lai to have any intersection with Bifenglin. It wasn't until Jai Lai also revealed that Bifenglin was most likely the person he was looking for over the years, that Maru told him about Pfenglin's situation. But Dashi-1 was also very shocked by this. You know, the person Jilia was looking for ... but the son of prophecy. Could it be that Pfenglin is the son of prophecy? But if you think about it, it's really possible. After all, Pfenglin's talent was the most terrifying person he had ever seen, not one of them. Mr. Pfeng, you are really pleasantly surprised. Let me see. Are you the person Jili wants to find? Chapter 79. 78. Chapter 78. Seal the space of the tail beast. Uzumaki Juxina came to the tail beast space as usual. This place is full of flames, and the red world is in my eyes. It seems ... Kyuubi is still so quiet today. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Nine Tails, who were bound by silver chains on a boulder filled with flaming magma. Come to the nine-tailed space every day to observe whether nine-tailed small movements is one of Uzumaki Kushina's daily routine. After all, Kyuubi can be said to be a danger that can destroy Konoha, so he must be very cautious. You and I have the same destiny. Just stay inside me, Uzumaki Kushina murmured while looking at Kyuubi with his eyes closed in the distance. After the voice fell ... the figure disappeared in the space of the tail beast. Guru. Just the moment Uzumaki Juxina left, Kyuubi opened his eyes. Its eyes were full of hatred and anger, as if it could turn everything in front of it into ashes. It's almost. You can succeed. Nine Tails whispered a word, then continued to close his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, and red chakra bubbles emerged under the magma. This was not discovered by the Vortex Kushina before. Xiaolin. Be careful all the way. After Uzumaki Juxina sent Pfenglin out, he returned to the sofa and sat down as if relieved. It feels like raising a son. But fortunately, Kobayashi is more sensible than other children. Otherwise, it's really troublesome everywhere. Uzumaki Kushina sighed while lying on the sofa. But for so many years, Kobayashi really has nothing to worry us about. Bo Feng Shuiman smiled helplessly and said. A touch of memory appeared on his face. He still remembers the first time he met Pfenglin. The flatness and calmness in the opponent's eyes surprised Bo Feng Shuiman. After getting along for a while, he discovered that Pfenglin's mind was precocious than the other children. Maybe because of the early death of my parents. You said we will have a daughter or a son in the future? The boy's words. I don't worry about it when I grow up, daughter. It seems to be a little more worry-free. Uzumaki Kushina thought to Bo Feng Shuiman, who was washing the dishes. Puff. Why do you think about this? We haven't settled down completely now. And the nine tails in your stomach are also a trouble. It is troublesome and dangerous for Enzuli to give birth to a newborn baby. Bo Feng Mizuman arranged the dishes and explained to Uzumaki Kushina. So did you. Maybe this is fate. Uzumaki Juxina's eyes dimmed a little at this moment, and there was a faint sense of loss. Kushina. At this time, Bo Feng Shui's keeper finished sorting the kitchen things, and walked to the side of Uzumaki Kushina and sat down. Feel sorry? No, Prachanam, you don't have to apologize. You can only blame me for being so special. Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly shook his head after hearing the apology from Bo Feng Mizuman. She didn't want to have a child, but her identity and special circumstances cannot allow her to do whatever she wants. You know she can't do it even if she leaves Konoha now. After all, nine tails are sealed in the body, and the third generation of Hokage will naturally not expose Uzumaki Kushina to any danger. Okay. You don't have to be so depressed. It's all just a matter of time. Besides, we are still young. Bo Feng Shuiman fondly stroked Uzumaki Juxina's hair. And just when the two were talking, the door was knocked suddenly. What? Who will come at this time? Did Xiaolin forget to take something? Uzumaki Kushina looked at the door in a puzzled way and questioned at this moment. Let me open the door. You are tired from making breakfast today. Bo Feng Watergate gently pressed Uzumaki Juxina, and then walked to the door. After all, for the health of Pfenglin, the two of them were able to eat a good breakfast every day. And they would be busy for a while when they got up in the morning. The most discussed thing before going to bed every day is what to eat tomorrow. After all, Pfenglin's body is still in the developmental stage, so it must be maintained in terms of nutrition. Naturally, there is no need to worry about funds, just the performance of Bi Pfenglin and Bo Feng Shuiman on the battlefield. The rewards received are enough for a family to live a luxurious life for several years. Among them, almost all the money Pfenglin obtained was handed over to Uzumaki Jukusenai. After all, money doesn't have much effect on Pfenglin. Just ask the other party to get it when you want to spend it. Click. Bofeng Watergate came to the door. Slowly opened the door. What came into my eyes was a tall, white-haired man. When he saw Bo Feng Shui men, a bright smile appeared on his face. Yo, Pratyanam. Have not seen you for a long time. The bright smile of the white-haired man is full of magical contagion. Since Zilai also. Teacher. Bo Feng Shuiman looked stunned, and his pupils were filled with shock. The sudden appearance of Jill AI. So that Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't react at all for a while. Haha. Surprised. After seeing Bo Feng Shuiman's shocked appearance, Jilai showed a satisfied smile. Watergate. Who is it? The sound of the whirlpool came from behind. The shock of Bo Feng Shuiman just now made her feel quite puzzled, and then she got up and walked towards the door to find out. And when she saw Jilia standing at the door, her face was suddenly filled with astonishment and shock. Teacher Jilia. Uzumaki Jukusenai was shocked, and his voice suddenly increased by more than 10 decibels. The Jirali in front of them really scared them. You know, at this time, Jilai should also be traveling the ninja world. How could he suddenly appear at their doorstep? How? Just let me hang out at the door. Whatever, buy me a cup of tea. Jilia looked at the shocked appearance of these two people, and suddenly laughed and joked. Sorry. Teacher Jilia, please come in quickly. Bo Feng Shuiman suddenly gave up a position to let Jilia walk in from outside the door. I'm going to pour tea. Uzumaki Kushina hurried to the direction of the kitchen. Call. Prachanam, it looks like the old man treats you well. Even his treasured tea leaves are willing to give you some. When I pestered him to ask, the old man refused to give it to me. Jilai also sipped his tea and smiled lightly. Teacher Jilia, if you want to drink, you can take it all. Anyway, no one in our family drinks tea. Bo Feng Shuiman scratched his head and laughed. Pull it down. I'm not going to take my apprentice's things. Zilai rolled his eyes and said helplessly, is this kind of person in the eyes of the apprentice? By the way, Teacher Jilia, aren't you traveling the ninja world all the time? Why did you suddenly return to Konoha? Uzumaki Jukusenai asked suspiciously while sitting next to the water gate of the wave. They have always exchanged letters over the years, so they also know that Jilai also travels around the world of ninja. Also, by the way, he told Jilia about the existence of Pfenglin. I came back to the village this time because of my purpose of traveling in the ninja world. Jilia smiled mysteriously, and immediately puzzled the two of Bo Feng Shuiman and Uzumaki Jukusenai. Bo Feng Shuiman seemed to be thinking of something, and then asked aloud, you mean the Son of Prophecy? 80. Chapter 80. Chapter 79. Bo Feng Shuiman's question also made Jilai nodded in satisfaction. As expected of his apprentice, I remembered it after such a short time. Son of Prophecy. Teacher Jilia. Didn't you say that you found the Son of Prophecy in Uin village? Why did you return to Konoha because of this? Uzumaki Jukusenai suddenly wondered. Because in the letter, the two knew that the reason why Zilai stayed in Uin village for so long was because they found the Son of Prophecy that he had been looking for. Before that, Jilai had always believed that Bo Feng Shuiman was the Son of Prophecy. The big-toed immortal gave a new prediction. I'm going back to the village this time, and I will come back because of the prophecy given by the big-toed immortal. Jilai also talked eloquently, and at this moment, Bo Feng Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina also looked at each other. both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Then ... What kind of prophecy? Bo Feng Shuiman asked tentatively. Jilai also said so. He must have serious curiosity. I am also very curious. Uzumaki Juxinai's eyes were also full of curiosity. This prophecy 27 is indeed related to you, but it is not very relevant. Jilai also smiled mysteriously, and sold it to a close. Oh, Teacher Jilia, please don't sell it, just say it quickly. Uzumaki Juxinai's impatience couldn't stand immediately, so he hurriedly urged, haha, I knew you couldn't stand it. Then I'll just say it. I hope you won't be surprised. Jilai also burst out laughing when he saw Uzumaki Kushina's anxious appearance. Then his complexion began to become serious again. At this moment Bo Feng Shui Men and Uzumaki Kushina's hearts suddenly jumped, as if something was about to happen. The reason why I will go back to the village this time, it's because the big-toed immortal predicted that the son of prophecy will most likely appear next to a young man with blonde hair. I think about it ... and only Watergate. You are the young man with blonde hair, and you happen to have a younger brother who is talented like an evildoer by your side. Zilai Yi stared at Bo Feng Shui Men. His tone gradually became solemn. What? Uzumaki Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman were stunned for a moment. Their faces were full of stunned. Jila. Teacher Jilia. You mean? The big-toed immortal predicted that Fenglin is most likely the son of the prophecy you have been looking for? Bo Feng Shuiman's voice became a little trembling at this moment, and his words were unbelievable. He couldn't imagine that Fenglin would be the son of the legendary prophecy. This is obviously subverting his view of cognition. Although Fenglin's talent is terrifying ... but how could it be the son of prophecy? But, Watergate, the only people who fit this feature are you and Fenglin. Jilia's tone was full of affirmation. Obviously, he was already convinced that Fenglin was the son of prophecy he had been looking for. Teacher Jilia. Are you kidding me? How could Xilin be the son of prophecy? Isn't this ... Is the big-toed immortal wrong? Uzumaki Juxinai suddenly showed a reluctant smile. She deeply knew what the son of prophecy meant by Jilia. It means that the future will be able to save the world. Or it may be the existence of changing the pattern of the ninja world. In other words, the point whereby Fenglin can grow in the future is immeasurable. But Uzumaki Kushina didn't want to believe it. Because once it is confirmed that Fenglin is the son of prophecy, it also means that Fenglin will leave home and go to Miyama Mountain to practice that repair. But it took only a few years. Uzumaki Juxina was naturally reluctant to leave Fenglin, and believed that Bo Feng Shuiman had the same idea. How could it be wrong? But it's just very likely. It's not certain that Fenglin is the son of prophecy. After all, Shuiman ... the child of Uyin, Fenglin, is a prophecy that fits the population of the big-toed immortal. Jiraiya also seemed to have noticed that Uzumaki Kushina's state was a bit wrong, so he added hastily, after all, who is right about this kind of thing about the son of prophecy, and the prophecy given by the big-toed immortal is also full of mist. Now there are 3 people who are suspected of being the sons of prophecy. Therefore, Jilai is also a cloud of fog, which is not a good judgment. Is that so? That's good. Uzumaki Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman breathed a sigh of relief. No. How come the 2 of you seem to be pardoned? Jilia looked at the 2 people in front of him and suddenly felt strange. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be happy to learn that Fenglin is the son of prophecy? And at this moment, Uzumaki Kushina's complexion suddenly became a bit awkward, and he didn't know how to explain to Jilai also. Juxinai is afraid that because Feng is the son of prophecy, you will be taken by teacher Zilai Yi to practice in Miyama Mountain. After all, It takes several years to practice. Of course Juxinai is reluctant to let him go. Bo Feng Mizuman explained with a bright smile. If Fenglin leaves. Then this home is indeed a bit less warm. It turned out to be this. Of course you don't have to worry that I will take him away. After all. I haven't the guts to take Tsunade's apprentice away. Jai Lai also smiled helplessly after thinking that Fenglin was Tsunade's apprentice. Even if he wanted to take it away, Tsunade would never agree. After all, he had heard Tsunami personally mention that Fenglin's medical talent was definitely above her. If it can be cultivated, it must be better than blue in the future. Therefore, Jilai would naturally not have such an idea. Is that so? That's good. Uzumaki Juxina eased her mood. If teacher Zilai wants to take Fenglin away. They don't seem to know how to stop it. After all, Zilai is also their teacher, and it must be for his benefit to take Fenglin to Miyama Mountain. Now there will be no such troubles. By the way, I have asked the old man to warn him over Shimura Danzo, whether it is in the dark or in the dark. That Danzo will never dare to make any moves. Don't worry too much. Jailia suddenly remembered something, and said to Bofeng Shuiman, "Hey? Teacher Jailia. You know." Hearing what the other party said, Bofeng Shuiman suddenly realized that Jilai also knew the inside story of this matter. Nonsense. I, a teacher, must know. But Pratyanam, giving me a face this time. You know that even I wouldn't dare to go head to head with Danzo like this. You are the first person. Jilai suddenly showed a relieved smile. Among them, there is a hint of gloating. After all, he hated Shimura Danzo a long time ago. The other party is too cold, and never care about the consequences, at all costs. Even if he sacrifices his companions, he will not hesitate. Regarding this, Jilai always held an attitude of disgust. He once reacted to this incident to Sarutobi Hizen. But that was the root of Danzo. Even Hokage couldn't interfere. This is with the help of the 3 generations of adults. Otherwise, I would not dare to do such a thing. Bofeng Shuiman scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. One day he can be said to be angry as his younger brother, not at all afraid of the consequences of offending Danzo Shimura. By the way. Shuiman, can I see Fenglin? I want to see what this prophet looks like. Shirya asked after pondering for a long time. Naturally, but you have to wait until he comes back. After all, he is at Konoha Hospital at this point in time. Bofeng Shuiman nodded and agreed. Anyway, it's not taking Fenglin away. There is no big problem when you see it. Chapter 81. 80. Chapter 80 Konoha Hospital. Okay. Note that it will take a week to remove the bandage after going home. Fenglin looked at the Konoha ninja in front of him and said softly, "Thank you, Feng-jun." Konoha ninja thanked him with surprise on his face. He could feel some numbness in his wound. But it didn't have the pain as before. It seems that the name of B.I. Fenglin's medical genius really lives up to its name. After being treated by Fenglin. Then his injury got better quickly. Thanks. You don't have to. Then you pay attention to safety. Don't touch the wound. After getting some instructions from Fenglin, the Konoha ninja also left happily. Today there are still so few wounded. Fenglin looked at the empty waiting room. With a hint of disappointment in his tone. Then I looked at the data template in front of me. Proficiency of both hands. Golden Light Curse proficiency, 88.3% Leafer proficiency, 10.5% Golden Light Curse is also about to practice to completion. Fenglin looked at the 83% Golden Light Curse cultivation degree and muttered. Looking at the virtual panel in front of him, a word of silence flashed in Fenglin's eyes. He has been exhausted these days to improve his proficiency in both hands so much. It seems that there is still a long time to reach 95%. But Fenglin wasn't too impatient. He knew the truth would come naturally. Anyway, there are still many years before the Third Ninja World War. Fenglin doesn't have to worry too much about not having enough combat methods. As long as you draw the 8 wonders next time, you can get the Heavenly Urn, or the magical machine, or the strange door of the wind. One of these three is enough for Fenglin to participate in the Third Ninja World War. After all, the combat power of the Third Ninja World War did not collapse like the Fourth Ninja World War, and it was still in a normal state. So Fenglin didn't need to worry about the situation where the sky and the earth would break apart. Oh. Leisurely, another day. Fenglin leaned against the wall and sighed. Mr. Pfeng. There are no more patients in the waiting room? Just when Fenglin was puzzled, a pleasant voice came. Open your eyes and see ... Xerong stands tall and slim in front of Fenglin. The ruby-like eyes blinked and blinked ... Extremely cute. Red, why are you here? Fenglin asked in surprise after seeing Zai Ryong. You know, this is the first time Yurong has come to Konoha Hospital to find herself missing you ... So I came over to find you. Yes. There is no problem. Zai Ryong's tone was a little cautious, for fear that Fenglin would blame her. After all, she came to find each other during Fenglin's work time. And Fenglin would be angry because of this. No ... What's the problem with this? Come as you want, and no one says you. Fenglin was a little bit dumbfounded by Zai Ryong's words. This girl takes care of her own feelings very much. For a while, Fenglin looked at Zai Ryong's eyes a little more gentle and indulgent. Such a treasure girl. Where to find it? Ah, my little girlfriend is looking for you. When Fenglin and Zai Ryong were talking, a voice came from the door. The two looked at the door together. The speaker is Tsunade. Tsunade's face was full of humor, and the ambiguous eyes rested on Yurong and Fenglin. Tsuna ... Tsuna ... Sama Tsunade. Yuri's complexion was immediately ruddy like a ripe apple. She didn't expect Tsunade to tease her like this, which made Yurong so shy that she immediately hid behind Fenglin. Because of that little girlfriend ... Zai Ryong's heart can be said to be a deer bumping. Shy for a while. Tsunade-sensei ... Don't molest other little girls, too. It doesn't matter if I am thick-skinned, she is different. Fenglin gave Tsunade a helpless look, and his words were speechless. How old are you? How can you play tricks on other little girls like a little girl? You must know that your Tsunade is from the generation of Yurong's father and mother, so he is not irritable. Allah. Now we start feeding dog food. Also, it's not a young couple. The smile on Tsunade's face grew stronger. This little girl from the Xeri family seems quite interesting. But no wonder she was able to make Fenglin like her so much. Such a cute and attractive little girl who can't help but raise the desire for protection is rare. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Since there are no patients in the waiting room ... Then take your little girlfriend on a date. Tsunade gave up her position and signaled that Fenglin could leave with Yurong. Although she has something to tell Fenglin today, it is not an important thing. It doesn't matter if you keep it for tomorrow before discussing with Fenglin. Harek is not so low as to break up dating between young couples. Then I will leave today. Fenglin glanced at Tsunade gratefully, and then left with Zai Ryong's hand. And after the two left the Konoha gate, Tsunade looked at the corner of the stairs of Konoha Hospital. Dairis is come out. Feng has already left. Tsunade's tone was full of helplessness. And just after her voice fell, the petite figure at the corner of the stairs walked out slowly. And this person is actually Silent. I saw that Silent's complexion was extremely complicated. His eyes were filled with confusion in the direction where Fenglin was leaving. There is a trace of unwillingness in the dazedness. Envy. Jealousy. Don't look. If you really want to fight with Zai Ryong, then become stronger. Only catch up with him. You have a chance. Tsunade sighed and said slowly, how can she be unclear about the mute little girl's mind? But now mute, if you want to fight with Zai Ryong, it's just whimsical. Let's not talk about the aspect of appearance. The relationship alone is already inferior to Zai Ryong, so you have to go up and down, get it from the aspect of strength, and only if you can keep up with Fenglin's pace, can you always support him behind the scenes silently. Behind every successful man, There is a woman silently supporting him, and Muse just has to go this route. I see. Tsunade-sensei. Start today's practice. Mute also nodded slowly after listening to Tsunade's words. As long as you can understand, although your talent is not as perverted as Pfenglin, but it can be regarded as a genius. Just practice hard. Seeing Silent listen to her words, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, if Mute didn't listen to it, then she really had nothing to do. Oh, Pfeng, how many girls does your kid have to provoke? Tsunade looked at the direction Pfenglin was leaving. With a faint sigh of helplessness. Chapter 82, Chapter 81. After Pfenglin finished shopping with Xirong. They sent Xirong home. This time, Yurong was mainly because she missed Pfenglin, so she skipped class and ran out of the ninja school. Regarding her behavior, Pfenglin had no choice but to scrape her nose to express her anger. In fact, what the ninja school teaches doesn't have much effect on Pfenglin, but it has a little effect on Xirong. Therefore, Pfenglin didn't want her to skip class every day, but listened to the teacher intently. After listening to Pfenglin's explanation, Xirong nodded and agreed. But Pfenglin heard an interesting thing from Xirong's mouth. Kakashi also graduated early. But the difference compared to Pfenglin. The news of Kakashi's graduation did not spread. In addition, Pfenglin was heading for research in Konoha Hospital, which is naturally unclear. The reason why Kakashi would graduate early. Pfenglin could probably guess the reason. After losing to himself one day, it must have had a great impact on Kakashi. Therefore, after seeing Pfenglin graduate early, he also graduated early. As for where Kakashi went after graduation, Pfenglin had two guesses in his mind. One is to enter the Anbuto experience, and the other is to receive the teaching and training of Hagai Sakumo, waiting 2 years before entering the Anbuto experience. This can be said to be the two best choices of Kakashi. Well, just control him. Anyway, it doesn't have much to do with me. This kid won't be able to trouble me for a while. Pfenglin shook his head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then he took out the key to open his house, and when he stepped into the hallway, he heard the sound of people communicating in the living room, the sound of Hafeng Watergate, the sound of Uzumaki Kushina. There is also a voice that sounds very free and easy, which makes Pfenglin feel where he has heard it for a while. Brother, sister, I'm back. Pfenglin put on his indoor shoes and shouted to the people in the living room. It seems that there is a visitor at home. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina and Bofeng Mizuno had a very happy conversation with this guest. Pfenglin felt that there was no need for him to interrupt as a kid, and he went upstairs to wait for dinner time. And at this time, the voice of Bofeng Watergate came. Xiaolin, come here. Teacher Jilia wants to see you. Pfenglin was stunned by Bofeng Shuiman's remarks. Jilia? Foggy grass? How could he appear here? For a moment, Pfenglin's mind was a little confused. Calculated according to the time, Jilia should be teaching Nagato in Uin village at this time, or traveling around the world of ninja. How come back to Konoha suddenly? But chaos is chaos, and etiquette cannot be lost. Pfenglin came to the living room after changing his shoes. 3 people came to the eye. Bofeng Watergate, Uzumaki Kushina, and a white-haired middle-aged man. It seems that he is in his 30s. And the white-haired man in front of him is surprisingly Jiraiya, one of the famous 3 ninjas. Compared to Jiraiya also more than 20 years later. Jiraiya at this time also looked a little younger. Teacher Jiraiya, this is my brother, Pfenglin. Xiaolin, say hello to Teacher Jiraiya. Bofeng Shuiman introduced enthusiastically. You must know that Jiraiya is also like a master to him, and like a father. I learned this ability from Jiraiya. So Bofeng Shuiman is naturally very enthusiastic. Master Jiraiya. Pfenglin yelled obediently, which suddenly made Jiraiya's indifferent face smile. Prajanam. You have a good brother. But Jiraiya also looked at Pfenglin carefully, with a little hesitation in his tone. But what? Uzumaki Kushina asked hurriedly at this moment. She cares very much about what others think of her baby brother, even if it is Xilai. The teacher is no exception. For a time, Fenglin's heart also became more nervous. Did he see something? This kid is too handsome. It feels like you can't compare to Prajanam, but it's a little worse than me, Jai Lai said with a serious look, and Bo Feng resumed and suddenly laughed. And Uzumaki Kushina was also a little more proud and smiling. It's handsome ... and don't look at whose brother it is. Hey hey hey. It's rude to stare at others like this. Fenglin suddenly complained weakly. Fenglin suddenly turned dark, and his eyes began to turn bad. He originally thought that Jilai would be an extremely serious person, at least in his youth. But I didn't expect that the other party would still be as unreliable as the original summary. In this case, Fenglin doesn't need to respect him like this. Cough cough cough. Fengjun, pay attention to the attitude of talking to the elders. Jai Lai also pretended to cough, trying to establish his majesty again. But he was so funny ... What majesty could be in Fenglin's heart? Brother, are you sure this is really Lord Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas? This shouldn't be a fake. Fenglin's eyes suddenly became weird, staring at Jiraiya in front of him. Damn ... What did you kids say? It seems that you have to see how good my Lord Jiraiya is. Come, let's go out and practice. Zilai was immediately annoyed by Fenglin's doubts, actually dared to question his identity. Damn it. No ... No one really wants to bully a 7-year-old kid. A man in his 30s offered to challenge a 7-year-old child. It is really shameful for you, Lord Jiraiya. Fenglin's eyes showed more contempt, which immediately stunned Zilai. This ... This kid. He was actually taunted by a kid? Cough 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 ... Mr. Feng, please go back to your room and rest first. Brother will call you later when he prepares dinner. After Bo Feng Shuiman saw his teacher slumped in Fenglin's hands, he hurried out to make a round. Then he'll go back to the room first. Fenglin didn't look at Zilai too much, turned around and went upstairs back to the room. Jushina ... Mizumi, has he always been so brave? Jai Lai also looked startled, and then returned to his senses to question Uzumaki Kushina and Bo Feng Shuiman. He is super brave. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, Today, Fenglin went to Konoha Hospital to study as usual, but I don't know why. His heart beat violently, as if something was going to happen. It always feels like something is wrong. Fenglin's brows suddenly frowned. But after careful observation, I found that I didn't follow or monitor myself. As for Shimura Danzo, he naturally didn't dare to do anything beyond the bounds of him. After all, Sarutobi was staring at him stubbornly. Is it because I worry too much? Fenglin muttered in his heart. During this period of time, he has been in a state of vigilance, guarding against the sneak attack by the root ninja in the dark. Perhaps it was because of this that his spirit became a little sensitive. Forget it. Let's read a book today to pass the time. After Fenglin rubbed his temples, he took the medical books on the side and began to watch. As for these patients today, none of them are physical injuries, so let Tsunade learn with silence. Feng's home. Hume Juxin hummed the quilt of Fenglin. It's rare to have such a good weather. You have to dry the quilt at home. As for Hafeng Watergate, he went out with Jalio early in the morning, saying that he wanted to develop some new ninjutsu. So Uzumaki Kushina was the only one left in the house. But she didn't think it was so boring. After all, there were still some things to do. Kushina ... You have a very leisurely life. Suddenly, a thick and flat voice sounded in Uzumaki Kushina's mind. And at this moment, Uzumaki Kushina's movement stopped. His face gradually became solidified. Ninetales. Uzumaki Kushina murmured a few words, but he was very surprised in his heart, because this is the first time that Kyubei has been sealed for so many years. For the first time to have a conversation with her. Why? Suddenly you are looking for me. Do you want to chat? Uzumaki Juxina chuckled softly. But he was very vigilant in his heart, closed his eyes and checked the seal of his body, found that there is no big problem. But how could Kyubei suddenly speak to her to communicate with her, deliberately dialing it out? Although Uzumaki Kushina didn't know what Kyubei wanted to do. But he was extremely vigilant in his heart. She knew exactly how terrifying Nine-Tails Snickers were, and she definitely couldn't be induced by the other party. It's not about chatting. Just want to give you a gift. There was a little bit of coldness and teasing in Kyubei's voice. It seems something bad will happen. Suddenly. Uzumaki Kushina's face changed. She could clearly feel a frenzied chakra surging in her body. Nine-tailed chakra. Uzumaki Juxina was shocked instantly. She didn't expect that Nine-Tails would be able to continue chakra to such a huge scale under this seal. Enjoyed the trouble I have caused you, Kushina. Nine-Tails smiled coldly. Boom! Exclamation mark. The terrifying chakra wave suddenly broke out at this moment. Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, violent winds and waves swept away like a hurricane, and the scarlet nine-tailed chakra wave trembles Konoha at this moment. Asshole. Uzumaki Juxina's face has become extremely solemn. Nine-tailed guy didn't want to compete with her for the dominance of consciousness at all, but wanted to use the bursting out of the nine-tailed chakra to make trouble for him. The terrifying chakra wave completely diffused, and some children on the street almost couldn't bear to pass out. And at the moment Konoha shook. In the Naruto office, Sarutobi Risen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of horror. This is the chakra fluctuation of Nine-Tails. Could it be that Kyubei is about to break the seal? Sarutobi's face suddenly changed. Gather the elite Shangnin and the rest of the ANB to follow me. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Risen broke the window and walked frantically in the direction of Feng's house. Sarutobi Risen had seen the horror of Kyubei back then. That was the battle in the Veil of the End, and he could only watch it from a distance. An earth-shattering battle erupted between the Thousand-Hand Buddha and the Kyubei with Susanoo. Afterwards, before his death, Uzumaki Mito also told Sarutobi Risen to see how strong Kyubei was. The thing that worries Sarutobi Risen the most is one thing. If Kyubei really breaks the seal, then the residents of Konoha village will be destroyed. In Konoha hospital, Fenglin, who was reading at a leisurely time, suddenly felt this terrifying chakra fluctuation. His complexion changed drastically. This is the chakra of Nine-Tails! Exclamation mark. Asshole. Fenglin's face suddenly changed. Golden light curse. Boom! Exclamation mark. Fenglin's body instantly shattered the wall like a cannonball, and galloped towards his home madly. The body shape turned into a streamer. It is impossible to catch with the naked eye with jealousy. Don't have an accident. Don't have an accident. Middle. Middle. Ask for flowers. Middle. Fenglin kept praying in his heart, but his heart was already messed up at this moment. Why? Why did the Nine-Tails in Uzumaki Kushina suddenly riot? At this time, Fenglin's heart was already panicked. There was worry and coldness in his eyes. If Uzumaki Kushina really is an accident, he promises to torture Kyubei to death. Unconsciously, his eyes have started to turn red. Feng! Exclamation mark. Tsunade also felt the terrifying chakra fluctuation at that moment, and looked out the window after hearing the loud noise. It was discovered that Fenglin had directly smashed the wall and ran towards the house frantically. In this world. The only person who can make Fenglin so flustered is probably his sister, Uzumaki Juxina. Silent, you leave first. I'll go and see what's going on. At this moment, Tsunade also had an ominous premonition in his heart.
0 because the previous horrible chakra fluctuation is most likely the Untitled chakra. And at this moment all the ninjas in Konoha's upper middle class moved. One after another. They quickly rushed to the surrounding of Feng's house, although they don't know what the situation is. This chakra fluctuation is really too terrifying, and it directly makes the heart scared. Soon, Sarutobi quickly rushed to Feng's home. All the people in Anbu and Konoha's Shangren surrounded Feng's house, and the civilians evacuated in a flash, leaving a large area free. Master Naruto. At this time there are many ninjas of Kemenin and Konoha gathered here, and Tsukumo Hajiki stood at the forefront and waited for Sarutobi's next order. At this moment, another group of people wearing fox masks and Anb costumes also appeared on the roofs. Shimura Danzo slowly walked towards Sarutobi /Sun/. I told you already. Sooner or later something will happen. She should be imprisoned and managed by the roots. Not living what you call a freestyle life, Shimura Danzo coldly said to Sarutobi Hisazen. His words suddenly made Sarutobi Hisazen's complexion turn blue. On the side, Tsukumo Hagi frowned, but he didn't speak. He knew that Uzumaki Kushina was the Untitled July, but he didn't tell the others because of the order. Shimura Danzo's mouth is naturally referring to the whirlpool Kushina that caused the previous movement. Boom! A golden figure instantly fell from the sky. It landed directly at the door of Fenglin's house, and the ground instantly sank. A voice filled with cold killing intent came slowly. Let me see who dares to touch my sister. Chapter 84, Chapter 83. The person who speaks is Fenglin. At this moment, with a cold killing intent in his eyes, he looked at Shimura Danzo. The golden light radiating from all over his body was full of majestic aura. Approaching Shimura Danzo. One man is off, boy. Is this your way of talking? In a moment, Shimura Danzo's face became extremely difficult to look at. Under everyone's eyes. Talk to him directly in front of so many Konoha ninjas. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's face was completely ashamed. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's eyes are also showing killing intent. The right hand holding the cane moved a bit at this moment. Fenglin didn't move. The golden light on his body shone more and more. The cold killing intent in his eyes was not halved. Brother is not here, then the sister will be guarded by him. This family, he should also take a little responsibility. Responsibility that can be done as a younger brother. That is to protect her sister from any harm. And at this moment, Sarutobi Tsukumo Hajiki also moved. Call out! Exclamation mark. The figure of Tsukumo Hagi appeared instantly to the right of Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Hitazumi stretched out his hand to firmly press Shimura Danzo's hand. Danzo, don't go too far. Sarutobi Hisazen's cold words came out from his mouth. The cold light in his eyes was mixed with Lingzi village to An hiding at this moment. Let go. The arm that had originally violently relaxed at this moment. But the killing intent in his eyes cannot be hidden. This time, Shimura Danzo was really killing Fenglin, in front of so many people. His Majesty was trampled directly on the ground by Fenglin. For a time, Shimura Danzo felt his face become hot. He had never received such an insult. Now Fenglin made him feel it. But he knew that he could not do it. Once he did it, it wasn't just Sarutobi Risen who was about to do it on him. There was also this Haki Sakuma beside him. Shimura Danzo glanced coldly at Sarutobi Risen and B.I. Fenglin, and when he looked at B.I. Fenglin, there was a gloomy look in his eyes. It's okay. Anyway, there is still Uzumaki Kushina. Can't get you Fenglin. Can't you find the trouble to Uzumaki Jukusenai? Mr. Pfeng. We don't have any hostility. But I have to go in and see how well Jukusenai is. I believe you can understand me. Sarutobi Risen watched the majestic Fenglin guarding the door, adjusted his tone and said slowly, compared to Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hitori was much smarter. He was talking with Fenglin in a negotiating and requesting tone. Fortunately, he didn't scold Fenglin to leave for the first time. Otherwise, Hokage,
is really going to be full of face today. Fenglin's complexion gradually eased after hearing Sarutobi-san's words. Then the golden light on his body slowly dissipated at this time. If Sarutobi-san is as domineering as Shimura Danzo, Fenglin doesn't mind a wave of his Sarutobi-san. But if he came with such a kind tone, then Fenglin would naturally not reach out to make a smile. Moreover, it is Shimura Danzo who imprisoned Uzumaki Kushina, not Sarutobi-san. This point Fenglin was able to distinguish clearly. Then Naruto-sama, please come in with me. I don't welcome other people's words, Fenglin said flatly. When he said the latter sentence, his eyes were looking at Shimura Danzo. And at this moment, Shimura Danzo's complexion was also a little gloomy. Fenglin was obviously provoking his majesty. But Fenglin was not afraid of this, and after opening the door, he entered it with Sarutobi Rishap, click. After closing the door, Fenglin quickly walked in the direction of the living room, because when he was outside the door, he felt the chakra fluctuation of Uzumaki Jukusenai. Originally, I wanted to go in and see Uzumaki Kushina's situation, but Shimura Danzo's words completely angered Fenglin. So, Fenglin didn't care much anymore, even if it is an enemy of Shimura Danzo and even the entire Roots' elder sister. Fenglin shouted Uzumaki Jukusenai. And when he walked into the living room with Sarutobi Hisaki, he found Uzumaki Kushina sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. Black lines appeared around the body, and there was a scarlet chakra in the black lines. The feeling of this chakra is only evil. Horror. Zansu. Untitled Chakra. Fenglin and Sarutobi-san suddenly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the scene in front of them. At least Uzumaki Kushina didn't show the state of tail animalization, so he didn't worry too much. Very good. Fenglin let out a long sigh of relief, and his original solemn expression was relieved at this moment. From the current situation of Uzumaki Kushina, it can be seen that the other party is suppressing Untitled Chakra. I believe it won't take long to completely suppress Kyuubi. It deserves to be the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. It really is powerful. At the same time, Sarutobi-san also let out a sigh. Since Uzumaki Kushina did not show the state of tail beastization, that is to say, there is not much danger. A false alarm. A false alarm. But Sarutobi-san suddenly seemed to have thought of something, looking at Fenglin with complicated eyes. Mr. Pfeng, have you thought about the consequences just now? No, the person who confronted you just now. But the root leader, Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi-san suddenly said to Fenglin. Fenglin was taken aback for a moment, but his face was extremely indifferent, as if he didn't care about the incident that had been furious before. I know, but Kushina is my sister. As a younger brother, do you think I will allow my sister to be imprisoned? Fenglin said flatly to Sarutobi-san. In an instant, Sarutobi-san was stunned. He didn't expect Fenglin and Uzumaki Jukusenai's relationship would be so deep. This kind of family affection made Sarutobi-san's face a little complicated. Good boy. What a good boy. Kushina's greatest fortune in this life. Maybe you have a brother like you. Sarutobi-san sighed for a long time, and there was a trace of mist in his eyes. If it weren't for the image to pay attention to, Sarutobi Hisaki might cry. No, Hokage-sama, you are wrong. Fenglin looked at Sarutobi-san, and there was a memory in his plain eyes. I've misspoken? What's the meaning? Sarutobi Hitoshi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Fenglin to say that he was wrong. Shouldn't it be the case? Meeting my sister and brother is my greatest luck. When I was most desperate and alone, they took me in, Fenglin said calmly. But in the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, it was full of tenderness. Fenglin will never forget that day. He just crossed into the world of Naruto. He looked blank and helpless. He is about to be sent to live in the Konoha orphanage like other war orphans. And at that moment, Uzumaki Kushina and Namazumi appeared. The bright smile as warm as the sun is still engraved in Pfenglin's mind. It won't go away for a long time. And the spoiling of the whirlpool Juxinai and Bofeng Shuiman over the years has also made Pfenglin feel the warmth of the family. This is the kind of warmth he has never had in his previous life. For him, my sister has worked hard for so many years to get up and make breakfast every day, and she has never complained. Take care of Pfenglin's daily life and all aspects. It's like holding it in your hand for fear of falling, and holding it in your mouth for fear of melting. And his brother Bofeng Shuiman is for him, able to speak words that are enemies of Shimura Danzo. And the entire roots. From then on, Pfenglin knew that this was his family. He will protect his brother and sister for a lifetime. At this moment Sarutobi Hizen was completely stunned, looking at Pfenglin with complicated eyes. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, Facing such a North Maple Forest. Sarutobi Hizen chose to be silent, quietly waiting for Uzumaki Kushina to suppress Nine-tailed chakra. After all, he didn't know what to say at this time. Pfenglin's words touched Sarutobi Rishan's heart. Gradually, it can be seen that the scarlet nine-tailed chakra is declining. Obviously, Uzumaki Kushina has strengthened the seal and successfully suppressed nine-tailed chakra. Soon, the nine-tailed chakra had completely faded. Sarutobi Hizaki breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. From feeling the fluctuation of the nine-tailed chakra to seeing the nine-tailed chakra around Uzumaki Kushina's body, there was always a string in his heart. You must know that if the Kyuubi erupts completely, then it will cause a devastating disaster. After all, there are so many civilians in Konoha, and it is impossible to evacuate in a short time. And the part of Uzumaki Kushina's arm has been burned by Kyuubi. Then, Uzumaki Kushina slowly opened his eyes. Elder sister. The tears in Pfenglin's eyes could no longer be suppressed at this moment. He stepped forward and hugged Uzumaki Juxina. His eyes were full of distress. Okay, sister, isn't it all right? Uzumaki Juxina pattingly patted North 27 Pfenglin on the back and comforted softly. And just at this moment, the figure of Bofeng Shuiman walked in from the back door in a flash. Seeing Juxina, Bofeng Shuiman looked at the burn marks on Uzumaki Juxina's hand, and his eyes were filled with distress. Sorry. I shouldn't go out. At this time, Bofeng Shuiman was full of guilt, and tears slowly flowed from his eyes. At this moment, he felt extremely guilty in his heart. If he didn't go out to develop new ninjutsu, how could such a thing happen? It's okay, Prachanam, you are not to blame. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head and said that this was not caused by the wave of wind and water. I didn't expect that Nine Tails would actually burst out the chakra that had accumulated for so long. The purpose is to give me trouble. Uzumaki Kushina slowly explained the reason. It turns out that Kyuubi started on the day when he was sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki. It was to avenge Kushina Uzumaki by accumulating chakra. But today it happened that Bofeng Shui was out, and Pfenglin was not at home. This is the best opportunity for Kyuubi. Therefore the fluctuation of the nine-tailed chakra completely broke out in this instant. At this moment Uzumaki Kushina felt the warmth of family affection. Well, you two big men don't cry. The third generation of Hokage is still watching here. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Sarutobi Hizen standing in the living room, and said with a slight helpless tone. After some sorting, Uzumaki Kushina also explained that what happened today was an accident. After all, who could have thought that the chakra that Kyuubi had accumulated for so many years was to cause some trouble for Uzumaki Kushina? But it seems that it can only cause Uzumaki Kushina to trouble. As for the desire to seize the body, it is definitely impossible. Not to mention that this seal was designed by Uzumaki Mito himself, and Uzumaki Kushina's seal technique is also at the top level. If Kyuubi wants to make a second It's still early. Well, now that the matter has been explained clearly, then that will end for today. Sarutobi nodded and nodded to show that he understood. But, Prajanam, Juxinai, you may have a problem facing Danzo. When I was at the door just now, this kid Feng clamored to kill anyone who dares to move. This completely lost Danzo. Sarutobi risen looked at Pfenglin with interest and smiled lightly. The previous domineering scene of Pfenglin at the door but shocked everyone, and no one thought that Pfenglin was not afraid of Shikun Danzo. If he didn't hold back that posture, Pfenglin might really fight Shimura Danzo. Good boy. You actually? Surprise appeared in Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes, and his face was stunned. He didn't expect Pfenglin to dare to do this. You have to know that even he dared to challenge Shimura Danzo with the backing of Sarutobi Hizen. If Pfenglin is doing well, he is even more outrageous. He directly killed Shimura Danzo. This courage Konoha probably only has today's Pfenglin. Kobayashi, Uzumaki Juxina felt a burst of warmth in his heart at this moment. She didn't expect Pfenglin to do this for her. Sure enough. I didn't hurt this brother for nothing. The excited Uzumaki Juxina grabbed Pfenglin into his arms again. Juxinai. Prajanam. There will be a meeting tomorrow. A meeting specifically for Juxinai. After all, Danzang made a suggestion back then, saying that he wanted to supervise and cultivate Kushina from the roots. It's just that Mito-sama and I didn't promise him. Now that the 9 tails inside Kushina are suddenly rioting, Danzo will definitely use this to imprison Kushina. He should hold a meeting with high-level privileges to discuss this matter tomorrow. I hope you can be prepared. Sarutobi Hitoshi said all the thoughts in his heart in one breath. His analysis. Suddenly, the expressions of Uzumaki Kushina and the 3 of them sank slightly. Sure enough, their family has completely offended Shimura Danzo. Really? The hearts of the 3 suddenly sank. But rest assured, I will try my best to get it. That guy Danzo. It's not so easy to succeed. As if seeing the heaviness in the hearts of the 3 people in front of them, Sarutobi Hiro said with a smile. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was the person whom Mito-sama had instructed Sarutobi Hizen to take care of before his death, and he was also the daughter-in-law of his own grandson. Sarutobi Hisaki naturally wouldn't let Shimura Danzo succeed so easily. Don't forget, he is Hokage. Then thank Lord 3 generations first. Bo Feng Shuiman's face is full of gratitude. Although Pfenglin didn't really like Sarutobi Rishang, he deserved a thank you for what he did. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hizen left, and Uzumaki Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman both looked a little uncomfortable. Obviously, the analysis that Sarutobi Hizen just mentioned really surprised them both. Elder brother, don't worry too much. Danzo's skills are not big enough to deal with my sister under the pressure of Sanin, Konoha White Fang and Hokage. Pfenglin thought for a while and said slowly, since the meeting will be held tomorrow, Sanin and Tsukumo Hagai will attend this important meeting. Among the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya and Oshimaru must be on their side. As for the Oshimaru, Pfenglin believes that Oshimaru will not stand on Shimura Danzo's side, but maintain a neutral attitude. After all, he still wants to get his own capable medical genius, so naturally he won't have enemies with Pfenglin. Not to mention Tsukumo Hagai, old acquaintance. As for the pig, deer, and butterfly tribe, Pfenglin has to ask about it. The friendship on the battlefield back then. I have to use it at this time. It seems. What Xilin said makes sense. Uzumaki Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman were stunned at this time. Think about it carefully. It really makes sense. Shimura Danzo's power has not yet reached that level. Then, we can only wait for tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 86. Chapter 85. Sarutobi Hitoshi stood up and left, and then slowly opened the door. In an instant. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Tsukumo Hajiki, and Shimura Danzo all looked at Sarutobi. You can see the expectation and anxiety in their hearts from their faces. But Shimura Danzo is naturally different from the other 3. He was now anxious that Uzumaki Juxina had an accident, and then threatened the nasty little demon Imp Fenglin with this. "Don't worry, it's just a small accident, and it's resolved now." Sarutobi Hizen looked at the crowd and said slowly, and at this moment, the original solemn expressions of Jiraiya, Tsunade and Tsukumo Hagai were also relieved at this moment. He let out a long sigh of relief. "If it's okay. That's fine." "What's the meaning, son slash? Do you plan to turn over the matter today?" "You know, Uzumaki Kushina is." Just when Shimura Danzo wanted to say that Uzumaki Kushina had 9 tails in his body, Sarutobi Hizumi and Jiraiya showed a cold light in their eyes. The words that Shimura Danzo wanted to blurt out immediately stopped at his throat. "Yeah?" He forgot. Regarding Uzumaki Kushina's possession of 9 tails, only the upper part of Konoha knew about it. Among the people present, there are dark parts, root parts, and other business forbearance. If you say it at this time, it will cause great trouble to Uzumaki Kushina. It's no wonder that Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hizen showed such warning eyes at this moment. "Danzo, this thing ends here. As for the reason, I will make a report to explain it clearly." Sarutobi Hizen suddenly said coldly. Since he chose to stand on the side of Fenglin, he naturally wouldn't let Shimura Danzo get the slightest advantage. Sarutobi, it seems that you have forgotten what you said. In this case, then let me do it. Every high-level Konoha has a high-level meeting. I chose to use it this time and hold a high-level meeting to discuss whether to use the second plan of the year. Shimura Danzo sneered, and after leaving this sentence, he took the roots and everyone away. Today Fenglin completely lost his face. "Since you can touch you kid, then do it to Uzumaki Kushina, just in time. He also wants to know the power of Untitled Chakra." Seeing Shimura Danzo's back, Sarutobi's face was not too ugly, but expected. "If you don't make the call, it's not his Shimura Danzo, old man." Jiraiya was also looking at Shimura Danzo's back, with a worrisome expression on his face. "I can see the old guy Danzo is determined to deal with Uzumaki Kushina this time. It's okay. After all, Konoha's senior management is not the only one who is alone in Danzo." Sarutobi shook his head, a touch of confidence appeared on his face. The reason why he would indulge his old friend in this way is because Sarutobi Hizumi has absolute confidence that he can completely suppress the opponent. It used to be. Now is no exception. The next day, Konoha's high-level meeting was held. This time the high level is different from the past. It is not only the root leader, Hokage, and the advisor duo. It is Konoha who has outstanding contributions, and outstanding status is also counted as Konoha's high level. 3 ninja Konoha White Tooth Flag Tsukumo, all included in the ranks of the high level, and this meeting was initiated by Shimura Danzo, one of the top leaders. The purpose of the discussion is naturally because the Untitled Chakra riot in Uzumaki Kushina yesterday was a matter. Konoha meeting room. The 8 Konoha executives were seated in 2 rows separately, and Sarutobi Hizen did not sit in the center this time, but sat beside Shimura Dan. Tsunade, Osamu, Jiraiya, and Tsukumo Hagai sat in a row. Then the meeting begins. Seeing everyone had arrived, Sarutobi Hizen said slowly, "This is the information about the Untitled Chakra riot yesterday by Uzumaki Kushina. Just Chakra's riots can stun the civilians, and even Xianran can't withstand that kind of oppression. These dangerous people must be taken over and imprisoned by my roots. In case Nine Tails Chakra riots again and hurts civilians." Shimura Danzo made a list of the number of people who were stunned yesterday. It can be said that the conditions are very sufficient and there are no flaws at all. After all, only the fluctuation of chakra can do this. If the 9 tails inside the whirlpool Kuzaina's body burst out again in the future, it will be more terrifying than today. That Konoha will suffer casualties. Therefore this time Shimura Danzo has a very valid reason. I don't agree with Danzo's view. Know that Uzumaki Kushina didn't show any signs of tail beastification. In the end, he completely suppressed Untitled Chakra with his own strength. Plus, if we rashly imprison the whirlpool, it will cause panic, and then the gain will not be worth the loss. Jai was also talking freely at this time, for these words of Shimura Danzo. Jirai still has the meaning of refuting it. Thanks to Sarutobi his and seeing Uzumaki Kushina without any signs of tail beastization. Otherwise things would really be difficult. Afterwards, Jailia started a fierce match with Shimura Danzo. During the period, Tsunade and Hajisi Shigeru also put forward a strong argument to refute Shimura Danzo and his side Mito Menyon and turning Koharu's reasons. The 6 people can be said to be arguing and arguing. In the end, Sarutobi Hizaki decided to end the discussion by voting a total of 7 votes. Sarutobi Hitoshi, as Hokage, presided over such a meeting. Naturally, he couldn't vote. After all, Hokage has to stand on the fairest side at all times. Turning to Koharu, Mito Menyon, Shimura Danzo and others 3 votes. Haki Sakumo, Jiraiya, Tsunade 3 votes. 3 votes versus 3 votes. The 2 sides are tied. And at this moment the scene fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned to Dashimaru. You must know that Oshimaru was silent from the beginning, standing on the neutral side. Diaresis Oshimaru. This meeting cannot be abstained. Shimura Danzo looked at Oshimaru and did not speak. So he added. And at this moment Oshimaru obviously recovered. The choice he is making now can be said to have far-reaching impact. Choosing Tuzi Village Danzo here. He seems to be able to get some benefits, but it's far less favorable than getting Bi Fenglin's favor. Daishiwan does not need the benefits of Shimura Danzo, but a medical genius like Fenglin got it. It was at this moment Dashimaru made up his mind. I also voted for Jai. Daishiwan showed a faint smile. And at this moment, Shimura Danzo was stunned, his expression stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He originally thought that he had the chance to win, but he didn't expect that Dashimaru, who had been cooperating with him for many years, turned back. In an instant, Sarutobi Risen and others' faces showed joy. They won this battle without gunpowder. Although I don't know why Oshimaru voted for them. In short. The crisis of Uzumaki Kushina was resolved. Okaimaru. Shimura Danzo roared wildly in his heart, and his pupils were filled with angry flames. At this moment, he really wants to ask why Dashwin did this. But Oshimaru showed a faint smile. He believed that after Fenglin knew what happened today, the other party may choose to help himself, and the problem he has been troubled by may also be solved. Chapter 87, Chapter 86. The results of the high-level meeting came out. Jiraiya's opinion surpassed Shimura Danzo's opinion by a landslide. This is the most unexpected thing for Fenglin. He didn't expect the most important moment of the meeting. Oshimaru, this guy actually chose to stand up and help Uzumaki Kushina. You must know that Dashimaru has changed now, and is no longer the United Sennin. At this time, he was already immersed in the research, no longer asking about other things. Well, I owe the fellow Oshimaru a favor. Fenglin smiled helplessly. Now that Daishiwan thought of this. That means he needs Fenglin's help. But if you help him, then you definitely can't help too deeply. Otherwise even I will get involved in some trouble. Fenglin sat in the rest area on the 14th training ground and whispered. Since Daishimaru would choose to cast this crucial vote, it meant that the other party would definitely use this favor to ask himself for help. But Fenglin was not too disgusted. After all, as long as Uzumaki Kushina wouldn't be hurt. Step on. Just as Fenglin was thinking about it, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Fenglin. Fenglin looked up. It really meant that Cao had arrived. The person who appeared in front of Fenglin. It was Dashwan. Master Oshimaru, how do you want me to thank you? Looking at Daishiwan's smile, Fenglin said with a chuckle. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. Otherwise he would not show such a confident smile. It seems. Junfeng already knows the purpose of my coming. A hint of surprise appeared on Daishimaru's face, and then he continued to smile again. He likes to talk to smart people like Pfenglin. It's easy. Convenient. Since Dashimaru's armor did not hesitate to offend Danzo to help me, then I have to give it back. Pfenglin was swinging leisurely, with a faint smile on his face. That's naturally good. I have put the information in your office at Konoha Hospital. I hope that Mr. Pfeng can help me research and analyze it. It will be regarded as the reward this time. Daishiwan smiled softly. His eyes filled with joy. Obviously, the decision he made at this meeting was obviously extremely beneficial to him. Those medical problems have been bothering him for a long time, and because these problems are more sensitive, he naturally wouldn't ask Tsunade. The emergence of Pfenglin, a medical genius, just happened to meet the needs of Daishiwan. He also believed that Pfenglin could solve these problems of his own. I understand. When the analysis results come out. I will notify you. Pfenglin nodded and agreed. Then after a few nonsense with Pfenglin, Daishiwan chose to leave. After all, his time is very precious, and he doesn't want to spend his time on other aspects besides studying immortality. Osh Pill, are you trying to make yourself look like a man and a ghost? Pfenglin looked at the disappearing back of Dashwin. With a helpless sigh. This sound can be said to be a sigh. Who could be one of the three ninjas, the Osnamaru, who made great achievements for Konoha, would actually become an S-rank rebel in the future. It is really embarrassing to say it. Well. But it has nothing to do with me. Since the matter has been resolved, then this period of time can also be completely settled down. Pfenglin looked up at the sky and muttered. Now Shimura Danza has been completely suppressed, and there is still a little time before the Third Ninja War. Therefore, Pfenglin can practice his own practice with peace of mind. I have to say that the difficulty of Ulfa's cultivation is at least 3 times higher than that of the Golden Light Curse. In the case of the Golden Light Curse, it is estimated that it has reached a level of cultivation of about 23% at this time, and Ulfa is now only 14%. This proficiency is indeed difficult to master, but it is normal to think about it carefully. After all, thunder magic is an advanced technique that belongs to the Golden Light Curse. If it is that simple to brush up on the proficiency, Pfenglin also feels that this thunder method is not even as good as the Golden Light Curse. Pfenglin hurried home after cultivating his daily thunder method proficiency. And just when Pfenglin opened the door. The tempting smell of food suddenly came. For a time, Pfenglin's empty stomach was groaning with the fragrance alluring. Xiaolin are back. Bo Feng Shui Men poked his head out of the kitchen, showing a bright smile. Brother, I'm back. Pfenglin nodded after changing his shoes at the hallway. What important day is today? How do you eat so rich? Pfenglin looked at the many favorite dishes on the table and asked in confusion. Today, this table is all my favorite dishes. Hey. You'll find out later. Bo Feng Shuiman showed a simple smile, and then continued to work in the kitchen. Soon, all 5 dishes and 1 soup arrived on the table. Whether it is dishes or soup, Pfenglin usually likes to eat. This made Pfenglin quite strange for a while. How did this meal give him a feeling of seeing him off? At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina walked down from the bedroom on the 2nd floor. In my hand, I seem to be holding a jade pendant. Elder sister? Pfenglin looked at the jade pei in Uzumaki Juxinai's hand and asked suspiciously. Xiaolin, sit down first. Uzumaki Juxina signaled Pfenglin to sit down, and then came to the side of Pfenglin to sit down. Slowly, then the jade in his hand was put on Pfenglin's neck. A refreshing sensation spread to Pfenglin's body. It's not. How weird. Is today an important day? Pfenglin looked at Uzumaki Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman with some dumbfounding. This sudden scene makes him a little unable to adapt. Today is a very important day. Xiaolin, think about it carefully. Uzumaki Kuzina smiled mysteriously, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Forehead. Pfenglin pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason, because he really couldn't think of any important day today. Previously, Everyone had celebrated the freedom of Uzumaki Kushina in the high-level meeting. So this meal is definitely not for celebration, it's not for deep meaning. But Fenglin really couldn't think of what he was celebrating. He. Fool. Today is the day when our family was formed, and it was also the day when you adopted General Watergate and I. Your birthday is not clearly recorded. So I just made my own claim to be your birthday. Uzumaki Kushina gave a sweet smile. And at this moment, Bo Feng Shuiman laughed, bright and warm like the sun. Kobayashi. Happy birthday. The faces of Mizuman and Kushina were full of smiles. My birthday. At this moment, Fenglin was stunned. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Gradually, a stream of heat flows down from the corner of the eye. Ah, those are tears. It is full of tears of happiness. It was tears full of affection and warmth. It has been a long time since he had his birthday. The last time I celebrated my birthday, I saved money and bought a small cake in the orphanage for B.I. Fenglin's birthday. That scene, Fenglin will never forget. Now, the Whirlpool Juxinai and Bofeng Shuiman. Let Fenglin know what is family affection and what is family. Brother, sister. Thank you all. Initial end. The next 3 battles. Chapter 88. Chapter 87. Time passes, time flies like an arrow, and the white horse flies. In a blink of an eye. 4 years passed quietly. Konoha 44 years. Time flies. In a blink of an eye. 4 years passed quietly. Fenglin also got his wish and increased his proficiency in both hands to 90% a year ago. Know that the more you go up, the more pitiful your proficiency becomes. Moreover, without the outbreak of war, the ninja world ushered in a brief peace. The wounded can be said to be very few. It made B.I. Fenglin annoying to pick up the task, and injured the enemy ninja while performing the task, and then healed it with both hands, and finally hacked it to death. But fortunately, Fenglin went to perform the task alone, so no one knew of his behavior. After all, I don't know the reason. Maybe everyone thinks that Fenglin is a psychopath. Ugh. There is no way. If it wasn't for the proficiency of both hands, who would want to do this? And Fenglin was also promoted to Shangnin this year. As for the promotion to Shangren at the age of 12, the others had no objection after seeing the number of missions performed by Fenglin. 2 Sleevil Ninjutsu, 12 A-level missions, 30 for B-level missions, 67 Clevel missions, and 0 D-level missions. It can be said that there are records of such missions in 12 times. In Konoha's history, Fenglin was the first one. Shinin? Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not a guide to forbearance, so I don't worry about it. Fenglin looked up at the sky and murmured. Then he walked home. The changes in the past 4 years have also made Fenglin grow taller, and his appearance has become more important. Some shy girls even couldn't help blushing after seeing Fenglin's handsome face. No way. Sometimes it's really troublesome that people are too handsome. However, this is also attributed to the advantages brought by Fenglin's practice of Golden Light Curse and Thunder Magic. When the Golden Light Curse was cultivated to the maximum, Fenglin's body was inexplicably more elegant. It makes people feel indifferent to the mundane and mundane of the world. Noble and holy. Xiaolin. Hurry up and let her sister hug. After seeing Fenglin coming back, the whirlpool in the courtyard, Juxinai hurriedly stepped forward and gave Fenglin a hug. But Fenglin quickly struggled out of the gentle village. Sister. Aren't you afraid that my brother will be jealous? Brother, can't you control her? Fenglin looked at Uzumaki Juxinai with resentment, and then directed the extension to Bofeng Shuiman again. Humphrey, just make your brother jealous. Uzumaki Juxina hugged her hands in front of her, and snorted proudly. Just as cute. After seeing this scene, Bofeng Shuiman shook his head helplessly. No way. The biggest one in the family is this woman, who can afford it. Obviously, when I was a child, I was very sticky to my sister, but when I grew up, I was estranged. This time, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were full of resentment. Fenglin, staring at it with a little bit of resentment, felt a little hairy. Stop. Close. Fenglin made a stop gesture. He really couldn't bear the weirdness of Uzumaki Kushina, and his treasure girl, Yurong, would be better. Gentle, considerate. Speak softly. Okay, don't make trouble. After closing the newspaper in his hand, the Bo Feng Shui goalkeeper smiled helplessly. I'm going to cook. Uzumaki Kushina gave them a bored look, then entered the house and walked towards the kitchen. Brother, has the class you led passed this Zongnin exam? Fenglin asked curiously. There is no problem through nature. But your little girlfriend, Yurong, surprised the audience. Passed the Zongnin exam with a crushing strength. Bo Feng Shuiman smiled in a witty tone. Zai Ryong's performance that day surprised him. Bo Feng Shuiman even has an illusion that evening Red and Kakashi are equal. But it was just an illusion for a moment. After all, there is not only a gap in talent between Kakashi and Zai Ryong, but also a huge gap in effort. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to go to Kakashi. That's ... You don't see who brought it out. A look of pride appeared on Fenglin's face. You know that after graduating from the Yurong Ninja School, Fenglin asked Tsunade to bring Yurong to study with him. And he can also guide Zai Ryong to practice physical skills from time to time. Although the opponent is majoring in illusion ... But the physical skills must keep up, because the third ninja war is about to come. Naturally, Fenglin can't be by Zai Ryong's side anytime and anywhere, so she must have some strength. Look at you, beautiful. Seeing this look of Fenglin, Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't help but cursed with a smile at this time. After chatting with Bo Feng Shuiman for a while, Fenglin wanted to go upstairs to rest. Brother, I'm going to my room first. Call me when I'm eating. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded slightly. Go. Your sister should call you after she finishes cooking. Then, Fenglin returned to his room. After a busy day, Master B is finally about to open his system panel. Proficiency of both hands, 100% to the extreme. Middle. Ask for flowers. Golden light curse, 100% climbing the peak far. 75% Mahayana consummation Tongxian urn, 24% entering the room inverse birth, 15% entered the room. Fenglin looked at the 4 surgical techniques illuminated by the virtual panel in front of him, and a trace of joy appeared between his eyebrows. Tongxian urn. 24% is probably enough. Tongxian urn is the second 8 wonders that Fenglin drew when both hands reached 90%. Although it's not the strange gate of Feng-U that Bai Fenglin sins, I thought, it doesn't matter. It's better than not. And Nishing triple. It is the exercise method that comes with the acquisition of the Tongxian urn. As for the triple inverse birth, the gain this thing brings is really a bit big. Fenglin looked at the 35% of the triple rebellion and whispered, the reason why he has become so strong now is because of the triple promotion of reversal. 0. As for the negative health triple, Fenglin didn't know exactly what it meant. The explanation given by the system is, a person is born with a massive chi, and later the chi spreads into the limbs and 5 internal organs. Although it has more functions, it becomes messy and thinner. The goal of Nishengong is to train the chi back into a ball, and then cover the whole body. If you use the concept of Naruto world to explain part of it, that should be equivalent to the body chakra, ignoring general damage. Unlimited recovery, body speed, reaction, are all improved to the extreme, and it can be deformed. And this state, only one person in this world can have it. That is the big barrel Muhui above the sky and sealed in the moon, which can also be regarded as an immortal. After all, she is an existence that cannot be killed, and she can only seal all the way. As for the ultimate achievement in cultivation, it should be to reverse the 3 changes and turn people into immortals. People become spirits, and spirits become gods. Reversing the triple Xian. What kind of feeling is it like to be a fairy? Fenglin looked at the state of the Nishing Sanshong panel. It was a little stunned. Gan. Wake up. Fenglin immediately recovered his senses and shook his head, and drove out the magical thought in his heart. At that moment, he fell into a state of demon. This is the most taboo thing for monks. If Fenglin had really fallen into it just now, I'm afraid it would never come back. Hey, I almost fell into it. A touch of fortune appeared in Fenglin's eyes. Then a voice came from downstairs. Xiaolin ... come down to eat. It was Uzumaki Kushina's voice, and this voice also caused Fenglin to completely throw away those messy thoughts. Coming. Then he hurried downstairs quickly. Up. Chapter 89. Chapter 88. Don't tell me. This meal is so delicious. Sister, did you change to another kind of rice? Fenglin kept grilling rice in his mouth while holding vegetables. You eat slowly. No one will grab you, Uzumaki Kuzina said angrily, but the words were full of care. When I said that, I didn't forget to put a bowl of soup in front of Fenglin. Well, Xiaolin just returned from a mission today. It must be normal to be hungry. It's at home anyway. It doesn't matter how ugly it looks. Bofing Watergate defended Fenglin. My brother is right. It's really exhausting every day. Fenglin took a sip of the soup and continued to eat. You just get used to him. Uzumaki Juxina gave a blank look at Bofeng Shuiman, and then continued to serve soup in the vice bowl of Fenglin. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Obviously her cooking skills can be said to be getting better and better. Seeing Fenglin and Bofeng Shuiman eating their food every day, Uzumaki Jixinai felt very happy and contented in his heart. Not in vain, in order to take care of Fenglin's diet and daily life, she studied at the wife of 3 generations of Hokage for more than a month. From dark dishes to today's fragrant dishes. In full. After a while, Fenglin put down his bowl and chopsticks and rubbed his stomach. With a comfortable expression, he half lied on the chair. Don't even think about sleeping when full. Go and put the quilt in the yard, just to digest it. Uzumaki Juxina said lightly after packing Fenglin's tableware. Yeah? Fenglin got up and walked towards the yard, very numb. And at this moment, a bell rang throughout Konoha. The brows of Bofeng Shuiman and Fenglin suddenly wrinkled, even Uzumaki Ninsina. Obviously, they know what this ringtone means. Call all the ringtones of Shinobu. Fenglin frowned and said after placing the quilt on the sofa. Yeah? It looks like something has happened. Bofeng Shuiman nodded. This bell sounded in Konoha village, which meant that something important would happen to the whole village. And the last time this bell rang, it was the battle that 3 generations of Fenning tried their best to attack Konoha. After 4 years, the bell rang again. Sister, my brother and I are going first. You stay at home well. After Fenglin put on his coat, he opened the door and hurried out quickly. Hey ... you little guy still telling your sister? Uzumaki Juxina was stunned by Fenglin's remarks, and found that Bofeng Shuiman and Fenglin had long since disappeared. After arriving at the lobby behind the Hokage office building, Fenglin found that everyone in the village, Shangren, had arrived after hearing the news. Oshimaru, Tsunade, Tsukumo Hagai, and Zuluchu Trio, and his future father-in-law, Yuri Zenhong. As for Jilai, I already left the village 2 years ago, and I don't know when I will come back. Genius apprentice ... come here soon. After seeing Bofeng Watergate and Fenglin, Tsunade immediately greeted Fenglin. This won't be so yin and yang ridicule me. Fenglin laughed helplessly, and then went over with Bofeng Shuiman. How can this be said to be yin and yang weirdness? You don't know how that guy from Juya showed off how talented Bofeng Shuiman was. This time, I will accept someone with a more enchanting talent than his apprentice. Tsunade snorted proudly, and Bofeng Shuiman also scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. After all, he had a deep memory back then. Be quiet, everybody. I have something very urgent to inform you. According to the person we planted in Cheyenne, the 3 generations of Fenning in Cheyenne have disappeared. Sarutobi Hizen glanced at the quiet audience. said in a rather heavy tone. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone in the audience except Fenglin was shocked. Their expressions changed drastically, especially Dash1. You should know that during the Second Ninja World War, he had fought against the third generation of Fenning many times, and was even injured as a result. Therefore, it can be said that I can't understand the strength of the three generations of Fenning. Now Sarutobi Risen actually tells the story of the strange disappearance of the three generations of Fenning. Missing for so long? Which means death. But what kind of talent can kill the three generations of Fenning? This is where Oshimaru is puzzling. You must know that with his strength, even if he played the whole cards of the box, he might not be able to kill the third generation of Fenning. It may be possible to defeat, but it is impossible to kill the opponent. Everyone, you may have to stop taking vacations for years. The war may come again. Sarutobi Risen watched the crowd slowly and said, at this moment, everyone's expressions have also become extremely solemn. Originally they thought that the last Ninja World War would be able to get a long rest time. It is unlikely that war will break out again within at least 10 years. But now the disappearance of the three generations of Fenning enough to trigger a war in the ninja world. You know, Shane will definitely point the contradiction to Konoha for the first time. After all, Konoha was the only one who had a deep hatred with Shane during the war. Therefore the war may break out again at any time. And around Konoha, there is not only a country like Shane thinking about them, but also two closer countries, Union and Uin. Therefore, strict precautions are required. For the three generations of Hokage, it is possible that the war will come again, but has come. The three generations of Fenning have been absent for so many days. Shane will definitely think that we are the culprit. After all, only Konoha has the motive to kill the three generations of Fenning, and only Konoha has this strength. Therefore, the war is already imminent. When the audience was silent, Fenglin slowly said aloud. When he said these words, Sarutobi Hisen's complexion became more solemn. Fenglin is right. The war is really coming. As for Fenglin's words, no one dared to refute, because they are not stupid. Everyone knows that this child who seems to be only 12 or 13 years old has the strength and record of Shinobu. Not to mention that there were many Shanzai in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind who were pulled back from the gate by Fenglin. They had seen Fenglin's calm and cruel side on the battlefield. Therefore, his Shinobu doesn't have any water. Mr. Feng is right. War is bound to come, so we must be prepared. And at this moment, a figure suddenly came from outside the door. The figure quickly came to Sarutobi Risen's side, and talked with his ears. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hisen's face changed suddenly. Then his eyes changed, became extremely serious, full of coldness. Everyone, the war is coming. Sajin sent a large army to reach the Konoha border to reach Mount Kikyo. Sarutobi-san said coldly. At this moment, he was really angry. He didn't expect that Sayin would dare to do something at this time. This was because Konoha was not in his eyes at all. If this is the case, then this time I will have a hard blow with Sayin. Destroy all their arrogance. The Third Ninja War broke out. Chapter 90, Chapter 89. After Sarutobi Hisen held a meeting with Shinobu. After some discussions, he decided to send Oshimaru to lead the troops. Because Shane has lost 3 generations of Fenning, there is no need to send more troops to fight against Shane this time. And Tsukumo Hajiki and Tsunade are on standby in the village. After all, the two of them are Konoha's top combat power. If Uin and Union suddenly act on them at this time, then it is natural to be able to coup. In the roster this time, the class is led by Fenglin and Bo Feng Shuiman are also on the roster. Yurong and Silent are by Tsunade's side, so they don't have to go with Fenglin. As for why Fenglin was allowed to go because Fenglin possessed the ability to decipher the poison of the 1,000 generations. After all, there are already 2 medical masters in Konoha village, so there is no need for Tsunade and Fenglin to go with them. Regarding Cho's poison, Fenglin naturally didn't take it seriously. After all, in the past 4 years, he was not only practicing, but also using Tsunade's medical ninjutsu as a mathematics club. With all kinds of medical knowledge and the use of toxins and drugs, Fenglin can already be said to be able to reach the point of Tsunade. But if you want to surpass Tsunade, it still takes time to settle. At this moment, Oshimaru had already left 27 Konoha with a large group of troops, marching and going to the border of the country of fire. Watergate. Xilin. Be careful all the way. Uzumaki Juxina gave Bo Fengshuiman and Fenglin an affectionate hug, reluctant in his eyes. How many years has this war just ended? Why is it about to break out again? Although the strengths of Fenglin and Bo Fengshuiman are now well on the battlefield, but they are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Relax, Shane. Their ending is destined to be like the last time. Fenglin smiled calmly and comforted Uzumaki Juxina. Don't be so crazy. The most taboo thing in the battlefield is pride. As long as there is a trace of underestimating the enemy, death will greet you. Uzumaki Juxina knocked Fenglin's head suddenly, and reprimanded Fenglin with the lesson-like tone. Said it was a reprimand, but it was full of care and worry. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to see the lantern. Fenglin stepped forward and hugged Zai gently. It's okay. When you come back, let's go see it again. Zai smiled softly, gently patting Fenglin on the back to soothe the other party's mood. If you have a wife like this, how can your husband ask for it? Later, after having a few conversations with Xiri, Fenglin also realized that he was on the road. Wait for me. There was a trace of perseverance in Fenglin's words. I'll wait for you. Yuri Hong nodded, still with a gentle and lovely smile on her face. But there was a trace of perseverance in the bright ruby eyes. It was fake to say that she was reluctant to Fenglin. She also wanted to stay with Fenglin, but she was not included in the list of expeditions, and even if he went to the battlefield, Fenglin would be a drag. Therefore she can only wait for her husband to return like a gentle and obedient wife. Subsequently, the two figures of Fenglin and Bo Fengshuiman disappeared into the sight of Zai Ryong and Uzumaki Kushina. And at the moment when Bai Fenglin disappeared, Xirong's eyes became dim and lost. Don't be sad. They will be back soon. Uzumaki Kushina rubbed Yurong's head and smiled gently. After all, she has experienced this kind of thing many times, and has long been accustomed to it. It just didn't show the loss in my heart. The raid for 2 days and 2 nights. Onoshimaru led the troops to completely occupy Kikyo Mountain before Cheyenne. It has to be said that Oshimaru does have such a hand in commanding the war, and can keenly perceive the importance of Kikyo Mountain. If Sane wants to directly invade the hinterland of the country of fire, then Kikyo Mountain must be their most important location. On the other hand, Oshimaru was keenly aware of this, and only repaired after the large group arrived at Kikyo Mountain. I have to say Oshimaru does have a hand. The initial battle of the Third Ninja War should be the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Fenglin stood on the mountainside, looking forward, and muttered, "Yo, classmate Kakashi, you are here too." Fenglin greeted Kakashi after seeing the Watergate squad, who was talking very happily. Ask it knowingly. Kakashi glanced at Fenglin, then closed his eyes and continued to rest. And Uekai Hidaido and Noharalin also smiled apologetically at Fenglin. After all, Kakashi is their teammate, so an apology is not a big deal. Well, it doesn't matter. Fenglin shook his head, and then walked towards the tent where Daishiwan was. As for Ukiha's soil, after graduating from Kitafenglin Ninja School, the relationship between the two is quite strange. After all, Fenglin has been obsessed with training and studying medical ninjutsu in these years, so he has not expanded his interpersonal relationship. The relationship is relatively good. That is, those few, Silent, Yurong, Tsunade. These are people who usually bow their heads and don't see them up. After shaking his head to shake off the distracting thoughts in his mind, Fenglin entered the battle meeting room of Daishiwan. How about, Master Oshimaru has formulated a strategy for combat. Fenglin looked at Daishiwan, who was studying the map, and smiled lightly. To be honest, Mr. Pfeng, this battle is not easy to fight. Although the terrain of Kikyo Mountain is dangerous, it is extremely beneficial to us. But this war Shayin must be won, probably with the purpose of death. Daishimaru raised her head and sighed long after hearing Pfenglin's voice. He could perceive that Shayin was bound to win Kikyo Mountain. Although he is sure to win the battle, he will face huge casualties at the same time. But he had to guard Kikyo Mountain, which was an extremely important strategic location. Honestly, Oshimaru is good at guerrilla tactics, not defensive tactics. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, he made full use of the landforms of the Kingdom of Wind and launched several raids on Shayin. Otherwise, the war will not end so easily in a few months. But now this battle is different. He needs to hold Kikyo Mountain firmly. Otherwise, once it falls, the consequences will be disastrous. Well, that's the only thing that can be done now. Fenglin nodded slightly, indicating that what Dashwin said was indeed correct. After all, this kind of stubborn battle has never been good at Oshimaru. Of course, not what Fenglin likes. He prefers to take the initiative to fight against the opponent, and he likes to play tactically. But now their goal is to hold Kikyo Mountain and repel the invaders from Shayin. It's better. We can repeat the same tricks. Let some ninjas form a raid force to interfere with Shayin's supply line. Once the supply line breaks, then Shayin will surely be in a mess, and this war may be easier. Of course, you have to let people who have war experience go. Fenglin thought for a while and said slowly, this can be said to be the only decision they can make at the moment. After all, they are on the side, so naturally they can take the initiative to attack. Therefore, scattered raid troops can be sent to carry out raids. Of course, it can only be made up of a team of 4, otherwise the target is too big and it will be difficult to escape. If you assault more than a dozen troops like last time, you will be in trouble. You are right. I will arrange for someone. Daishiwan nodded, obviously agreeing with Fenglin's statement. Immediately after, he began to look for available people in the personnel directory. After all, it is a raid squad, so it needs the most elite ninjas to go there to ensure no casualties. Chapter 91. Chapter 90. It can be said that Fenglin's 4-person team proposal is an extremely good choice for Daishiwan. 3 4-person teams of Dashimaru went to the enemy's back to interfere and cut off the supply line of Shayin. This can be said to be exactly the same as in the previous war between Konoha and Seijian. But this time, Shayin is more weird. They didn't care about this at all. Instead they rushed directly in the direction of Kikyo Mountain. He didn't even care about the incident that his rear supply line was attacked by Konoha squad. Assholes. These people didn't come to fight at all, but came desperately. After hearing the news that the army of Shayin was approaching, Daishimaru's expression gradually became a little gloomy. Everyone except the medical unit is ready for battle. The Shayin people are coming. Oshimaru passed the order to the various camps. When Fenglin heard the news that the battle was about to begin, his brows were also slightly frowned. There is no problem with the antidote, unless it is said that Chio can develop a newer type of poison. Fenglin murmured after looking at the antidote distributed. This medicine was jointly researched by him and Tsunade, and it also added the body cells of the slug and the chakra. Therefore, it has the effect of treating many injuries. Fenglin really didn't believe that Gyondice poison was so powerful that even the cells of slugs could not be removed. Bellflower under the mountain. Konoha troops stand at the foot of the mountain in a square array. Gale, yellow sand, barren land, and the gale blows the dry yellow sand into the air. And the opposite is the army of Shayin. At this moment, everyone subconsciously clenched the hateful, and tears slowly flowed down their foreheads. Fenglin glanced at it, and found that the front of the Shayin camp was not Chio or other Shayin high-level people standing at the forefront. It's Liu Oshaw who has had a fate on the battlefield. A high-pitched and sharp eagle chirp suddenly sounded, and Oshimaru and Tsunade appeared in front of everyone. Oshimaru was wearing a dark green vest, hunting in the wind, blowing his long black hair, a little gloomy temperament in the past. At this time it turned out to be inexplicably reassuring. But the trio of Pfenglin and Zuludi stood on the left and right sides of -1. Their expressions extremely serious. This person should be the 4 generations of Fennying in the future of Shane Losa. Oshimaru looked at Lyuosha, who was looking at him, and said slowly, he has some one-sided understanding of Lyuosha, knowing that the other party is a personal disciple of 3 generations of Fennying. Rosa, I want to see if my current strength has a shadow level. Pfenglin looked at Lyuosha in front of him, and there was a bold battle intent in his eyes. At this moment, he is not just a medical ninja. After all, studying medicine can save Konoha. In addition, Pfenglin also wanted to try how powerful this Tongtian urn was. Why? Do you want to try? Oshimaru caught the bold war intent in Pfenglin's eyes and smiled lightly. If you can. I really want to try it. Pfenglin gave a surprising answer to Oshimaru. Mr. Pfeng, this is not a joke. This Lyuosha's strength may have reached the shadow level. Are you sure you can deal with him? Oshimaru raised her brows and asked in a wrong tone. He didn't expect that Pfenglin would take it seriously when he asked casually. You must know if something happens to this kid, then he is really going to suffer. How can I know if I can't do it without trying? Pfenglin smiled lightly, his face full of confidence. Obviously, he is extremely confident that he can deal with Lyuosha. Chio, leave it to you. How about Lyuosha? Leave it to me. Pfenglin looked at Daishiwan and said lightly, if you are sure you can. Daishiwan was taken aback for a moment, but thought that Pfenglin was the person who had said this, so he nodded slightly and agreed. If he deals with Chio and Lyuosha alone, it is indeed very difficult, not to mention the same ability of Lyuosha and the 3 generations of Fennying. It is quite a headache for him to be a puppet of Kyondai. And for Pfenglin, he extremely believed in the strength of the opponent. Although Pfenglin has never shown it, Oshimaru knows that the opponent's cultivation hasn't been pulled down in the past 4 years. Ordinary Shangren or Elite Shangren could not be Pfenglin's opponent. Maybe it is really possible for him to do it. But a 12-year-old film class ... Is this possible? Suddenly, Daishiwan became more and more convinced that Pfenglin was really possible. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. But the person in front of him was the most terrifying Pfenglin he had ever seen. Then it will be such a happy decision. Pfenglin showed a smile, and then continued to set his gaze in front of him and the sand-hidden side. Losa ... Whether it is a win or a loss in this battle, you will be the 4th generation of Shane. The -1 in front of you is the best moment for you to rise to power. Chio looked at Lyuosha beside him and said solemnly, I see, grandmother 1,000 generations. Lyuosha nodded, and a frenzy appeared in her eyes. There are 2 reasons for this war. One was because of the death of 3 generations of Fennying, his master, and the other was an alliance invitation from Yanin village. As long as they concentrate Konoha's main force on Mount Kikyo, they will rush to attack Konoha. Therefore, Lyuosha brought a large army to avenge her teacher ... and also plundered Konoha's resources and land. To know if this war is won. So Konoha ate them 4 years ago, and will vomit all of them, then. The war. Let's start. Diaresis Konoha will win. I don't know who shouted. The entire Konoha camp yelled out these 4 words with all their strength. Immediately afterwards, the war is about to start. Headed by the members of the Kudao clan, the secret technique multiplying technique acted as a vanguard force and raged into the camp of Shane. In an instant, in the battlefield, the ninjas of Sahin and Konoha were entangled together, and it was impossible to distinguish the situation on the battlefield before him. However, Pfenglin and Dashwin did not choose to make the first shot, but chose to wait and see. Because Shane's 2 top-level combat forces have not yet started ... so they need to wait. Finally, Lyuosha couldn't help it, and Chio on the side also sacrificed Kane Matsujinwai at this moment. Magnetic shield, place of gold. In an instant, a huge amount of gold dust emerged from the depths of the ground and swept towards Konoha in an instant. It can be said that it is a very spectacular scene to completely cover a small piece of battlefield. It's time for you, Pfengjun. Daishiwan looked at Pfenglin with a hint of expectation in his eyes. With a smile on his face, Pfenglin ignored the dash pill and appeared under the place of gold within a few seconds. 5 rounds of Lihuo curse. Pfenglin stretched out his hands and quickly painted blue lines in the sky. Go okay. The pattern was completely formed, and then a huge flame wheel was formed in the sky above. Boom! Exclamation mark suddenly. The place of gold fell to the Lihuo pan with a loud noise. Although the Konoha ninja under the fire plate felt the heat of the flame, it was better than death covered by dust. So strong. After seeing this scene, Daishimaru, his face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that Pfenglin could easily release such ninjutsu, and his way of forming seals seemed a bit strange. But no one cares about this little detail. Liu in the distance also changed slightly after seeing this scene, because he just saw that Pfenglin released this huge fire escape ninjutsu to resist his dust. This kid ... How does it feel? A bit familiar. Liu rushed forward. The appearance of Pfenglin was in his eyes. At this moment, Liu finally saw the appearance of Pfenglin and knew who the other party was. It turned out to be the medical genius who was famous in the ninja world back then. But ... Why is his strength so strong? Chapter 92. Chapter 91, on the other side ... Shio is also in a fierce battle with Oshimaru. Oshimaru, I didn't expect that it was not White Fang who was dispatched this time, but you. Shio looked at Oshimaru, who easily dodges his puppet attack in front of him, and said coldly, well, it seems that my appearance makes you very upset. Daishiwan smiled softly, with a hint of killing intent on his face. At this moment, he really wanted to kill. If Chio can be killed here, then Shane's military spirit will definitely be affected. So ... Oshimaru must go all out for this battle. Pfenglin and Liu looked at each other, and the two did not directly act. Liu observed the North Maple Forest in detail. He could be sure that the Pfenglin in front of him was the genius medical ninja who became famous in the ninja world 4 years ago. That is, Tsunade's disciple. As the Dark Force commander, Pfenglin was naturally on Shane's kill list. Therefore, Liu was deeply impressed by this genius who had never met before. But the huge formation just now? How could it be possible that a child who seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old could be released? Forget it. Or quickly get rid of him and go to support Gyondai mother-in-law. Liu waved away the distracting thoughts in her heart, and then mobilized the huge dust again. When Hengbrow was cold, he stretched out his hand and swept a bunch of gold dust towards Pfenglin. Naturally, it is impossible for an attack of this speed to injure Pfenglin and avoid it as soon as he dodges. True water curse. Pfenglin painted the full very fast, and in the blink of an eye a cloud of water drenched on the dust. Then, the bunch of placer gold controlled by Liu quickly deformed and fell onto the ground. And Liu frowned after seeing this scene. He didn't expect that Pfenglin would use the water escape to make the placer gold absorb water and become heavy, which would become uncontrollable. Sure enough, the true water curse is different from ordinary water. A look of surprise flashed in Pfenglin's eyes. He could feel the strange energy contained in the water just now. It's a pity it's not that in water in mythology and novels. If so, then Naruto world may be gone. Humphrey, this water can't save you a second time. Liu groaned angrily, stretched out her hand and grabbed it towards Pfenglin. And then a big gold placer condensed in the ground in front of her and struck towards Pfenglin. Golden light curse. In an instant, Pfenglin's body was wrapped in the ancient light of golden light. Boom! Exclamation mark. The fist trapped in golden light directly smashed the giant hand in front of him. But in the next second, the shattered arms reunited and continued to attack Pfenglin's body. True water curse. Pfenglin quickly painted the real water curse water and hit it directly on the gold dust arm. In an instant, The placer gold was completely covered by real water and merged together. Then he became extremely heavy and fell to the ground. Hey, with your 12 or 13-year-old chakra, how many times can you use this kind of water escape? Liu Sha sneered, and then continued to launch the offensive. Immediately after stretching out his hand, a bunch of sand entangled like a snake from under Fenglin's feet. Fenglin jumped up and dodged. It's annoying. This sand, Fenglin frowned. He was a little upset by the sand in Liuosha. 5 Thunder Curse. Quickly cast 3 5 Thunder Curses and appeared in the sky above Liuosha, forming a sky-shattering blue thunder and lightning. Boom! Exclamation mark. The thunder and lightning crashed, and directly hit the place where Liuosha was. Then a cloud of black smoke completely swamped the place where Liuosha was standing. Master Liuosha, after seeing this scene, the surrounding sandy ninjas came forward to support. Then, the black smoke slowly dissipated. I saw Liuosha's body was completely wrapped in black smoke, and there was no trace of injury at all. And at this moment, the sandy ninjas who came to the rescue also breathed a sigh of relief. If Liuosha was hit by that amazing thunder and lightning, it would definitely reduce the morale of Xian's side. So close. At this moment, Liuosha's pupils suddenly shrank, and her expression became solemn and vigilant. Just now, if he hadn't used the dust in time to resist, I'm afraid he would have died under the terrifying thunder and lightning. But if you look closely, Liuosha has a scar on her arm. This is the gold dust exploded after being hit by lightning and hit Liuosha's hand. TSK Tusk. 25% of the proficiency in the sky urn can exert such power. If this is 100%, isn't it going to be against the sky? Moreover, the gains brought by the triple rebirth are also quite terrifying. I used the spell 3 times in a row without a trace of fatigue. Fenglin whispered to himself in his heart. It wasn't a pity that he didn't hit Liuosha in the attack just now. After all, the other party is also a ninja who has experienced many battles. If it is that simple, kill it. The moisture is really big. Subsequently, Fenglin gave Liuosha a provocative look. Continue? The faint smile in Liuosha's eyes made people feel angry like a mockery. This bi Fenglin must be killed here. Never let him go back. Liuosha's pupils were filled with cold killing intent. He already had such terrifying strength at the age of 12. If he could grow up completely, will anyone in the entire ninja world be his opponent? After a simple molesting, then continue to step forward. And when Fenglin saw Liuosha walking up, his eyes became extremely serious at this moment. Since the other party is remote, then I don't mind playing with him. Meteor Fire Rain Curse. Fenglin raised his hand and completely painted the long talisman within tens of seconds. Then Fenglin suddenly slapped full into the sky. In an instant, the area where Fenglin and Liuosha fought was completely red. A flame-filled formation appeared in the sky. In the next second, the red formation swayed countless small red flames from the sky like a god or devil. These flames gradually became bigger, became fireballs of different sizes. The fireball is the size of an egg and is extremely dense. Showing a pouring rain of stones falling towards Liuosha. Such a magnificent scene. This life can be seen. Not in vain. This guy. Liuosha's complexion suddenly sank. He didn't expect Fenglin to release such a terrifying and huge fire ninjutsu. This is completely beyond the scope of a evil ninjutsu. It can be said to be Srank ninjutsu. Magnetic escape. Place a gold protection. At this moment, Liuosha tried his best to use the chakra all over her body to mobilize the dust to form a huge dust shield. Fenglin was already a little out of breath. Meteor Fire Rain can be said to be a high-level spell, and Fenglin must have a huge cost to use it like this, but it's good if it can be used. Then closer. Let me see if you can withstand my rain of fire. And at this moment, the two ninjas, Konoha and Sandyak, who were at war, were completely stunned after seeing this scene. Oshamaru and Chio quickly moved away and looked into the distance. Mr. Beifing you are so strong that you are so exciting. A light of excitement appeared in Daishiwan's eyes and murmured. At this moment Chio was also dumbfounded. This Konoha following Sanin and White Fang it seems that another terrifying monster has appeared. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, Boom! Meteor-like fire rain fell on the gold dust, bursting out with a loud noise. The rain of fire kept hitting the gold dust. The fierce beasts raged like a gauge. But Luosha was obviously not a vegetarian, and she used placer gold to completely catch the meteor fire rain in Beifinglin. The formation of meteor fire rain does not last for a long time. It just lasted for dozens of seconds before it was over. But the fire rain erupted in these tens of seconds can be counted by thousands, and the number is quite astonishing. Wow! In an instant, the dust shield that completely covered the area was also slowly scattered down. At this moment, I saw that the dust scattered on the ground already showed the red color of flames, emitting a huge amount of heat. And at this moment, Luosha also began to pant, coming. The consumption of this trick is obviously a bit too big for him. It caused the chakra in his body to flow violently, but it's not just that my chakra is over-consuming. Pfenglin. You can't go there any better. Luosha looked at Pfenglin. The other party's situation was obviously only slightly better than her. The opponent released such a huge ninjutsu. Presumably it was also a huge consumption. Sure enough, I still can't fight him recklessly, although I have gained a lot of gains after practicing the triple stage of reverse life. It is still too reluctant to release such a huge formation. Pfenglin murmured in his heart. Defeating Luosha is not too difficult for Pfenglin. But if you want to kill the opponent, it's a bit difficult. After all, he now only mastered intermediate and elementary spells, and he was still a little reluctant to kill Luosha. But Pfenglin was not discouraged. The biggest beneficiary of this battle is still him. He felt that he had found the kind of state to enter the battle, and he did not have the initial panic in his mind when dealing with the enemy. And at this moment, the battlefield between Sane and Konoha has entered a white-hot state. At this moment someone needs to stand up and break this balance. Xiaolin. It really is you. Just when Pfenglin was wary of Luosha, the figure of Bo Feng Shuiman suddenly appeared beside him. Brother, why are you here? Pfenglin was slightly surprised when he saw Bo Feng Shuiman appear next to him. But after seeing the mark of Flying Thunder God on his shoulder, he immediately understood. When I rushed back to support, I suddenly felt your breath fluctuate. I didn't expect. You are so strong. After seeing the mess in front of him, Bo Feng Shuiman showed a surprised expression. He really didn't expect Pfenglin's strength to be so terrifying. Originally thought that his brother was a little weaker than himself, but now it seems. But he was unexpected. Bo Feng Watergate. The moment Luosha saw the Bo Feng Shui gate, her eyes suddenly became hateful, and her murderous intent was surging. It is this wave of wind and Watergate in front of me. In the raid 4 years ago, he killed his brothers in arms and legs. This hatred Luosha has never forgotten. Always keeps track of her heart. Now that the enemy meets, it can be said to be extremely jealous. Brother, have you offended him? At this moment, when Pfenglin saw Luosha's eyes looking at Bo Feng Shuiman, his eyes began to turn wrong. You know when facing yourself. Luosha doesn't have such crazy eyes. As soon as the Po Feng Shui gate appeared, Luosha's eyes were filled with a trace of crazy killing intent. In the raid 4 years ago. I killed his brother. I didn't expect to meet him today. There was also a touch of complexity in Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. On the battlefield, no one has ever tolerated anyone because of this. and he is no exception. This guy is obviously coming for you. Can you handle him? Fenglin frowned and looked at Liu Sha with red eyes and asked Bo Feng Shuiman. He was a little worried that his brother would capsize in the gutter, although it is said that there is the technique of flying thunder god. But you are not afraid of 10,000 things, just in case. Just kidding. Do you look down on your brother and me? Today, let you see my flying thunder god second stage swift wind thunder flashing style. Bo Feng Shuiman turned around and said with a confident smile. Q Wu Wu said, your name. Forget it. I'm too lazy to complain. Fenglin looked at Bo Feng Shuiman speechlessly, already weakly complaining about the other party's name. But you still have to ensure you up and down. Fenglin stretched out his hand and began to draw the talisman. Meditation curse. Bodyguard curse. 2 successive auxiliary spells penetrated Bo Feng Shuiman's body. In an instant, Bo Feng Shuiman's originally messy mood suddenly calmed down. Xilin. What kind of ninjutsu are you? So curious. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at Fenglin in surprise. He feels that his heart has never been as quiet as this time. This is a secret. Okay, go ahead. Fenglin smiled mysteriously, then patted Bo Feng Shuiman on the shoulder. Middle. Ask for flowers. Middle. And at this moment, Liu Sha's offensive also struck towards Bo Feng Shui Gate. Fenglin and Bo Feng Watergate quickly jumped to avoid. Obviously, Liu Sha is here for Bo Feng Shui, therefore he naturally wouldn't be fighting Fenglin. After all, the hatred had stunned his head. Fenglin showed a smile after seeing Bo Feng Shuiman holding Liu Sha and Dashwen holding Chiao in check. At last it was able to rampant abuse. And at this moment, Kakashi led Uchiha Daido and Nohara into the battlefield. Yo. Kakashi classmate, you don't seem to be late. Fenglin smiled and greeted after seeing Kakashi. Let's go to the front line first, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, and then took Nohara and Uchiha to the front line with the soil. Tusk. Classmate Kakashi, the look in your eyes is really unpleasant. Fenglin smiled. The smile was a little subtle at this moment. There is nothing wrong with you here, right? Fenglin looked at the medical unit captain and said slowly, yeah. Naturally. There is no problem. With the antidote you have configured by Mr. Feng, Kyondice poison will not have much effect. The medical team leader found that Fenglin's eyes had become wrong, and hurriedly replied. She didn't dare to despise Fenglin at all. After all, the other party was a true medical genius, and he was also the apprentice of Master Tsunade. Sometimes I still have some questions to ask Fenglin. In that case. I don't need me anymore. Fenglin took a deep breath. Rafa, ziz. The violent thunder and lightning instantly bounced around Fenglin's body like 100,000 volts. At this time, Fenglin's body was completely covered by lightning. Bang! The ground instantly cracked, and Fenglin's figure disappeared into the Konoha camp like a thunderstorm. And at this moment, Kakashi and the 3 people who were rushing to the front battlefield saw a blue thunder flashing past them. Boom! The roar sounded in their ears. In retrospect, there is already a trace on the ground, and there are traces of thunder and lightning attached to it. Kakashi was shocked. Uchiha Daido and Nohara were also shocked by this terrifying speed. The aura just now, obviously it is the Fenglin they are familiar with. In other words, the person who passed that moment just now is Fenglin! Chapter 94, Chapter 93, with the wave of wind and water gatekeeper Liu Sha restrained, Fenglin was in the chaotic battlefield as if he had entered an uninhabited state. Ulfar is fully open. Enjoy the ultimate speed. At this moment, the power of thunder and lightning on Fenglin's body became more and more intense, and then spread for a while. Yesterday, I wrote the contemptuous plot of Kakashi in my head, which has been deleted. Please forget it, everyone. This guy. How big is the gap between me and him? Kakashi saw Fenglin, whose incarnation lightning came and went freely in the battlefield. A touch of stunnedness appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that after these 4 years of cultivation, he would be able to equal the strength of Fenglin. But now, the strength that Fenglin showed was simply beyond the reach of Kakashi. Alpha Yang Wul. Fenglin arrogantly released the thunder and lightning, raging towards the camp of Shein. Suddenly, the powerful and fierce thunder and lightning created a net of thunder and covered it. The sand-hidden ninja was eroded and paralyzed by lightning at this moment, and then slowly fell to the ground. With the passage of time, the sun is slowly setting at this moment. Konoha has gained a huge advantage in the frontal battlefield, because of the participation of Fenglin and the tenacious force of the pig, deer and butterfly trio. The situation on the battlefield gradually shifted from the original balance to Konoha. On the other hand, Oshimaru is still entangled with Chio, and Liu Osho is also in a bitter battle with Bo Feng Shuiman. From the beginning of the war to the present, as far as the casualty ratio of the two sides in this war is concerned, Shein has been horrible, and has begun to be a little broken. The final result of this war finally came to Konoha's expectations. The scale of victory has begun to tilt. After all, Chio is just a woman, and in terms of physical strength and chakra's food reserves, she is not as good as Dashwan. Besides, Oshomaru summoned his psychic beast, 10,000 snakes, this time. Therefore, even if Chio's Jinmatsu is strong, it is impossible to match the powerful combination of Oshimaru and Wange. On the battlefield, the ninjas on both sides kept fighting each other. The 3 members of the Watergate squad were also fighting hard. And at this moment, a sand hidden behind Yuan Lin suddenly appeared. "Go to hell, kid." A roar full of crazy killing intent sounded, and the sand-hidden ninja held the kunai thorn to the heart of Nohara Lin. "Lin, be careful." After seeing this scene, he suddenly screamed, and Kakashi noticed this too. It can be his speed. How could it be possible to stop the sand-hidden ninja's attack? Classmates. You will face death in a daze. Ziz. In an instant, the familiar blue thunder and lightning flashed past. Bang! The figure of Kita Kidin suddenly appeared beside Uekai Hidaido. In an instant, the sand-hidden ninja who wanted to sneak attack on Uekiha's soil was counter-attacked and killed. After rescuing the Uekiha belt soil, Kita Fenglin didn't stop too much, but chose to rush to Heifeng Shuiman. Feng. The 3 of them were completely stunned. But when they came back to their senses, Fenglin had disappeared from sight. Bofeng Watergate here. At this moment, Liuosh is already trying his best to kill Bofeng Shuiman. But the strange speed of the opponent really made him unable to start at all. Compared to the speed of Bofeng Shuiman, Liuosha's place of gold is extraordinarily cumbersome. "Brother, it seems you need my help." Just when Bofeng Shuiman escaped Liuosha's gold dust attack, Fenglin's figure suddenly appeared beside him. And when Bofeng Shuiman saw Fenglin under the Thunderful state, his eyes were full of surprise. "Xiaolin. Who are you?" Bofeng Watergate was shocked, because he could perceive how terrifying the thunder and lightning all around Fenglin's body was. "It exudes a sturdy and powerful aura. I can't help but feel awe in this. This is the thunder ninjutsu that I developed by myself. How about? It's amazing." Fenglin said the wording in his heart. The ninjutsu developed by yourself? Bofeng Shuiman widened his eyes and looked at Fenglin in disbelief. If someone else said this, Bofeng Shuiman would naturally not believe it. But this was said from Fenglin's mouth. It can be said that there is no deceptive nature, and there is no need for the other party to deceive himself. Furthermore, it seems nothing unusual for Fenglin's monster-like talent to develop such a powerful and terrifying ninjutsu. Just know you will be surprised. But it's not the time to be surprised. You have to beat this guy. Fenglin turned his gaze to Liuosha with a wary look in the distance and said with a light smile. And under Fenglin's reminder, Bofeng Shuiman suddenly turned to look at Liuosha. "I don't seem to fight alongside you, brother. Today is the first time Fenglin moved his muscles and bones, and the thunder and lightning on his body broke out more and more at this moment. It made a sound of explosion. Ah, yeah? The last time it was because you were too young. This time it's okay, Xiao Lin. Don't let your brother back down. With a smile on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, he glanced at Fenglin. This feeling, inexplicable, blood boiled over. It seems that no matter what enemy is in front of him, he has full confidence to defeat the opponent. Brother. I am the main attacker, and you are responsible for the side attack. Is that okay? Fenglin's eyes became extremely serious at this moment. That's naturally no problem. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded. Coming. Luo Shen in the distance raised extreme vigilance at this moment. Her face suddenly became extremely solemn, almost dripping water. It was enough trouble to deal with a wave of Watergate. Now I have to deal with the Bi Fenglin. This has to make Luo Sha change the original offensive line to defense. So, I'm on it. Call out! Exclamation mark. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed, and a burst of blue light flashed in front of him and flicked crazily in the direction where Luo Sha was. And at this moment, the Bofeng Watergate also moved. The art of flying thunder god. This, I would like to call it Bofeng Shuiman, Feng Shui Shuanglai joint battle. The sun. Set. The setting sun shining on Kikyo Mountain. Sa Yin. Finally lost. After all, Chio was not a joint opponent of Oshmaru and Wansh, and over time he was defeated. However, Chu's strength is obvious to all. If it hadn't been for Oshimaru to summon Wansh. Maybe he wouldn't be defeated so easily. And Fenglin's side. It's more than enough to deal with Luo Sha. The speed of him and Bofeng Watergate has reached an extreme peak in the ninja world. Luo Sha could only be beaten and retreat blindly, without any power to fight back. With the joint hands of Bi Fenglin and Bofeng Shuiman, Luo Sha finally lost. After all, he is not his teacher 3 generations of fennying. But you can't kill this guy with too hard tortoise shell. Every time Fenglin was about to succeed, a layer of gold dust shield would rise to block Fenglin's attack. At dusk, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. It's completely over. Just like the beginning of the war, the sound of an eagle screamed through the entire Kikyo Mountain. Konoha also did not pursue blindly, trying to expand the results of the battle. Their strategic intention has been achieved, that is, to defend Mount Kikyo. Fenglin sat on the rock. Looking at the corpse all over the ground. A hint of complexity emerged in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Then pour the last remaining water on the ground and stroke it. The wind passed by quietly, like weeping, like complaining. 95. Chapter 95. Chapter 94. The next day, the news of Shayin's defeat spread throughout the ninja world. The fierce battle at Kikyo Mountain can be said to have aroused everyone's attention. If Konoha loses, then even some small countries will fight Konoha's attention. But unfortunately, Konoha's victory completely frustrated their ideas. And this battle, the 2 figures on the battlefield were admired by people. One is the Bofeng Watergate called Golden Glitter. The other is Bi Fenglin, known as the Blue Lightning. But about Bi Fenglin, there are also many titles, like his master Tsunade is called the Medical Sacred Hand. After the war ended, Fenglin did not take a break immediately, but used his medical ninjutsu to heal an unknown number of injured ninjas. Many people have been completely convinced by Fenglin's strength and medical skills, and I believe that the 12-year-old Shangren in front of him has real talents. This tragic battle at Kikyo Mountain can be said to be the most eye-catching North Maple Forest. The Sacred Medical Hand, Blue Lightning. These 2 resounding names circulated in the mouth of Konoha Ninja. But Fenglin didn't care too much about these. Instead, he did his best to bring back the dying medical ninjas from the brink of death. In 3 days, saved 27 more than 90 Konoha ninjas. Don't look at it, there are only 90. Most of these 90 people are in a severely injured coma. and it is almost impossible to save them back. But Fenglin stubbornly snatched them back from death, and Fenglin also has a very high prestige in the Konoha unit. Konoha Sarutobi Hitoshi won a complete victory in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. The dignified face of the past was relieved at this moment. A smile slowly spreads out. Very good. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the information about Kikyo-san's victory in his hand, and completely relaxed both physically and mentally. He has been concerned about this battle. Simply, the victory still belongs to Konoha in the end. Blue Lightning, Medical Sacred Hand. This Bi Fenglin is getting more and more terrifying. After Sarutobi Risen looked at the report on the battlefield of Fenglin, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He never thought that Fenglin's performance on the battlefield would be so remarkable. It seems that my original idea of suppressing Shimura Danzo was correct. If such a genius makes him hate Konoha... I am afraid that he will really lose an extremely powerful combat power. Let them all come back and fix it. The local war has ended. The main force must be recovered. Sarutobi Hizen murmured in his heart. You must know that what he asked Oshimaru to take this time was an elite ninja troop among Konoha, although there were some big things to do with Shein. But Sarutobi Hizen was very clear about the importance of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Once Shein had crossed Kikyo Mountain and entered Konoha's hinterland, his old opponent in the land of the earth would never look at him. And these small countries around also have a hint of weakness. Therefore, Sarutobi Risen decided to incorporate a part of the elite into the team of Oshimaru this time. The first battle must be won. This is a kind of momentum, and it can boost Konoha's morale. So we have to win anyway. And Sarutobi Hisaki can keenly perceive that the Battle of Kikyo Mountain is just the beginning. The other 4 countries already have signs of wanting to do it, but they just need some opportunities. Sarutobi Hisaki also didn't dare to act rashly, and could only continuously expel the dark part for news investigation. It's obviously stopped for 4 years. Is this ninja war going to begin again? Sarutobi Hizen looked at the map on the desktop and muttered. At this moment, he set his sights on the 2 countries Union and Yannian, because at present, only these 2 big countries are most likely to launch attacks on Konoha, and it is impossible for other countries. As for the haze of the country on the water behind... that is not a concern. After all, they had to cross the Sea of Wangyang to be able to come over, and they were able to detect the movement the first time. Sure enough, you still have to beware of the fog. Sarutobi Hizen's eyes condensed, and then he began to think about who he wanted to go to Uian's border defense. Call. Sarutobi Hitoshi smoked a few suffocating smoke. Suddenly... a light flashed in my mind. The roots. The roots that Shimura Danzo is in charge of. Over the years, the opponent has been suppressed by himself and has been accumulating strength. Since you want to accumulate strength so much, let's practice with Uian's assassination unit. A smile appeared on Sarutobi's face, and then he began to draft orders. He... this time... in the name of Hokage, not discussing personal relationships with Shimura Danzo. If he doesn't comply... that's right. All aspects of the root can be reasonably weakened and suppressed. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's rejection or non-rejection is profitable and harmless to Sarutobi Hizen. This is the calculation of being a Hokage. Sometimes, Sarutobi Hisaki was not just a step ahead of Shimura Danzo's thinking of Senzakenma, whether in scheming or other aspects. Shimura Danzo was crushed by Sarutobi. It can be said that the Shimura Danzo in the original book... he lost in his entire life is not unjust. After the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Daishiwan ordered to return to the village. But the speed of returning to the village this time is much slower than when I came. After all, there are a lot of wounded in the large army, so the action will naturally be slow. But it doesn't matter. After all, this time I won the battle. Even the injured Konoha ninja has a lot of joy in his eyebrows. It's a pity Where are the Konoha ninjas who died in Kikyo Mountain forever buried? Handle with care. The contents in it are all life-saving medicines. It may be your turn to use it someday. Fenglin watched as some reckless medical ninjas could not hold the medicine box firmly, and suddenly said angrily, "Hey! How could we possibly use it? Mr. Pfeng, you have made a fuss too much." A medical ninja who looked only 16 or 17 years old said with a smile on his face. And at this moment, Fenglin's face suddenly became gloomy. The captain of the medical unit on the side scolded at this moment. "Don't laugh all day. We won't be able to use it." "Do you think the camp hospital is the safest place in the battlefield? If it hadn't been for this camp on the top of Mount Kikyo, the camp hospital would not know how many attacks it would have." This sudden scolding suddenly made the medical ninja's expression stunned, and then tightened. He didn't expect one of his own jokes to be so serious. If you knew it, you wouldn't be cheap. This is also his first time on the battlefield as a medical ninja. Although there are records in this regard in the medical manual, the medical ninja is a high-risk occupation. But there are a few people who will watch it attentively. After all, not everyone is like Fenglin. Had already experienced the sinisterness of war long ago. After the reprimand of the captain of the medical unit, Fenglin's expression also eased a little. "Sorry, Mr. Pfeng, I didn't expect to make such a joke." The medical captain smiled awkwardly. After all, the person just now is regarded as her student, so it can be regarded as her fault. No need to apologize. "But I don't think he is very suitable for the battlefield." Fenglin shook his head and said lightly. The medical team leader also wrote down Fenglin's words. "Indeed. The temperament of my apprentice. If you don't accept it, you will definitely die on this cruel battlefield. I'll go to other troops first, and if there is any problem that can't be solved, let someone come to me." Seeing that there was nothing going on, Fenglin disappeared from the medical team leader's sight while turning around. 96. Chapter 96. 95. Chapter 95. After the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Ninja World can be described as turbulent. Other countries don't know, but Sarutobi Hisaki has ordered all Konoha ninjas outside to return to the village to stand by. It can be said that this is a decision that a good leader should have. But after the battle, Fenglin and Bo Feng Shuiman got some rest time. At Konoha Hospital, there is no need for Fenglin to go. Tsunade gave Fenglin a vacation. After all, Fenglin had just returned from the battlefield, and it would be a bit unreasonable to ask him to go to Konoha Hospital to help. In these 2 days, Fenglin was also happy for a while. "If it's okay, just give me guidance on Zairyong and silent cultivation. Or medical knowledge." It can be said that these leisurely days have been pretty good. And just as Fenglin was basking in the warm sun in the yard. The figure of Bo Feng Shuiman appeared in front of him. "Elder brother, is there a problem?" Fenglin looked at Bo Feng Shuiman with a smile on his face and asked in confusion, "Isn't this here to ask you a question?" Bo Feng Shuiman scratched his head, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. "After all, it is really embarrassing to ask my brother about this kind of thing." "Hurt? I thought it was a big deal. Let's talk about it." Fenglin smiled helplessly, then straightened his body and looked at Bo Feng Shuiman. "It's the thunder and lightning that you condensed that day. How did you condense him into a sphere and throw it out to explode?" Bo Feng Shuiman suddenly turned into a curious baby, with curiosity in his eyes, because in the battle with Liu Shaw that day, he saw Fenglin release a sphere compressed by thunder and lightning. When it was thrown out, a violent thunder and lightning broke out, and its destructive power can be said to be extremely terrifying. To know that small sphere could have such a terrifying destructive power. Bo Feng Shuiman was naturally very curious about it. The principle of this. Fenglin was a bit speechless at once, but a flash of light flashed in his mind. Could this be an opportunity for Bo Feng Shuiman to study helix pills? How should I put it? The simplest explanation is to condense chakra in your hands, and make the chakra flow in different directions, and compress it to form a very dense sphere. Fenglin thought for a while and said slowly, "Fortunately, He was a fan of Naruto in his previous life. And he was also a street writer for some time. So keep the information about these moves in mind. As for this explanation, Bo Feng Shuiman should be able to understand. After all, the other party is just as genius as himself. It turned out to be like this. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded. It suddenly dawned on him. He seemed to understand what Fenglin meant. Am I really understand? Fenglin was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he would just pull something out based on a memory in his brain, and Bo Feng Shuiman could really understand it. Oh, I get it. It turned out to be so. I understand. Suddenly, there was a bright light in Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes, and then joy appeared on his face. I haven't said this yet. Why do you understand it again? Fenglin's face flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he looked at Bo Feng Shuiman with some unknown reason. Thank you so much, Kobayashi. When I develop this ninjutsu, you must be the first to see it. Bo Feng Shuiman rubbed Fenglin's head in excitement, and then left the courtyard in an instant. It seems he can't wait to study what he just heard. But I didn't say anything later. How does he understand? Fenglin's stunned expression was filled with bitter smiles. Hope people are okay. Put your hands together to show sincerity. You know it's very difficult to practice spiral pills, and it can hurt your hands if you don't. Not to mention that Bo Feng Shuiman developed the spiral pill from scratch. But it is really a bit slow for me to add panels like this. Fenglin frowned and looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Proficiency of both hands, 100% to the extreme golden light curse, 100% climbing the peak alpha, 77% Mahayana consummation Tongtion urn, percent entering the hall me inverse birth, 16.4% coming into the hall this big battle at Kikyo Mountain. Didn't bring much benefit to B.I. Fenglin. Sure enough, system welfare is really system welfare. Fenglin sighed and closed the virtual data panel in front of him. The reason why his progress with both hands is so fast before is because the system has a double proficiency bonus. And this time, the growth of Tongxian Lu was so slow. Diaresis. But did I forget something important? A hint of doubt flashed in Fenglin's mind. He always felt like he had forgotten something. No. You have to look through the logbook. Fenglin got up instantly and quickly returned to his room to look at what he had previously recorded in the future. Sure enough, I said why I forgot this kid. Fenglin looked at Konoha's 45th year. A sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The pharmacist's pocket. Since you are all in Konoha, I must do it for you. Fenglin closed the notebook and put it away. He now has a relatively good method. He can use the pharmacist pocket, that is to use both hands to modify the memory of the pharmacist's pocket, and the person who made the opponent's high obedience was Fenglin. This is the ability that Fenglin possesses after reaching 100% proficiency in both hands. It can be said to be the ultimate metamorphosis. But it needs to be stable. Gets Alpha Fenglin to use both hands, and it will take some time to modify. But I don't think it's too much trouble. Fenglin looked at the place of the Konoha orphanage, showing a slight sneer. After all, if the pharmacist can be turned into his own use, it is a good choice for Fenglin. It can be said to be profitable and harmless. It was such a happy decision. It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Fenglin is set for a shot. After all, the pharmacist's pocket is a good pawn for himself. If it can be used well, it will play a good role. Then, Fenglin's figure disappeared into the room. All that was left were the open windows and the unclosed door. The Konoha Chronicles said that Du was a spy sent by the Scorpion to Konoha. But Baidu didn't mention it again, which feels weird. 97. Chapter 97. 96. Chapter 96. Soon, Fenglin came to the Konoha orphanage, and here, Fenglin saw the laughter about the child. It can be said that this orphanage is a holy place, but the dean of the orphanage has a lot of background. Fenglin looked at the blonde woman coaxing a child in the distance. A touch of complexity emerged in his eyes. The woman in front of me is the dean of the Konoha orphanage, Pharmacist Nuna. She has another identity. Root member, walking witch. It can be said that pharmacist Yinai is an alternative among the roots. She was not controlled by Shimura Danzo's brainwashing, but instead lived out her own personality. The kindness in the heart cannot be eliminated by the brainwashing education at the root. Pharmacist Yinai treated the child with a very gentle voice, smiling slightly like an angel. It should be said that it is a member of the root who believes it. Fenglin looked at the pharmacist Yinai in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Then Fenglin hid his breath and sneaked into the orphanage. Pharmacist Yinai's strength is not enough to detect Bi Fenglin, so Bi Fenglin can be said to be unobstructed. Within tens of seconds, he arrived at the place where the pharmacist's pocket was. After all, children like him are too easy to find. Just arrived at the orphanage. Naturally no one would play with him right away, and Yakushi now didn't notice him either. Therefore, they will shrink in the corner silently waiting for the time to pass, and then wait until the meal is served. To eat. To shrink the corner. To sleep. Day after day, until someone who can change him appears. I want to ask why Fenglin is so clear. Because he was the big brother in the orphanage in his previous life, helping many children who have just entered the orphanage to integrate into the group, and this also caused Fenglin to be persecuted by a sick lady. It digressed. The orphanage is not big or small. After searching a few corners, Fenglin finally found the pharmacist's pocket. At this time, the pharmacist pocket had not put his eyes on, sitting silently in the corner thinking about certain things. But his eyes were bleak. Maybe there was no hope of survival. Although you haven't completely fallen into the dark yet. But I'm sorry, I still have some insurance. As for how you should live in the future, that's your business. Fenglin looked at the pharmacist's pocket in front of him, and painted a talisman in his hand. Rooting spell. The Fula hit the body of the medicine master's pocket, immediately making the body of the medicine master's pocket unable to move as if frozen. Both hands. Fenglin's right hand showed a blue light, and then placed it on the head of the pharmacist's pocket. Modify the memory. The highest order. Take orders from Fenglin. Fenglin murmured. Immediately afterwards, a ray of blue light appeared in the dim pupils of pharmacist pocket. And then slowly dissipated. Finish. Leave. Fenglin freed the rooting curse easily, and then the figure disappeared in place. And at this moment, Yakushida's eyes became brighter, as if he understood something. Immediately afterwards, I recovered from a daze, and the expression in his eyes gradually became dimmed. Naruto office. Sarutobi Hizen opened the document with a solemn expression. The imprint on this document is the most urgent imprint. Being able to use this mark, it also represents something related to the safety of Tao Konoha. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to use it under normal circumstances. Onnogi led an army of 8,000 rocks hidden through the country of grass, rushing towards Konoha, and it will arrive tomorrow. And another document. 3 generations of Reikichi's personal rate of 6,000 Union ninjas crossed the country of Sichuan to raid Konoha, and it is expected that they will arrive in 2 days. Seeing the news on these 2 documents. Sarutobi Hisaki's face changed, and became extremely gloomy and blue. Sweat dripped from the solemn face. Sarutobi had never been so nervous before. But today. A trace of panic rose in his heart. Send my order and let Tsunade, Osamaru, and Tsukumo Hagigi come to the Hokage office together. In addition, send an Anbu team to look for Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hizen almost used a roar to convey the command to the Dark Squadron's ear. Yes, the Dark Captain was also shocked, because he had never seen Sarutobi Rishang so gaff before, and he immediately understood how serious it was. Sarutobi's order was passed to Tsukumo Hagaki and the others in almost 3 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Tsukumo Hagaki. When they looked at the dignified Sarutobi Risen, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Old man, What the hell is going on? Calling us in such a rush. Tsunade looked at his face so solemnly and asked Sarutobi, these two documents. Look at all three of you. Sarutobi Izumi handed the two documents in front of him to the three of Tsukumo Hajiki. A few short words. Suddenly, the complexions of the experienced Tsukumo Hagaki, Osamaru and Tsunade suddenly changed. Even Oshimaru was shocked. Old man. This Master Naruto. This. For a while, the three of them stuttered with shock. Because this news was so shocking that people couldn't react to it for a while. This Union and Yanien. They are not here to fight. They are just here to kill their lives. Come on all the way. Tsukumo Hagai took a deep breath and adjusted his shocked state of mind. He immediately understood why Sarutobi Hazaki's face was so solemn. Both Union and Yanien flanked at the same time. Konoha could be said to have no power to parry at all. There is no time to discuss these now. What we have to face is the elites from Yanien and Union. What do you think? Sarutobi Hizen looked at the three people present and asked, facing the siege of Union and Yanien at the same time. Sarutobi Risen was very big. It means that they have to split two groups of troops to fight against Yanien and Union. Although it can be reluctantly allocated. But if it means that Shane and other border defenses will be in a state of emptiness. This is the situation that Sarutobi Hazaki most dare not imagine. Originally, he thought Oyemu, an old opponent, would have a good grip with him, but he didn't expect that the third generation of Raikage would also get in. It can be said that Union's sudden rush marching assault was really caught off guard by Sarutobi Richin. But fortunately, he had put pressure on Shimura Danzo before, and let the roots hide the fog to death. Otherwise, at this time, the mist is looming. Master Naruto, is your opinion to fight or make peace? Tsukumo Hajiki tentatively asked Sarutobi Hizen and said slowly. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hizen's hands trembled. This question of Tsukumo Hagai. It can be said that he has been asked completely, because there is indeed a way to go. But since Konoha established the village till now, there has never been such an example of advocating peace without fighting. If he Sarutobi is cut away, it will leave a black history on his body that cannot be erased. But is he really sure to defeat the Toei siege of Yanien and Union? But if they were to make peace, then what face did he have to face those dead Konoha ninjas after Sarutobi died, and how to face his own teacher? And once he said the idea of harmony, it would surely arouse the anger of Konoha ninja. Gradually, Sarutobi Hitoshi took a deep breath. He said a word fiercely. Hit. Chapter 98. 97. Chapter 97. A sonorous and powerful word. The determination of Sarutobi Hizen to fight against Yanien and Union was carried out, because Konoha. Has never retreated once since he founded the village. Even in the face of Iwane and the Sancho fish Hanzo, who was called the demigod, Konoha was able to win. Now that the two of the three ninjas are in the village, they even have Konoha and White Teeth. Tsukumo Hagai. The mainstay is the rising genius such as Pig Deer Butterfly, Wave Wind Water Gate, North Maple Forest and so on. Konoha. What to fear? It can be said that Sarutobi Hizen's answer also made the three people present a little bit enthusiastic. In this case, then I can now come up with a more appropriate distribution plan. Hokage-sama, see if you want to adopt it. Tsukumo Hagai pondered for a while and said slowly, say it, I'll listen. Sarutobi Hizen also nodded slightly at this moment, because he knew that his military abilities were nowhere near as good as Haki Tsukumo. After all, the last ninja battle, he gave the position of Commander Konoha to Tsukumo Hagegi, and Tsukumo Hajiki did not live up to his expectations, and achieved a great victory in the tactical confrontation with Onoki. This is why Konoha White Fang's reputation is even more shocking than Sennin. With our current strength, it can be evenly distributed. We can split our forces to fight Union and Yanien. Iwagin will leave it to Onamaru and Tsunade to deal with it. After all, They and Onoki were old opponents in the Second Ninja World War. Tsukumo Hajiki looked at the flat-faced Oshimaru and Tsunade and said in deep thought. And at this moment Ozemaru and Tsunade did not object to Hajishi's distribution. What he said was indeed the truth. Several people are also very clear about Yanin's combat methods and Onogi's tactical arrangements. As a for Union's words 3 generations of raking can be regarded as my old opponent. It's natural to leave it to me to deal with it without any problems. A hint of warfare was revealed on Haki Tsukuma's face. Obviously, he already has some eagerness to fight against the 3 generations of raking. But for Yunyin, I need the brothers Bofeng Shuiman and Pfenglin. Yunyin's ab combination needs the 2 of them to deal with, and the 3rd generation of raking can leave it to me to deal with. Tsukumo Hajiki suddenly remembered something, and looked at Sarutobi Hizen with extremely serious eyes. Sarutobi Risen was stunned for a moment. His expression was lost in thought for a while. Then he nodded slowly and agreed. He also heard a little about Union's ab combination. Ordinary ninjas couldn't deal with that pair of brothers at all, and it's no wonder that Tsukumo Hagi asked Pfenglin and Heifeng Shuiman to go to the Union battlefield. By the way Oshimaru, Tsunade, be sure to keep Yanin away from the Shenwubai Bridge. After we solve Union, we will quickly reinforce the past. Tsukumo Hagi pointed to Tsunade and Osamayu. Because once Yanin crosses the Shenwubai Bridge, it also means that the frontier defense is completely lost. At that time, the surrounding small countries will surely gather to attack Konoha. I understand. Oshimaru nodded seriously. So, the Naruto office continued to discuss the distribution of forces and tactical arrangements. This battle can be said to be the biggest surprise Konoha has ever encountered. Therefore, we must be fully prepared to deal with it. Soon, the news that Union and Yanin raided Konoha spread. At the same time, Konoha's army summoning orders were also distributed at this moment. Pfenglin's complexion slightly condensed after receiving the news. He didn't expect that he was actually assigned to the Thunder Country battlefield. What surprised him most was that Bofeng Shui men turned out to be with him. I carefully checked the list of the Thunder Country battlefield, and found that there were no 3 of the Watergate squad. Brother, shouldn't you take your students to act together? Pfenglin looked at the list on the desktop and asked suspiciously, what is happening? Obviously something does not fit the plot in the original book. For a moment, Pfenglin was a little confused about this. Kakashi performed well in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, so he was promoted to Shanglin quickly. This time, Kakashi will lead the team to the Shenwubai Bridge. So I feel at ease with them. Bofeng Shuiman explained after hearing Pfenglin's question. Is that so? Pfenglin whispered a few words. However, this time we went to the Thunder Country battlefield together. It seems that Senior Shuamao arranged it on the initiative. It seems to say that there is someone who needs us to deal with. I have to ask him when I get the chance. Bofeng Shuiman showed a distressed look. It should be for us to deal with the app combination. After Pfenglin heard the words of Bofeng Shuiman, he immediately understood Hagaki Shumo's intentions. As for the ab combination, naturally, it will be the next 4 generations of Raikage and the 8-tailed pillar rabbi. No wonder Haki Tsukumo would let Pfenglin and Heifeng Shuiman go together. After all, ordinary ninjas can't handle this fierce combination. A person with the ultimate in strength and speed has almost no weaknesses, unless it simply crushes the opponent in terms of strength. But who can do it thoroughly? Therefore, Tsukumo Hagi's choice can be said to be quite correct. There is going to be another war a day. Why did war break out? Uzumaki Juxino was picking up clothes for Pfenglin and Bofeng Shuiman, and couldn't help complaining. Well, the interests of nations are just like that. The land of fire is fertile, and there are many sources of materials. Who doesn't like it? Pfenglin shook his head and smiled lightly. In response to Pfenglin's answer, Uzumaki Jukusenai and Bo Feng Shuiman nodded slightly. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Indeed, under the premise of triggering a war, it is driven by great interests. Remember to be safe when you get there, especially you. Kobayashi, if you can't beat him, just run. Leave your brother alone. Your brother has Flying Thunder God, and he runs faster than anyone else. Uzumaki Jukusenai suddenly exhorted. At this moment, Fenglin and Bo Feng Shuiman were also amused. Although Uzumaki Kushina said these words seriously, it was indeed a bit amused. But in fact it is so. Bofeng Watergate with Flying Thunder God. It can be said that there will be no life-threatening danger at all, but you still have to be cautious. Okay, come and give me a hug. Subsequently, after Fenglin gently embraced the Vortex Jukusenai, he went out with Bo Feng Shui men. The war is urgent, and we will set off today to the border battlefield. After all, if Union were to directly enter Konoha's hinterland, it would cause irreparable losses. Therefore, we must march all the way to the battlefield in a hurry. When Fenglin and Bo Feng Shui were out, 3 people were already standing at the door. The 3 of them are naturally Uchiha Hidaido, Kakashi, and Rin Nohara from the Watergate division. Miss Watergate. The 3 of them yelled respectfully after seeing Bo Feng Shui Gate. When Yuanlin saw Fenglin, her eyes were filled with gratitude, and Fenglin nodded slightly. After all, it was just a matter of effort for him. Okay, Kakashi, I can't follow you this time. Remember to protect the safety of your companions and stop acting recklessly. Bofeng Watergate told Kakashi. Kakashi had an example of acting recklessly during the last raid at Kikyo Mountain. I see, Teacher Watergate. Kakashi nodded slightly at this moment. Also bring dirt. Remember to listen to Kakashi's orders. Don't always defy. Bo Feng Shuiman taught a lesson. After all, Kakashi and the pre-successful bidder didn't deal with each other. It's not a day or two. I see. Uchiha Hidaido also replied seriously at this moment. Then, now that I have finished talking, just separate. I hope I can see you come back safe and sound. Bo Feng Shuiman showed the smile of the sunshine in the past. Okay. Immediately afterwards, Bo Feng Shuiman left with Fenglin. Kakashi and others also quickly left the place and gathered in the direction of the troops. Just now, Fenglin did not speak, because he knew that he didn't need to intervene in Uchiha Madara's layout, nor was he responsible for saving the Uchiha belt. Actually, what kind of you have anything to do with me? No matter how bad the world is, I can guarantee that I and my family are alone. As for your fighting, it has nothing to do with me. As long as it doesn't touch my family. The past is irreversible, and the future can be changed. Up. Chapter 99. Chapter 98. This Ninja World War is destined to not end so quickly. War, how easy is it to play house as you imagined? Unless the strength has reached the strength of the era of suppression such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Zuma, it will not end so easily. And this time, Tsukumo Hagaya has brought out some of the elites in the village. Union's ninja is extremely good at the body arts part. Therefore Tsukumo Hajiki chooses as much as possible a ninja who is proficient in physical skills in the selection of combat troops. The members of the Hyuga clan are the elite part of this troop. Rukwin and Bagua's Hang are extremely domineering, and they can be said to be top-notch existence in physical skills. Coupled with the unique white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Physique combat will not suffer too much from Union's ninja. Konoha has done all his best this time. After all, if this war fails, Konoha will be forced to sign a peace agreement. You know, Konoha has never been forced to sign an agreement that humiliates the country. Now, it is absolutely impossible. After Tsukumo Hagaya led his troops to the Konoha border, he did not launch an attack immediately. The third generation of Reikage was also extremely calm, watching from the Konoha border. Both parties seemed to be looking for a flaw that the other party revealed. so as to launch a fatal blow. But this method is of no use to a veteran warfighter like Tsukumo Hagai. Anyway, he is sticking to the side this time, and he can spend some time with Union's troops. You know, Union's supply line is much longer than their Konoha. Therefore, the 3 generations of Reikage must not be able to afford it. The 3rd generation of Reikage is really calm. This is nothing like his irritable temper. Fenglin looked at the Union camp in the distance and chuckled. The one who can be Reikage is naturally not the one who waits for a while. The 3rd generation of Reikage is cunning. Tsukumo Hagai shook his head. Although he didn't know what the 3 generations of Reikage were waiting for, he could feel that the other party had a hint of conspiracy. Therefore Tsukumo Hagai must be extremely cautious. 2. Fenglin nodded lightly and replied, if the 3 generations of Reikage were really that kind of fool, then Union Village would have been destroyed in the First Ninja World War. However, I always feel that the 3 generations of Reikage will play around the back tactics. You know, Union's ninja far surpasses the ninjas of other villages in terms of speed. And at this moment, a ninja from Hyuga quickly appeared in front of Tsukumo Hagaki with his white eyes open. Master Shuamao, Yunyin has already launched an attack. 3 generations of Reikage personally led the army to fight. Hyuga ninja spoke extremely fast. Have you seen the ab combination? Haki Tsukumo's face changed slightly, and he asked immediately, I didn't appear in the team of the 3rd generation of Reikage. Hyuga ninja shook his head and replied, sure enough, the 3rd generation of Reikage wants to play sneak attack tactics. The 8-tailed man Zulai and his son Ai have disappeared. There must be another plot. Shuimon, B.I. Finglin, you stay in the camp and wait for the opportunity to go to fight. Be sure to stop the app combination. Hagai Tsukumo ordered. I understand. Fenglin nodded and answered. Then Tsukumo Hagai took the main force to fight against the 3 generations of Reikage. Brother, what do you think is the strength of that pair of ab? Fenglin looked at Bofeng Shuiman, who was in a state of preparation for combat, and asked, I'm not too sure either. But one of them is the 8-tailed man's pillar power. Actually can control the power of the tail beast very well. I think we should be more cautious. Bofeng Shui said with an extremely serious expression. He has only heard of this ab combination, and has never played against or met facing such a powerful enemy now. This made Bofeng Shuiman feel a bit enthusiastic for a while. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Is the Dun Chakra mode powerful, or Milefar is better? A bold battle spirit appeared in Fenglin's eyes. Obviously, he can't wait to fight Ai and the 8-tailed Rabbi. At this time, the army in front was already at war. The forces of Union and Konoha were completely intertwined, and for a while, it was even impossible to distinguish who was who. White Teeth, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years. You have grown a lot. 3 generations of Reikage laughed as he looked at the blade of the blue thunder in the hands of Tsukumo Hagai. Indeed, it's been a long time since I saw you. 10 years ago in the battle, the winner has not yet been divided. I don't know if it can be divided today. Tsukumo Hagai looked at the 3 generations of Reikage with a rare smile. 10 years ago, he had an extreme physique battle with the opponent, but in the end he left without a victory or defeat. Now that I encounter, it is natural to decide the winner. Come on, ziz! Exclamation mark. The blue thunder and lightning instantly filled the whole body of the 3 generations of Reikage. At this time, he was like a violent thunder and gorilla, and Tsukumo Hajiki was naturally unwilling to show weakness, and the thunder and lightning entwined with the blade became more and more violent. Then the two started a battle. How excited! Then you have to watch it. Know that our right wing is in the emptiness part. The AB group will definitely lead the army to come over and attack us. Fenglin looked at everyone in his unit with a chuckle, eager to try. Indeed. Others are playing on the front line. They sit in the back and watch. It must be uncomfortable in my heart. But after Fenglin's comfort, everyone calmed down their excitement. After all, they are also very clear in their hearts what their purpose is to stay here. Remember to prepare all kinds of equipment for the medical unit. If there is an injury that cannot be resolved, use the newly developed medicine to slow it down. Pfenglin shouted at the medical unit. I see, Mr. Pfeng. The medical team leader also nodded at this moment. It's really like a leader. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at Pfenglin, who arranged various affairs on the side of the medical unit, with a proud smile on his face. After all, this gave him a long face. How could he be unhappy? The members of the medical unit were already familiar with Pfenglin, so they naturally followed his orders. Do the assigned things in an orderly manner according to what Pfenglin said. And at this moment, Hyuga Ninja, who was investigating the surroundings, made a sound. Shuiman, Mr. Beifeng. On the right side, a surprise attack by Union troops was discovered, and there were two extremely powerful chakra waves among them. And at this moment, everyone's expressions suddenly became extremely serious. Sure enough, just as Heijiaki Sakumo expected, Union will definitely send the AB team to surprise Konoha's base camp. But unfortunately, this kind of hand-to-sure has no effect on Sakumo Hajiki. Before he went to the battle, he left the two titans, Pfenglin and Bofeng Shuiman, stationed at Konoha base camp. The purpose is to wait for Union's surprise attack troops to appear. Finally here, everyone, follow me to stop Union's surprise attack troops. Bo Feng Shui's goalkeeper Ku Wu in Kumprops Bag shouted. Immediately afterwards, Konoha's troops rushed to the right. 100. Chapter 100. Chapter 99. Under the leadership of Bofeng Mizuman, Konoha's group of troops quickly blocked the troops led by the AB group. Hateful. Konoha is so cautious. He even hid a hand. After seeing the Bofeng Shuiman and Pfenglin and others blocking the front, the small, skinny man suddenly cursed. It seems that Konoha's people are not as stupid as they expected. Get ready for battle, AI yelled, and the ninja gates of Union's surprise attack troop behind became serious. The two big men standing at the forefront of Union's surprise assault force are impressively the famous Union AB group, Xiaolin. These two guys feel dangerous to me. You have to pay attention. Bo Feng Shuiman's expression became very vigilant and serious. Obviously, AI and Kairabi put great pressure on Bo Feng Shuiman. It can be said that the two people in front of him are the strongest opponents Bo Feng Shuiman has fought since joining the war. Okay, I got it. Pfenglin nodded slowly. But I'll put on a set of buff first. Pfenglin glanced at Union's side and found that the opponent had no motives yet. Heavenly Urn. Amulet. Yufeng Curse. Meditation Mantra. Pfenglin's hand moved quickly in the air in front of him like a dancing elf. Immediately afterwards, a series of blue talismans penetrated into the bodies of the Konoha troop. For a moment everyone felt a strange feeling emerging from their hearts. The heart calmed down, and the body also began to lighten up. In an instant, everyone looked at Pfenglin with surprised eyes. Now as long as he is not a fool, he can know that the changes in his body are the actions of Pfenglin. Okay. Everyone rest assured to fight. After Pfenglin finished foolish painting, fierce and violent thunder and lightning broke out gradually in his body. Ziz! Exclamation mark. Yang Yulai instantly entangled Pfenglin's whole body, and even his eyes had a blue luster at this moment. What? This guy. This is Ldun Chakran mode. How could he? After seeing the thunder and lightning around Pfenglin's body at the front of the crowd, everyone in Union was in an uproar. This seemingly familiar thunder and lightning is exactly the same as the thunder escape chakra mode their Union uses. Even AI and Kairabi were taken aback by the scene in front of them at this moment. Be careful Dan. The thunder and lightning on him gave me a terrifying feeling. This is not the lightning created by the Ldun chakra mode at all. AI didn't despise the other party because of Pfenglin's age, but instead said to Kairabi with an extremely solemn expression, he has practiced ninjutsu for more than 10 years, and he is naturally very clear about this. Although the method of the opponent's release is the same as the Ldun chakra mode, It gives him an extremely dangerous ... and extremely fierce feeling. Therefore ... he would be so vigilant. Yeah, brother, I understand. I'm afraid, he is the blue lightning from the previous battle of Kikyo Mountain. The blonde boy next to him ... should be Golden Glitter. After seeing the blonde-haired Bofeng Shuiman and Pfenglin, who was covered in 5 thunders, Kairabi suddenly remembered what had happened before. Gold Flash and Blue Lightning, compared to. Then let them see how powerful Xia Yuninab is. AI suddenly sneered, and then turned on the Lightning Chakra mode. Huh. Yeah? Kairabi suddenly cheered, and also turned on the Ldun Chakra mode. Let's go, brother. Kira's ratio rushed forward first. And at this moment, the ninjas of Konoha and Union also set off. What? Exclamation mark. Kill! Exclamation mark. The sound of fighting resounded throughout the forest. Let's go. Pfenglin's eyes were completely cold, and there was only countless killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, he can already be said to have completely entered a state of combat. In the forest, a golden light and 3 blue lights were constantly entangled, during which there was a violent explosion sound. Bo Feng Shui men, are you just hiding? Konoha's Golden Glitter is just a coward. AI roared when his attacks failed in the battle with Bo Feng Shuiman. Rafa Yang Yulai. Taking advantage of this gap, Pfenglin instantly struck out a bunch of fierce thunder and lightning. Bang! Exclamation mark. An octopus tentacles appeared instantly, resisting AI's face. Suddenly, there was a hint of grilled squid. Thank you. Then, AI suddenly burst into cold sweat. If the terrifying thunder and lightning just now hadn't been stopped by Kairabi, it would have penetrated his thunder escape chakra mode. Yo. No thanks, brother. Be careful of that kid. He is not that simple. Kairabi turned his gaze to Pfenglin, with a little more seriousness in his eyes. From the brief battle of strength and speed just now, he found that Pfenglin was even with him in the 2. There was no wind at all. And ... the other party didn't show the slightest discomfort on his face. Obviously he didn't use his best. Pay attention to those kunai. They are the place where Bo Feng Shuiman stays. AI, who has extremely rich combat experience, obviously saw the art of flying thunder god of Bo Feng Shuiman. Brother, I'll deal with this guy. You go and deal with that 8-tailed man's Yulai. Pfenglin decided to change with Bo Feng Shui men. You be careful. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded slightly, so the two changed positions. The AB group naturally understood what the other party meant, and they didn't plan to change. Blue lightning? Then let me see how strong your blue lightning is. An extremely zealous warfare appeared in AI's eyes. Bang! Exclamation mark. In an instant, a violent chakra erupted from all over his body again. Pfenglin was not to be outdone, and Alpha had risen to the extreme at this moment. Both sides know, in terms of speed, there is absolutely no way to pull it down. Otherwise it will be defeated. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sound of thunder and lightning roared in an instant. Thunder abuse level! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the lightning around Pfenglin's body instantly overflowed, raging directly and completely. I saw the blue light flashed by in an instant, and the explosion sounded again. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. AI's figure broke a few trees behind him. Just barely stabilized. The ultimate speed. Guess how fast it can be. In an instant, Pfenglin's figure appeared in front of AI's eyes. The blue lustrous eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then the storm-like offensive was launched immediately, using both fists and feet, with the mighty power of thunder and lightning. But AI was naturally not a vegetarian, and in an instant he reacted to adapt to Pfenglin's speed. Two overbearing thunder and lightning figures swiftly shuttled through the forest, and countless explosions roared. Along with the roaring sound, the big trees also fell down. From this point, it is enough to see how amazing the destruction caused by the fighting between these two people is. And Kairabi was also entangled with Bo Feng Shuiman. For a while, it was naturally difficult to distinguish the outcome. The situation in the field began to become extremely anxious.